Persona out of the equation here, life gets a lot easier for them. So for now, both teams jockeying for position, but it's Argentina that have the point presence and get the early cap, and all focus going towards Persona here, and there's no chance to let Rodrigo get that res.
I mean, they had to disappear out of the sign there, and that gives Okuna.
With the Brigitte up on the high ground and the rest of Mexico peeling, it's hard to do much. As well as Bob towards that point, the beat comes out too late to save Richie. Arenas also falls to Angel over the top with a Dynamite, who also then switches to Bendet. Now able to kill Marleo as well, and they're already up to 80% last fight territory now. Side though, Canada is going towards the point, rotating around that central point. Seeker on that bastion. Great work for him to set up towards the back end. Lucio still here, has that boop as well. Falls with the slam. Seeker with the follow-up, and perfect execution from Canada as they baited Costa Rica towards that point with the TP play, and that's a fast team wipe before the point has even unlocked.
Concussive from Bastion.
You've got the Annihilation and the sound barriers are crossing 85%. Ecuador needs to do something. It's going to have to start with this blizzard.
It's going to be a massive blizzard here. That's the start you want. If you're Brazil, though, the Annihilation comes out. Nobito Tamano down. We've had one punch back from Ecuador, but it's just not been enough here. There's too much damage coming out of that Ramatra. 99. Wait for Svenko to get back in and bolster the conversation. Ooh. This might be difficult here for Emilio. Dalka does have the ultimate, throws it in right into the back line, does have the commanding shout, so can start to close the gap. Finds one, Ken gone down already. Eyes on the second support, down they go. And this is a house of dominoes now tumbling for Ecuador here. So Brazil may have lost the player at the start of that, but it just did not matter.
I mean,
devastating anti-grenade from Primzo with the nano boost over the top. Yadello's trying to counter with a nano play, gets one. Sleep dart misses from Primzo. Make that two. Yadello trying to put this team on his back, but he just can't. He gets shut down, and Canada just have to deal with Baru at the moment.
He looked near checkpoint B, and he's just sitting on the Dragon Strike, waiting for them to move forward.
Mexico kind of just letting them back into this. Benji gets poked out and dies yet again. Another blizzard here in this fight. Gets on held at 2K. Now they look forward to continue pushing this card, and so far they've not been stopped by Guatemala. They move it into
be able to break out of spawn as ultraviolet. Do you think that they're going to come on that way? He's looking for the ball. No!
Oh my god. No! Oh, that did not just work. Oh my god, Talisman, goodbye. Ultraviolet hits the boop off the map. 1 minute and 30. No healing either. We'll see who comes out on top. Both fire strikes hit, charge into each other. Back and forth. Hydrant down. Almost loses that armor. Papa Joe, though, has to run away. And Hydrant comes out on top. The rest of Puerto Rico now look to try to maybe come back after losing the Reveal to get this all-important Ramatra online. Out it comes. Immediately finds Walter.
Portugal fall to their opposite number, and that's just what Peru were waiting for. Other stuff, but it has allowed Argentina to get themselves into a position to start to actually defend the spot. And Diego finds the first opener. Chucky's down. The EMP over the top. No chance for Argentina to generate ultimates, and Peru, with an explosion of power, put their first point on the board.
Performances on this diva, dismantling Frack. This is huge coming out for Brazil.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Immediately off very early. That's what the Hack from the Sombra can do. It completely shuts down the Doomfist. Jorel falls at the hands of Ludwig, already on fire. And really now this is just cleanup for Brazil. Ecuador may have come out with something that threw Brazil through a loop initially, but boy, they adapted fast.
They really did. I mean, Novito just needs to go down and quit feeding over ult charges. Accept your death.
Time with the cart, not even getting much space. 16.25 meters against the Ant Matrix. Charge into charge. Papa Joe gets the nade though. Keep his team healthy. Blue fades back as well. Gets those heals from Ruthless, who has decided to play DPS back. He stands. Nana boost on Lucio against the Death Blossom. Does sustain, boops him away, but eventually there's going to be too much damage to deal with. And buddy, oh buddy, that.
I don't believe that is particularly much effective. Basketball has generated a Primal Rage and almost had a big collection of the Primal Rage, but it's only Akuda that was really in the way. But Basketball really gives chase, finds Akuda, pummels them into the dirt, and down they go. This looks to be a big lead opportunity here for Akuda. They're already in the lead, and they persona out.
Welcome to the Overwatch World Cup, and I am so excited to be back to Overwatch for this amazing event. I'm Jet Set Jamerson, maybe a familiar face to some of you guys out there. It's been a while since I've been able to, host some Overwatch, but I'm excited to do it, especially because I have some amazing talents really guiding me along this journey once again. So let me go ahead and introduce you guys to today's matches, or to the casters for today's matches. We're going to be starting it off, of course, in Group B, and I have some amazing casters here. It's got Moxie along with Dustin B, my old friend Dogman. Both of you guys, how are you guys doing today?
Amazing. Good to see you, Jamerson. Good to be back as well with you in these amazing qualifiers so far. I mean, Moxie and I have had a fantastic time watching, and I'm sure you're going to also enjoy it as well, man.
That's right. I mean, I got to watch the VODs. Again, Overwatch World Cup is such a special event, and I'm so glad that it has come back after, what, a 3-4 year hiatus. And you know what? The action, it hasn't stopped. Everyone has been ready for this. And we're going to be starting off today on Group B. But let's go ahead and break down what's going on. Of course, we've already had 3 days of play. We have 3 more to go. And here in the Americas region, we have Group A and Group B. For Group A, we have 3 slots open. And these are the teams so far. USA has gone a clean sweep in their first week of play with their 3-0. Next in line, you got Mexico with a 2-1. Now, in this group here for Group A, like, who are you guys favoring to take the other 2 spots? Because USA almost have a lock on it.
Yeah, I mean, USA have pretty much cemented their position, and as a result can get up to a couple of shenanigans. I would not put it past this team. They're going to have some surprises in store, I am sure. But like you said, it is very much up in the air in terms of the other 2 teams that are going to be able to make it through. Canada, currently sitting in third of that 1-1, are yet to actually play their third match. They lost against USA on the first day, and then absolutely steamrolled when we saw them next. So it's still a little bit hard to be able to tell where they are in terms of up against the likes of Mexico. I think that matchup is going to be really interesting to see how well those 2 teams interact.
We do have Canada versus Puerto Rico slated for a little bit later on today, and that will be a very important match, basically setting the pace and setting the tone for the rest of the week in Group A. But we also have Group B taking place here. The stakes a little bit higher because we only have 2 slots available to move on to the main event. Right now, though, just like in Group A, we also have a dominant force in Team Brazil, Dustin.
Oh, yeah. Brazil looks really good at the moment. I think it's, obviously the best team at the moment, it seems like, from the outside. For me, I feel like I've slowly been changing the other side, where I think Colombia, has even had a chance to really take that #1 spot simply because of their star talent, right? Obviously, with EQO's experience in Overwatch League, and then also with the rest of their lineup just being so phenomenal, around with Eternal as well, and Drama, and the rest of the group as well, backline with Hug and Mixby. It seems like they can really contest Brazil for that #1 seed. We'll have to see if they do so. Obviously, they don't play together, those two teams, head to head until day 6. But regardless, I'm really curious to see what happens in this group and see if Colombia can overtake Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a scriptwriter at this point holding on to that match for the final day of play. Both these teams, Brazil and Colombia, currently undefeated. We'll see if both can secure basically that final day with the 4-0 to see who can break that tie. But let's go ahead and talk about the matches that we actually have in store for us today, because we have some, of course, really important matches that'll be taking place right now. For Brazil, that's going to be our first match of the day. Brazil versus Peru. And then we have Chile versus Ecuador, Colombia versus Argentina. As we move on over to Group A, another important match, Canada versus Puerto Rico. And we're going to see the United States taking their 4th match in the World Cup qualifiers here up against Costa Rica. We'll see if they can maintain an undefeated streak so far. But right now, looking at these matches today, what do you guys think are some of the more important matches on today's schedule?
I think Brazil for Peru, just because this is essentially Brazil locking in their position as that #1 seed in Group B, and then looking across the board, obviously Canada versus Puerto Rico, Canada need a win, and it needs to be clean. They need to be able to show that, again, losing against USA in such a dominant fashion was a fluke. They've already shown that they've been able to step up and significantly improve in the last matchup, but it needs to be a 2-0, and it should not be close if we want to have any of our sort of fears about worrying that maybe Canada gets overtaken by Mexico put to rest.
And it's going to be a little bit important because, you know, the U.S. did stumble a little bit in their matches last week. I guess you could say stumble. We're going to put an asterisk on that one. And they ended up dropping one map. And so when you do have those three slots available in Group A, the map differential really can come into play. So we'll see if that actually does come to fruition. But guys, we had an entire week of qualifiers. I mean, you guys know I wasn't here for it, but you guys were definitely here for it. And we had some amazing performances that took place last week across all the different roles, the DPS, tanks, and support line. We were having some amazing performances, and that's what I love about the Overwatch World Cup, is that this is a huge platform when it comes to being able to present your skills on the world stage. And as such, we have some 3 MVPs so far for last week. Let's go ahead and break those down. So one of the first one, Angel Velado, I think was on the mouths of a lot of people coming into the Overwatch World Cup. He definitely was able to perform for Team Mexico last week.
Yeah, and it's the second time as well, taking MVP, right? So really goes to show why we had so much faith in him moving into this.
Yeah, Angel was really good.
And in particular, like, you know, when we're talking about Group A, to be able to stand out, I would say, as a DPS player, like, what do you think made him look so good when it came to the games last week?
I mean, I think overall it was just his phenomenal tracer play. I mean, he just was able to whip it out, just played incredibly well. In general, on that DPS role, was truly an outstanding player from Mexico. And I think that, you know, moving forward, I could see, you know, him being that star player to give Mexico maybe even that #2 seed. Obviously, it's going to be difficult over a team like Canada, but he has been a very standout player. And I think that, like you mentioned, Jamerson, is the most important factor, is just to play incredibly well, you know, whether you're flexing over to the Ashe, playing, you know, a lot of hit scan. It seems like he's got that, you know, overall flexible hero pool on top of, you know, having the mechanics in each of those individual heroes. You know, comparing to maybe some of the lesser known regions, he really has kind of been able to pop off and at times put them on his back.
Yeah, I was loving being able to see the Ashe play coming out from him, but really being able to flex the roles again across the different heroes so far. We're getting to get a quick look at this tracer play for them, for Team Mexico, and I love to see it. North America, hotly contested in terms of the spots that are available here. Again, even getting to see the hit scan coming, or excuse me, the projectile play coming out from him as he picks up that Hanzo in this matchup.
I mean, he made it look so good that he made it look like hit scan with how often he was hitting those projectiles. And again, like Dustin said, his flexibility, we really can't question it. We've seen him on the Tracer, we've seen him on the Ashe, the Hanzo, the Reaper as well in week #1, and he's played each and every single hero absolutely perfectly. It's really hard to be able to flex onto all of these different outlooks of heroes because they have drastically different playstyles in terms of where you're positioning, how you're instigating into these fights, and it mixes up a lot of the tempo as well. The team has access to be able to properly put you into really good use, especially with things like the Ashe. It's all about poking slowly, making sure to prevent the other team from walking into those specific angles so that everyone else in your backline has a little bit of a pocket of safety. But when you're playing the Tracer, you have to play that forward position and be that first point of contact, playing incredibly aggressively to make sure that you draw the attention away from your backline in that sort of scenario. And he's able to do each and every single one of those perfectly.
It's incredible to see the kind of evolution that it's taken place, especially for the DPS players here in Overwatch. You know, no longer just having to specialize in one basic hero. You have to be able to have a deep pool, and especially here in Overwatch World Cup, where it is so competitive, especially in the North American region so far, to be able to flex on that. But it's not just about the DPS. You need someone to be able to create space for that DPS, and well, who better than a main tank? And that's going to be Daka, our second MVP for this one. Dustin, what made Daka so special in our first week of play?
It's hard to stand out in a team. I'm sorry if I cut off there. It's really hard to stand out in a team like Brazil, where they just have such a fantastic, you know, overall roster with Xfel on the support. We got Niall as well, and Ludwig and Svenko coming through, really both on that, you know, supportive DPS role. I think that Daka has been a very standout tank player, right? Being able to flex over the diva at times, you know, really showing a lot of those off tanks in his pool. And I think overall he's been, you know, a very standout player in terms of, you know, his overall gameplay on the tank role compared to other tanks that he's gone against so far. And, you know, like I said, it's really hard to stand on in this roster in a team like Brazil, but he's done so to the highest degree. I think everybody here, at least on the production staff, you know, talent, everybody here can agree that, you know, Dalka really has been a great player for Brazil, if not their best player. And, you know, that's tough to do in this roster that has been, you know, playing together for such a long time and realistically, you know, doesn't necessarily rely on individual talent and more so just team synergy.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see, and of course, I was hoping that we would round this out with a support for the MVP, but it becomes so difficult at times to try and get that. No longer is, you know, the Mercy whole team res something that's going to get you that MVP play of the game anymore. But we're going back to the DPS, and this time around, it's going to be Ram, and I think no doubts about it whatsoever. You know, nothing against the rest of Team Chile here, but Ram had some outstanding performances, really putting his team on on his back in last week's play.
Yeah, and honestly, I am so happy that we got to see him pop off because that first matchup that Chile had against Brazil didn't get to showcase Ram skills at all because, like Dustin said, Brazil are just such a dominant team. But when we saw them in that second matchup, it was a totally different Tracer. Ram was absolutely smashing every single person in his path. You can see all of these replays coming through, and everyone's just trying to run away from the Tracer, hoping that if they don't pay attention to him, maybe he'll go after someone else with those pulse bombs, and even managing as well to give himself a little bit of a redemption arc on the Pharah too.
Yeah, we got to see him slowly kind of float on over to the Ana to take her out initially, I believe, when we're here on Blizzard World, but his Tracer play was absolutely stellar, particularly when we were on that Ilios playthrough beforehand. I mean, the presence that he had, it just felt like, you know, he was playing his own game. His team kind of unleashed him, right? Like, go do your thing, go find us an opening, and then let us win the map off the back of it. An amazing play coming up from Ram, an amazing representation across the board as well from Angel Volado, Dalka, and Ram. So we'll see if they will be able to continue their performance throughout this week, because, I mean, we are just at the halfway mark right now. Some teams still have, what, 3 matches that they have to play through to try and secure their spot here in the Overwatch World Cup, and you got to continue to put on a performance like this.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important to continue up that momentum that some teams have built, and even for teams that are down right now, you know, 0-2, this is their opportunity to now come back and potentially, you know, stave off elimination, right? Obviously, in Group B, like you mentioned earlier, we talked about it, there's only 2 spots to qualify. Group A, there's 3, so it's a lot tighter of a window. You might think Group B is a little bit weaker compared to Group A, but realistically, you know, with the qualification spots and all that stuff, it can be quite difficult as it stands. And, you know, this week, obviously, is the starting point now for a lot of those 0-2 teams, 0-3 teams.
Yeah, that's right. And if you're waiting for the action, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. But when we get back, we'll have our first match of the day and of the week. It's going to be Peru versus Brazil here in the Overwatch World Cup right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Moxie and Dustin. I still keep having the urge to call you Dog.
You can call me Dog Man.
I've known you since you were
a
little pup. I've known you since you were a little pup, Dustin. We shared hotel rooms together across the days, all the way back to Overwatch World Cup, you know, year number 1. It's been an amazing journey, and I'm so glad that I get to continue it here once again. And of course, joined by Moxie, who has been amazing throughout these qualifiers. I've been loving your work. But let's go ahead and talk about our first match of the day. This is Peru versus Brazil. Moxie, like you said, this is a very important match for Team Brazil, who are currently sitting 3-0 and only have 2 more matches to play.
Yeah, this is essentially them trying to make it through conference stages with a golden stage because, like you said, they're currently undefeated, but they also haven't dropped a map. The same cannot be said for USA. So if they're able to continue these 2-0 scorelines, they're actually going to have potentially a better seeding than USA when we head into the actual playoffs event.
Yeah, super important stakes on the line here. Brazil, can they finish it out without dropping a single set, without dropping a single map? Their opponents, though, is going to be Peru, but I mean, it's Brazil. This is a squad that you guys have mentioned in the past have been basically playing together for a long time now, since, you know, last contenders for South America, and they are basically a very storied squad.
Yeah, this squad is incredibly good. I think that they have a lot of star talent on their lineup, like you mentioned earlier with Dalka, Ludwig Svenko as well. And I think Xfel's a fantastic ANA player, Niall as well. I think that this team is overall very good. I'm just a little worried, I guess, when it comes to the better teams. I know that, you know, off maybe behind in the green rooms, we talked about Brazil necessarily, you know, not necessarily being able to deal with some of the fairer compositions, potentially some of the more cheesy teams. But as it stands in the group that they're in at the moment, they look really good.
And, you know, Dustin said he's worried that, you know, maybe a Far Mercy composition, a competent one, could throw a wrench in the works for them. For Moxie here, do you think Peru have the capabilities to maybe pull out something like a cheese pick to try and throw them off their rhythm?
I mean, I don't really agree with Dustin on that one. I think Dalka is just too anchored as a diva player, and we've seen in the past that they've been throwing pharmacies and they have just taken it into their stride. I think Peru needs to sort of find other strengths because the first time that we saw them, they faced up against an incredibly strong Colombian team who had EQO, and it was literally just a DPS difference. You had the Overwatch League experience, you had that coaching, he had the mechanical prowess as well to be able to back it up. The second time, however, that we saw this team in action was where they really were able to find their footing up against Chile, and a lot of it was down to persona. Even when we saw them go up against Argentina, using that Sombra. So I'm hoping that we're going to see them try and engineer a dive composition to come out and try and split Brazil's forces up a little bit.
And we're going to be starting off on Lijiang Tower. And, well, I mean, you're getting basically what you asked for here, Moxie, right? Because there are a lot of different ways that you can play Lijiang. You can play for the dive. You can play the Far Mercy. What do you think is going to be the best look for Peru going up against Brazil here on Lijiang Tower?
Well, again, map dependent, heavily map dependent. What you would run on Gardens and Night Market pales in comparison to what you would run on Control Center. Control Center is going to be a lot of Ramatra, probably a lot of May as well, maybe a Tracer alongside it. Then when we head towards somewhere like Night Market, it's probably going to be the spat of the Symmetras, where you try and just teleport onto that point as quickly as possible, hole up on the inside of the point using the natural cover to make sure that you mitigate a good majority of the poke coming through from the other side.
And on the other side for Brazil, I mean, Dustin, you have been critical of them. You are intense on making an enemy of the world. What do you think were possible weaknesses that Peru can try and strike at Brazil here?
To be honest, for them, none. Like, I gotta be that guy, to be honest. It seems like overall Peru's an incredibly, you know, they're just not on the same level as Brazil, at least leading into this. Obviously, things could have changed in the week coming or leading up to this, but as it stands for Peru, I'm really curious to see if they have anything. They could flex on something weird, but realistically, I think Brazil, you know, versus them, it's going to be quite difficult.
All right, so now we're starting off our first match of the day. It's Peru, it's Brazil, it's Moxie, it's Dustin. Guys, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Jamerson. It's a pleasure working with you again. And obviously, Moxie, you and I have been working together for what is it, about a year now? So, you know, we've had a few disagreements throughout the years. And I guess with Brazil, maybe behind the scenes, I still think they're good in this group, right? Like Brazil, Group B, realistically, Colombia is going to be the hardest matchup. But right now, they've got to deal with Peru.
Yeah, I agree with you on the front that Brazil is yet to properly be tested. I think what's most worrying for these other teams is that Brazil knows where their strength is, to the point where we sometimes see that support lineup literally play something like the Brigida to be able to shield Svenko so he can go for those aggressive angles. They very much know that their star power is in their DPS lineup, and they do everything and they can to be able to set those DPS up to win.
You're right. Yes, Ludwig now on that Mei as well, by the way, so a bit of a difference having Svenko on that Hanzo too. They've already claimed point control, or Peru has rather, over the top, but Dalka trying to pressure with the Ramatra and Nemesis form, doing a great job building up that ult charge already at 50-60% just through those pummels, gets the immortality field as well as the re-engage happens for Peru, and they're able to find Dalka to remove that immortality field. So Peru already off to a great start. Maybe we counted them out a little too early, because now they're going to claim that point and Brazil will have to wait for Dalka to come back.
That's why it's so important that the team makes it to the point first, because they mitigate so much of that poke pressure coming through from Svenko and get to hold on to immortality field. And Brazil now are split and separated, half of them making it through the choke, but they had to leave Svenko behind. He tried to wall climb and regroup with his team behind the line, and Peru were able to hunt him down.
Oh, I'm liking this from Peru so far. They're looking really strong. They already get the cool essence, and they use it immediately. Go through the choke right on the Dalka, force the immortality field early. Potentially a counter now. Dalka commits his own ultimate, but gets deleted during it. Peru wants to go towards the spawn early on against Brazil, really trying to make a point. Forces them all the way, even force the ice block back into it, but Peru look amazing at the moment.
They're going to be able to build up as well. Things like the Death Blossom and the Blizzard. They still have to stall a little bit longer, however. That's why you're going to see Baskerville right now just poking through that choke, making sure that Brazil aren't able to step forward as aggressively as they want, because the ultimate economy is in Brazil's favor.
Well, Peru's reading it. They move back towards that point. Brazil, unfortunately, not using anything, trying to avoid some of these ultimates at the moment. Peru, though, gets hit by the Dragon Strike, now backs up towards that back at the point, but Svenko finds Rodrigo as he's kind of retreating towards the back of it as well. Baskerville goes down due to that amplification matrix, and Ludwig also on that front line. So now Peru just trying to delay, get that up to 70%. Poke comes in as well, maybe 72. Still have a Lucio delaying as well. No more ultimates have to be used for Brazil now as that point flips back in their favor, but Peru got up to 75%.
Yeah, gorgeous Dragon Strike, followed up by Ludwig being able to use that Mei wall and isolate Baskerville quite literally from his backline. So even if Suzu had the sound barrier up, wouldn't have been able to use it. He'd have to cross both that Mei wall, putting himself into position to be taken down by Svenko if he wanted to use the barrier. As a result, however, Peru will be able to have it to try to just aggressively push, but Brazil now are the ones in control of the choke and in control of stall.
Peru walk in. Svenko still looking for the pick on the back. Persona gets the TP before the wall's up and has that beat drop. Blizzard counter beat drop to that Death Blossom in the back. Also, Rodrigo Blizzard is there, so Naya gets found. Also, Xville is dove on by the Reaper, has the immortality field, but it gets removed by Persona, so the back line for Brazil is gone after the Coalescence was used by Poke as well. And a fantastic recontest for Peru gives him that point.
He split Brazil again. They were able to catch the Baptiste. Xfel is off of the map and onto the Moira because he knows that Persona is going to hunt him down alongside the help of Baskerville, who with these Ramatra zones has the capability of slowing the bat before help can come through from the Brazilian team, forcing him to go out early, and Peru can just get aggressive again.
They want more. They do run in towards Dalka, who is using that ultimate inside of Peru's engage, but it doesn't matter. His team is gone. They split towards that point. Like you said, Dalka and Ludwig both down. Svenko just tries to find something towards that point, but Peru easily run towards him. Svenko, though, does find Persona, so that could give them a decent opening as maybe Peru falters a little bit towards the end, but they do eventually find Naya. Svenko has to back away towards that point. Ludwig's back now on the Tracer. Has to recall, though. Expo's back towards that point. The Hanzo comes through the window, but he's shut down by Rodrigo. So you're just relying on Ludwig and Dalka to maybe find a pickoff in this fight. They're able to get Suzu. The Coalescence runs out and able to get Poke as well. Brazil working themselves back into this fight. Persona has found Exfil, so that main support is gone. Ludwig also finds Rodrigo. Persona goes down in somehow, some way. Brazil recontest this point last second and claim it back.
Yeah, they're able to focus down all of the squishies, just ignoring Baskerville on the Ramatra, which is absolutely the play that you want to go for. That tank is nothing without those supports sustaining him through it. However, Peru have built up to ultimates. Brazil going for these composition stops so they can touch onto that point after having coming back from the respawn, have reset a whole majority of their ultimate economy. Peru have the means of taking this fight after.
Well, Peru just wants to run right towards that point, it looks like, kind of ignore Brazil, and they almost do so until Dalka connects both under supports of the backline of Peru. This has to be a quick reset now in entering last fight territory.
There's one composition you don't want to just blindly run past, and it's a composition including a Doomfist.
Yep.
Something that their support lineup immediately finds themselves. They're too close to the Death Blossom and the Blizzard to go for that swap onto the Symmetra, and as a result, once again, they're just going to have to go straight to that point, and Dalka is going to be waiting.
92% of the board. Dalka going for the punch early, still has that ultimate ready to go. Peru goes coastal. Need to avoid those boots. Death Blossom onto Dalka, actually. Persona has to back away because he's stunned out of that ultimate. Does make it to the rest of his team, but Dalka is well aware the cooldown is removed for Persona. They also have that beat drop engaged. Blizzard for Rodrigo is here, but a massive EMP from Senko, as well as... Did he just get booped off the map and hacked as well? Suzu cannot actually commit that beat drop to an effective degree. They did claim that point back, but Brazil removed Peru from the map and take round number 1.
Looks like EMP cancelled that Blizzard as well from Peru. We hear the voice line. We know it's been thrown out from Rodrigo 5D, but no one gets frozen up on that point, and EMP is the only thing, aside from maybe a well-placed Doomfist punch, that could have offset that ultimate actually connects you onto the ground. Svenko, very strong, no matter what TPS hero that he's flexing onto. This is what we talked about, right? That flexibility of the Brazilian composition. Even when they're quote-unquote outside of their comfort zone, they're still able to target focus and use that synergy that they've been playing together literally since Overwatch 1 to be able to take these targets down one by one as one singular hive mind.
Very good points. And you know, on the opposite side, obviously Peru lost that round, but you know, to take Brazil all the way to 99 maybe bodes well for their future. TP out of spawn, Persona goes for that Symmetra, now swaps back to the Reaper. Meanwhile, Svenko stays on that Symmetra, uses the shield to charge up the beam, make sure he gets a lot of that damage, but really can't close in on his point just yet, waiting to use their teleport there as well. Peru surrounds that point, really prioritizing keeping this objective in their favor. Svenko still going for pokes with a lot of that right click, making sure they can maybe just chip down Peru on the inside, get rid of all his resources, but Rodrigo finds the pick on Ludwig. Brazil might have taken a bit too long. Svenko now down a member, has to back up towards that white room, though has that high charge beam. Peru's well aware of that, so they need to work their way onto Svenko to make sure he can't get that damage off, and they do so quite well. Baskerville finds that kill onto Svenko as well as the point earlier on, and now Brazil have to back and regroup.
Perfect game sense coming through from Peru, identifying that there's still a Symmetra on the side for Brazil. They immediately have to lengthen that distance so Svenko isn't, like you said, able to charge the beam off of Baskerville's shield and then let the team walk forward with it fully charged. As now we see the swap come through, but Peru with an early coalescence can just again hound Brazil down before they're able to fully form a group.
They get any kills though. Baskerville goes incredibly low as well on that front line. The Blizzard needed for Rodrigo to attempt to win the fight here and now. They do get traded, both Ramatras, but Rodrigo eventually finds Ludwig. Now has to back up, get some healing on the inside, but eventually will fall to Nile. Meanwhile, Peru now backing towards that point, commit the beat drop to continue winning this fight, but Brazil may be taking that. Now come back in with an own beat drop. Persona goes early aggressive at the front of this choke point, but goes down to the beat drop of Nile, and Brazil looking for him there as well. Now regrouping towards that point is Brazil. Peru have no ultimates after committing all of them in that lost team fight. Baskerville goes down as well, just kind of staggering now towards that point without any ultimates. Suzu just trying to delay it a bit longer. Point gonna flip back in Brazil's favor.
Peru need the next team fight to be fast. Brazil are sitting on both Death Blossom and Blizzard, two ultimates that they can use to stall and equalize the percentage that Peru have already picked up. They need to go in, bleed these ultimates out, and then immediately pull back. Don't throw in Coalescence, don't throw in Annihilation, just let Brazil play themselves.
See what Brazil does here. Taking poke down incredibly low. Death Blossom into the backline. No kills from it directly, but everybody's chipped down so incredibly low. The healing resources are not going to keep Peru alive, and that's a fast team fight for Brazil with just the Death Blossom.
Fast team fight and building steadily up to Poke's Coalescence as well. So if Ludwig does try to throw that in, Peru can try and use the Moira ultimate to sustain through. They have to be on point with the target focus, however, as Nextfell's going to have a Coalescence of their own to be able to mirror.
Peru has proven before they like to go aggressive, so we'll see if Poke goes for that ultimate early. He does so. Against the Blizzard, though, Ludwig commits that Blizzard. They find Suzu with it as well. Ice block committed from Rodrigo. Baskerville goes down, and even with the Coalescence popped, it wasn't enough. Just the same versus...
Expel holds on to his Coalescence. This is the difference. Both of these teams are going to have Annihilation Dustin, but only one team has a support ultimate to be able to keep that Ramattra standing when he uses it.
Rodrigo has built that Blizzard. Maybe it could result in something as Brazil, like I said, do have a lot of that sustained beat drop coming up soon too. For Niall's side, both support ultimates versus the DPS ultimate of Rodrigo. And that ultimate from Baskerville, like I said, they go aggressive with the Coalescence on that front line. Dalka just waiting to use the ultimate now. Commits it onto Poke, also onto Persona. The Blizzard, unfortunately, was zoned away for Brazil. Up to now 82%. Peru desperately trying to reset and get a regroup, but 85% is quite rough.
Yeah, they hold on to Annihilation. They use the Coalescence first to get Dalko into a position so when Blizzard gets thrown out to zone Annihilation away, the Ramattra is able to sidestep it and still keep winning this fight for Brazil. Death Blossom, Soundbar sustainability as we head into this next team fight as Rodrigo forced onto the Tracer, but no one can touch Dustin. And that was a falter on Night Market. That was a falter on that first fight on Control Center. But the second that Brazil were able to offset the tempo back to something that they were more familiar with and control those spaces and the chokes, it was the same strong Brazilian team that we have known ever since these weeks started.
You're 100% right. I mean, they figured it out. They knew what Peru was doing. It started to get a bit too easy to read, I guess, right? Because they just kept going for those aggressive engages with the Coalescences, and that was kind of like their entire game plan. And I mean, you said it, Moxie, but this seems why Brazil is that top team at the moment, where it seems like, you know, you could find some sort of room. You can get them all the way to 99%, but Brazil, you know, seems steadfast and really just came back as a unit, even 99-0.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw, there was so much game reading coming through from Brazil where they understood the ultimate economy that was available for Peru. They knew what Peru would be throwing into those fights. They held back. The fact that both of those Moiras had Coalescence, both of those Ramatras were approaching Annihilation. We needed to see Peru hold on to that ultimate. So if Annihilation comes through from the team that is available to just pull back to that point and hold on to it and choke for as long as possible, they had the means of sustaining and sending their Ramatra in with the ultimate to be able to create the space for the rest of the team to walk through. But what do? They use it aggressively to get through choke.
It's just so smart. And if you're just tuning in, Brazil just obviously won that first map, and obviously this is a first to two. So if Brazil wins the second one, they'll win the series outright. The round robin obviously means a lot moving forward. Meanwhile, for Peru's side, obviously now they're on that back foot, Moxie, and maybe can you run me back? What do you think that Peru had going for them in that map number one that could be at least some takeaway, especially since now you have that map pick coming into map two?
So the game plan was very obviously go after that backline for Peru, right? The second that we see Persona on the Reaper, Baskerville on the Ramatra, they do just ignore Ludwig and Dalka and try to just move on to Exfel. But unfortunately, that game plan starts falling apart when we see the Moira swap come out. And it feels like they had one plan, and then when something ever so slightly shifted on Brazil's side, we saw the panic and the hesitation come out onto Peru's, where they thought, well, we were aggressive before, that's why we found so much value, let's just continue to be aggressive. But because they weren't making that aggression tempered and ebbing and flowing into those different fights, it just got too predictable, too easy for Brazil to be able to read and punish in terms of ultimate economy and early first pickoffs as well. So moving forward, I want to see Peru hold on to that aggression, the confidence that came with it, but be a little bit more defensive and passive in certain areas. So it's not as simple as Brazil just going, okay, they're going to reset, they're going to run straight at us. What are we going to do? We're going to kill one of them. We're going to have a better ultimate economy, and then we're going to win the fight overall.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is really an interesting thing to think about, I guess, going into next game, because like you said, it's just a bit too telegraphed so far from Peru. Maybe a bit of, tempering that, like you said, could enable them. And, obviously on the next matchups, that could be something that it goes in their favor. Obviously, personally, I like to see the aggressive play out of Peru. I'm really curious to see what they run on these next few maps, because, it's pretty obvious, right, Moxie? It just seems like Brazil probably will have a read on what Peru's going to do, because obviously they've locked that Moira composition. I mean, surely they don't, shy away from running that same comp, right?
Yeah, now that they've seen that the game plan originally for Peru is go after the backline and try and force Dalco on the Ramatra into a brilliant, comfortable position where you don't get to be aggressive with your cloak and claim space, instead you're doubling back to make sure that your own backline is safe and theirs, you split the team that way and deny a lot of resources for the DPS lineup. Moving into someone like Route 66, I hope that we're going to be able to see Peru complete those same splits. It's pretty easy to be able to isolate backline and frontline and force that tank to have to jump in between, helping out both the DPS and the backline in tandem.
An interesting pick. Maybe you would think for their composition they'd like to run something along the likes of King's Row, you know, but obviously, you know, Root. Or wait, you can't run that on this map. I'm silly. What am I thinking? It's Escort.
King's Row, I think is too tricky with chokes.
Well, yeah, true. That's a good point. And
chokes and off angles are Svenko's best friend. So the fact that we're not seeing something like Watch by Gibraltar or King's Row come through goes to show that Peru have a very good understanding of where Brazil can literally just make that payload stop and stall.
The funny thing is they actually can't play King's Row here. that's why it's kind of silly for me saying that, because it's obviously hybrid on map number 3. And for Escort, you know, like you said, I mean, why not maybe go to like a Circuit Royale or a Gibraltar? Is it just because of the fact that maybe this enables you a bit more with Escort, with Root specifically?
I think, again, Route 66 has just that open space for those snipers to be able to really hammer home. Peru, when we've seen them at their strongest, they haven't been running into something like that Hanzo or the Widowmaker or even the Sojourn. They've been running things like this Reaper or the Sombra and the Tracer. And that's where Route 66 allows that composition to really be able to find its footing and breathe into those flank spaces where you are that distraction, you are that mosquito that just buzzes around the backline and buys everyone else in your team so much more space.
I think, you know, myself and maybe everybody here too as well kind of was underestimating Peru leading into this. I mean, obviously Brazil did take that map number 1, but to push Brazil all the way and really just kind of take advantage of the fact they're playing that Baptiste really with that aggressive play style. I mean, I don't think we touched on it enough. That was a very surprising map number 1. You know, obviously getting staggered at about 85% was pretty rough for them on that second round. But, you know, leading into Route 66, I don't think we can count Peru out maybe like we were beforehand.
Yeah, again, because like you said, we saw a really strong team on that night market. Where the wheels started falling off a little bit on the composition was when they just stuck to the same game plan, even though there had been changes made on Brazil's side. We saw the Doomfist come through, the Sombra come through. So that rotation to the point where you just move Romain as quickly as you possibly can, it doesn't work the same way that it has in the past. The Doomfist can literally just sit above that high ground, wait for you to walk from choke. One person gets left behind. You don't have anything really to be able to counter the charge as well. Something like a Brigade Shield Bash or a Reinhardt charge or even a Doomfist off your own or a Sombra to be able to hack it out. And as a result, it just leaves you too vulnerable. And I think, again, that goes back to just Peru needing to have an understanding of when and where to go aggressive. It can work out brilliantly on Route 66. If you play hyper-aggressive as an attacking side, you take away so much space that the defenders have, as well as making sure that there's nowhere that they can really regroup on that A. Not being able to take that high ground back effectively is going to severely limit the impact of Svenko. But again, we have to see that aggression be well placed.
Yeah, hear me out here, Monk. So like, it seems like they kind of have to play that play style, right? Because you know, with those specific heroes and also with teams we've seen so far, like you can't afford to play like passive with those type of compositions. It just seems like, you know, a lot of the better teams will, you know, take advantage of that passive play style and really kind of just not give you any space or, you know, not give you any respect as well, just kind of taking their time as well. And it seems like what Peru was doing was kind of nice. I mean, they were at times going outside of the box and going towards the spawn of Brazil. I mean, we haven't seen Brazil get pushed to those limits just yet.
Yeah, I was a huge fan of how proactively Baskerville on that Ramatra was being with those zones, really pushing Brazil massive significant steps backwards and probably being able to utilize that zone from a Ramatra that we often see being used really strongly to be able to catch these straggling Lucios when teams are trying to disengage. But if you just play proactively with them, you can split a team and guarantee that you're able to find one pick at the exact same time. I think, honestly, in all of the Ramatras that we've seen so far, they have been the most impactful zones coming through from Baskerville just yet.
Yeah, 100%. And For the side of Brazil, they still looked pretty good at points, right? Obviously, that's what you talked about them before, Moxie. I mean, they've been playing together for so long, and, you know, it really does show, especially towards the end of when Peru's maybe potentially about to win. They just couldn't get any target focus on Peru's side. Meanwhile, Brazil just, boom, immediately started getting those target focus, truly just recontesting that point, even down a man. It was just overall fantastic team play out of them, right?
Yeah, ignoring the Ramatra as well. If you try and take that Ramatra down, not only do you allow Peru more time to be able to regroup, but you also allow their support, their backline, to be able to just hypercharge those ultimates up, because the tank's not going to die and Coalescence is just going to board in the absolute blink of an eye. So really smart target focus coming through from Brazil, which again just goes to show the infrastructure that's already in place for this team, given that, like you said, they have played together so frequently, so often, a lot of them coming into Overwatch at the very beginning as friends, already knowing each other.
You know, obviously still waiting for the map to take place, and, you know, on Route specifically, anything could really happen. And now we get to go in, Moxie. Maybe a bit of different compositions played as well, considering, you know, it's such a different map than Lijiang.
Well, there's the dive that we wanted to see. Baskerville on that Winston to try to dethrone Brazil's Svenko, who's running out on the Ash and no doubt going to be trying to hold sway over Big Earls. Nice to see as well that Poke is going to be on the Ana to be able to support the Winston. Not a great fan of teams trying to run Moira alongside it, purely because it means that Baskerville is forced to jump out far earlier. Since Moira, obviously, unlike Ana, can't heal you mid-jump, you have to be a lot more hesitant, a lot more passive on how you're able to play those. Should be aggressive dives.
Sitting back at the moment. Svenko went for his dynamite, now backs up to Big Earls, like you said earlier. Now, Svenko just gets to play at the back of the map, letting that cart kind of make it towards that first bend. Not going for a potential spawn camp like we've seen out of Team USA previously. Svenko looking for those shots as well, just able to do so. Baskerville gets poked down incredibly low, but that's going to give some ult charge to Poke or Rodrigo, whoever gets a lot of those heals. Meanwhile, Dalka on that front line has been charging a lot of damage. Anti-grenade by Poke, try to go aggressive, but it's blocked by Naya. But immediately, Svenko peeks one corner, but Persona shuts him down, and then also takes down Nile. The shield removed, and then so is the Brigitte. That's a 2K for him. Diego also will chase down Xville. Fantastic from the Hanzo of Peru.
Yeah, Svenko going for an off angle away from that Brig shield. Peru have anticipated that Naya on that Brig is going to be using that shield to help Svenko, and Persona is just waiting to see whether or not Svenko gets a little bit too aggressive, trying to play off of those dynamites, and he's immediately off of the Ash onto the Hanzo. Not just so that he has that same one-shot potential, but also that he gets the same information with the Sonics.
Meanwhile, that Sonic, like you said, stuck on that Brigitte shield of Naya. On the back, Dalka comes through to touch the point. Persona now has to give up some space to Ludwig, trying to maybe find that Hanzo down below, or at least put the pressure onto him. Basketball has to jump out of that spawn. Dalka has that Deagle Bomb as well, drops towards that payload, towards that objective. Anti-grenade committed, but it's blocked again by Nile, who has been doing a great job shutting down the anti-grenades of Poke, but they built the nano boost first. Brazil only at 70%. Meanwhile, Poke has his, uses it on Baskerville, sends him aggressive. Sleep dart on the Dalka too, and an anti-grenade as well. Forces Dalka to jump back, and they cap it behind their back. Peru sends Diego towards that cart to get the objective through, and I think that's an obvious C9 right there.
Diego channeling his inner soon. They punished the fact that Dalka had gone for that backline that he tried to push onto the Ana and Brigitte, and as a result, when the sleep and anti-need comes through, the boosters just take him too far away from the payload to be able to touch, as Peru once again get to set up on the high ground and push Brazil into really uncomfortable positions, essentially having to expend ultimates just to be able to break through some of these chokes, which is not what you want as a defender.
Hey, maybe we're sleeping on Peru here. You know, dropping that Dragon Strike of Persona did go into the defensive matrix, though, into Dalka. Anti-grenaded yet again after it's over. It gets out to demect, actually, so forced to use a Diva Bomb, even though he's found Persona. Meanwhile, a pulse bomb from Ludwig. Svenko also connects on to Rodrigo. Brazil worked their way back into this fight after a Nano Boost and Diva Bomb play.
Yeah, Brazil doing a very good job of using that self-destruct to lock Peru's positions down so that Ludwig gets to play incredibly aggressive, but it does mean 3 ultimates now have been deprived from the defensive side in Peru. They did use a Dragon Strike, but that was all that they expended on their avenue, as Baskerville's going to have the Primal. They just have to make sure that they don't get picked apart by Svenko.
Dragon Strike towards that left, but Peru's already made it through, also with that rally to keep Poke healthy. As well as build that nano. Meanwhile, Baskerville over the top with that Primal Rage ready to go. Potentially peel here from Naya. Does use the Primal Rage early, but is peeled for by the entirety of Brazil, who is committing that rally. Baskerville understanding that, backs up to the rest of his team, gets that cart payload pushing forward, gets the nano boost as well, goes back aggressive towards the backline, but he's flailed away. However, the Hanzo's still in kind of a position that's dangerous, but with all those packs from Nile, it's going to be incredibly hard to kill that backline. Diego with the pulse bomb connects on Exfil and Nile, though, over the back. Meanwhile, Svenko and Dalka trade it. Diego, though, still running havoc on the backline. Dalka goes down. Ludwig, though, on that back as well, is traded poke. He's still trying to find the Hanzo, but Persona hits that shot. Now it's a Hanzo v Hanzo, and Persona comes out on top yet again as they push that payload towards the end. Peru enables themselves in that fight.
Yeah, Ludwig unfortunately not able to take Persona down with that blink into melee strike, and Persona gets to chip away at these regrouping members of Brazil. Baskerville there too on the high ground to try and chunk the health down low enough so the Hanzo doesn't have to fully charge and can continue to apply this pressure as that payload is still sitting ever so close to that checkpoint.
It is, but you know, so many team fights that have to happen on Route 66. Second phase has that Dragon Strike ready to go. Tracer is pressuring him. Ludwig doing a great job trying to shut down Persona. Persona knowing that tries to fight the Tracer. Meanwhile, Svenko goes incredibly low, but is able to find Basketball early. Meanwhile, Dragon Strike connects towards that bottom angle. Persona's able to find the Brigitte off of the zone from him. Poke also is there with the anti-grenade, and Rodrigo's gone aggressive on that front line as well. Meanwhile, Diva Bomb towards the bottom of that cart. Has to remake into Rodrigo's flail, and Rodrigo is just closing things out for Peru here at 3K for him, and then move this cart into third phase.
Same mentality as Brazil. All those fights ago, Dragon Strike used to lock down Dalka's position. He's the only one who can keep that payload contested so Peru doesn't get to use the Hanzo ultimate to be able to sneak the card in again. As Diego is looking to sneak his way into that backline with the pulse bomb. He's been able to pick up both of the supports in the past with one ultimate before punishing Brazil grouping up so they have better line of sights onto the Hanzo. It's definitely going to be looking to do it again, but Svenko looks for his head and finds it first.
Nice shots from Sensko. A sleep dart from Poke, though. Almost could kill that Tracer if he had the follow through ready to go. But with the Diva there, it was tough to actually get a clean, kill onto that Dragon Strike. Meanwhile, committed from Svenko. Doesn't enable them to find a kill necessarily until Ludwig found Persona. Nice shot for him. Another sleep dart again onto the Tracer, but it's woken up immediately by a flail. Poke has been hitting some nasty sleep darts and nades, and they peeled through with that Brigitte to rally over Rodrigo. Now go over that top angle to keep this fight going forward. They commit the nano into Basketball as well. They want to win this team fight right here, right now, or at least force that rally out of Nile. They're able to get that kill in the next build. A nice shot from Persona on the Hanzo on the left side. Basketball does get poked down incredibly low, but he gets that Primal Rage in time. Now dives on the Nile, trying to force him away from that spawn to potentially get that kill as well. Great juggle from him. Also, eventually we'll find Svenko. Diego is there to find the eventual kill onto Nile. Svenko has to back away, but has no more double jump. Basketball eventually will find it in Peru, slowly enabling themselves in this fight. Nile drops over to that Zenyatta instead of on the Brigitte as well. Expo gets that nano boost on the Dalka, who hands it E-Bomb ready to go, so that should buy them some time. Maybe even get them a kill, but the flail burst away. Dalka can't get the kill just yet either. Backs up to the rest of his team. Great disengage from Peru, but an anti connects onto Persona. Dalka understanding that goes aggressive onto him, but eventually it washes away. Peru's there with the peel. Poke has found Ludwig. Fantastic kill from him. That should give them an opening as the Diva Bomb finds absolutely nothing. Dragon Strike also still available. Persona commits it towards the spawn. Expel finds Poke though. But Diego with the Pulse Bomb should eventually close things out for Peru. They're able to get those two. Ludwig though does come back. We've seen Brazil succeed in these very dicey situations before. Svenko finds Basketball as well. And Brazil not out of it just yet. Diego eventually will find Svenko. It's just on to Diego on this left side, though it forced the recall. Nice shots from Brazil's DPS and eventually Nile here as well. They're able to find Diego too. Brazil hold on for a bit longer.
Naya coming back on that Zen as well is instrumental in this. Peru, without the nano and that rally frequently up, just do not have the means of being able to sustain the rest of these teams. These squishies like Diego on the Tracer, when you're taking 25% increased damage from every single shot, 150 health, the blow of a wind through your hair is going to be more than enough to be able to topple you. As Brazil sitting on that Dragon Strike, sitting so close to that nano boost. Ludwig trying to find a one clip as Peru are forced back by the Dragon Strike.
And a boost rally in this fight as well. Basketball touches that payload to start. Overtime, Svenko desperately trying to find those shots, but isn't in an angle to find a kill just yet. Now comes back for the peel, though. Nice peel from Dalka. And Svenko there with the shot, too. Genji desperation rounds for Peru too, and eventually Persona will fall, trying to get that payload into the checkpoint and maybe under Brazil's noses, but Svenko will eventually find Diego. Naya also finds Rodrigo, and Peru will get stopped last second on Route 66.
There were cracks, however. Cracks in what we thought was stainless steel armor for Brazil, and a lot of it came down to just predicting where they were positioned. Again, you sort of look back at how much resources this team uses to be able to set up Dalka, Svenko, and Ludwig, and you see that a lot of the time Exfil and Naya are playing incredibly close together. And if it's visible to us, it's visible to Peru. Specifically, it's visible to Diego. That is twice now we've seen him land double pulse bomb kills onto both of these supports in one fell swoop. And it again just comes down really ironically to the fact that Brazil think by playing their supports so close together, it's making it safer for them. It just puts both of them in the crosshairs of the pulse bomb detonation.
I mean, just fantastic work from Diego too. And like you said, it is like a mixture of the backline maybe misjudging how they should play, but also, I mean, Peru kind of closing things out. It's hard to get that far, hard to get to 70 meters on Route 66, right?
Without that swap onto the Zen, I have no doubt that Peru would probably have been able to full push. The Zen coming through forced Peru's hand into trying to make it past every single player on Brazil's team to take that Zen down, because they don't have an orb of Discord, they don't have the rally, they don't have the nano boost. So when that Discord orb lands on someone with Brazil's target focus, they're able to just ruthlessly take that one person down and move on to the next.
Well, Brazil trying to enact on that, bend, not break kind of strategy. We'll see how they do on the attacking side, running that Zenyatta and Ana this time. Maybe to pressure out Baskerville, who has been playing very aggressive, maybe trying to capitalize with the Discord, like you said. Meanwhile, that cart makes it around this first bend. Diego still sitting above. Potentially an aggressive dive is available for Peru, but Exfil finds the Tracer. Fantastic work from Exfil onto that flex support role, has been able to flex over to that Zenyatta. Meanwhile, Niall makes it his way over to the Ana, gives them that opening pick off that aggressive Tracer, and also an anti-grenade from Niall's here. So Peru really not out of it just yet here either. Need to regroup. Nice pick from Exfil.
Yeah, but Peru, because it's been such a one-sided push to come out, they were hoping that Diego would make that opening for the rest of the team to be able to have more space and utilize this high ground. None of them have been able to build up ultimate charges. As Brazil, again, just get to please how Peru comes back into this fight with the Zen so far back, no one can dive on him in time.
I mean, it's too tough. Basketball gets caught out there as well. The anti-grenade from Poke earlier on, I mean, it just really makes his life hard as well. He's trying to go for an off angle, and they can't recontest now, right?
Yeah, it's not as well just the Zen. So many of Brazil's players are focusing Baskerville down when he goes for these dives. He cannot drop the bubble early because it's just going to get absolutely shredded by both Svenko and Exfil. Taking it down as we see Baskerville bend the knee and acknowledge that the Winston's not going to work. It's too easy for Svenko to headshot. He has to go diva and use the defense matrix to be able to actually create space for dive.
Does have the defense metrics as well for Ludwig's pulse bomb that is coming up, but depending on how Ludwig plays this, he's such a crafty player, really able to.
I mean, notice Svenko hacks the diva mech too. He's onto Sombra now.
Yeah, they try to pressure out Svenko early on though. Diego forced a recall though because of that. There's a duel on that right side angle. Brazil still getting a lot of cart time during this fight. Peru desperately trying to find maybe a pickoff or some sort of space. They do get that Ana shot on the Logan to give up that flank angle for him, forcing him back towards that cart, with Ludwig having that orb of harmony that should enable him to play as aggressive as he chooses. Now dives to the backline, drops the pulse bomb, but doesn't have a lot of the positioning. Diego gets the nano, meanwhile, towards the mega health pack, but Exfil shuts him down again with the peel. Everybody in Brazil trying to enable Exfil in that fight, though, because of it. Persona was given some space, gets Niall in that backline. Exfil goes under as well. Daka over the top, gets forced out of the mech. Has to commit that Diva Bomb, though, to get that second life. Meanwhile, the card's still pushing forward. Brazil, no ultimates, but do have that Discord, like I said earlier. Moxie, Persona commits the Dragon Strike to get some space now towards that card. Actually gets a kill with that Dragon Strike 2 onto Svenko of the Sombra. Maybe Brazil will now have to back up, give a little bit of space to Peru.
But it's only going to be temporary. They can just rubber band straight back in when Svenko is back from spawn, because Peru, other than something like self-destruct, don't really have the means of being able to zone out the implications of this EMP that comes through from Brazil's side. If they want, they could even get aggressive with Exfil Transcends to play off of the Sombra space.
Poke trying to back away in the face of Peru, who walked through, or Brazil already, who walked through the top, but a nice Diva Bomb for Baskerville. Gets that kill in the Nile. Persona also connects on the Exfil. Yes, the car was pushing a bit, but Peru do have that man advantage. They also still have some ultimates ready to go. Brazil trying to back away through the main side. Rodrigo still spy checking for the rest of his team, and Brazil now have to regroup for their wait for the sports to come back.
Cannot stress how important getting those kills early in that fight were. Brazil was setting up for EMP, and Peru had nothing other than self-destruct to be able to peel for it. Now they're going to have Nano Boost and Rally, and Ludwig goes down early, so Brazil are going to hold on to the Sombra ultimate even longer.
Diego Roundler has been so impressive on this Tracer. Brazil now, do they want to go for this push? Down a person. Xfel ready to go for that kill yet again, like he's been able to do on to Diego. Does have that peel from Nile, though. Xfel, you know, walking forward. Now EMP from Svenko as well. Dalka's there with the follow-up, and also Rodrigo falls, so both supports down now. Transcendence from Xfel to stop Diego from getting that kill. The final blow as well. This should give Brazil a bit more space here, too. Although, you know, they are dove upon the back. Dalka comes back for the peel. Persona tried to find that kill. Xfel also gets on to Diego, and now they're back towards that payload. Setting up 3 on that cart to Peru. Want to get that Riggy test, you think, Moxie?
I mean, they have the means to do so. Nano Boost goes on to Baskerville to be able to make that Diva mech tanky enough for the rest of these members to start positioning so that this Rally armor finds its target.
The Rally Nano out, like you said, and not able to find kills necessarily just because it's, you know, a tank and 2 supports. Really hard to have that damage to get any kills here on the Riggy test, but they've bought some time for the team to come back. Svenko has found Persona, though, who was trying to wall climb up to the high ground, maybe a bit disconnected from his team. Dalka still has the Diva Bomb as well, comes back for the kill onto Basketball, who lost the mech to Xfil. And that Zenyatta pick really has been doing wonders for Brazil now as they close out on second phase and it brings us to third.
Yeah, because Svenko is just making sure that Baskerville doesn't get the opportunity to actually be able to punish that Zen's would-be vulnerability. Diva should be able to run laps around this support. But Brazil's DPS have been doing such a good job of making sure that Baskerville is forced to turn around and peel, going after Poke and Rodrigo 5D, forcing the boosters always to be on cooldown, so that Xfel gets to survive and properly use this Discord orb to just chunk through Peru's defenses.
Sona has to kind of change his playstyle around here. Double jumps forward, though, into Svenko. Dragon Strike also eaten by Dalka, who's doing a great job. You know, you see mainstay tank player so far with a lot of these Defenses Matrix plays and also flexibility. Meanwhile, Ludwig able to find Diego with the Discord Orb and Harmony Orb. EMP now on to Rodrigo, the back line. Diva Bomb was committed by Baskerville, but, you know, everything is kind of falling apart for Peru at the moment.
Diego is so close to the pulse bomb, but again, Brazil are just going to be ready for it. Xfel's going to have Transcendence as well. Naya's going to be able to have that Nano Boost to be able to save the Squishy as Baskerville's onto the ramp, trying to find any pick that they can, isolate one of these members of Brazil with the zone, and have the team collapse.
Diva Bomb from Diego is available. Meanwhile, Ludwig has his own, connects onto the shield, but shield put away, shield back, drops the pulse bomb off of it. Are almost pushing towards that checkpoint, 2.46 meters. Dalka looking for that peel as Peru's been incredibly aggressive before. Diego was incredibly low. Down to literally 1 HP. The Nano Boost committed on to their Amato the front line, but Diego's already down. The Rowley and Nano were just on the Baskerville, who doesn't even have an ultimate ready to go. Or the Nemesis form now commits into it as well, but he's eventually going to be tracked down with the Discord Orb in Brazil. Bend don't break. I mean, they close out onto Peru now. Get that 2-0 victory. What a win from them over Peru, who at times put up a fight. Eventually, Brazil really just shuts it down. Nice win for them today.
Yeah, again, it feels like Peru came into Route 66 with a game plan, and that game plan hinged on Baskerville being able to play the Winston. And that game plan, unfortunately, had to be thrown right off the edge of Route 66.A when we saw the Zen come through, because not only do you have the Discord Orb and the Orb of Harmony, you also get so much more shield break with the volley to be able to make sure that Baskerville just never had that bubble available, never was able to create the space for the rest of the team to be able to play off of. And even when you went for that Diva, we saw Svenko went to the Sombra more than capable of being able to shred that mech. So the defense matrix, what Dalka was able to use to be able to gobble up the ultimates and peel for his backline so successfully was never available for the other side.
A hard game for them. Now let's bring back Jamerson to maybe talk with us about pretty much what happened in that game. Welcome back, Jamerson. Good to see you again, man.
I mean, it was a hard game for Peru, but it was also a hard game for Brazil. You have to give it to Peru for really pushing them to the limits there on Lijiang. We got to see that there were some weaknesses in the play coming out for Brazil. When we were talking about that neutral matchup on Lijiang, Moxie, it was 2 teamfight wins in a row on both, what was it, on Night Market and on Command Center that went the way of Peru. And so it looks like possibly there in the neutral, Brazil might be a little bit weaker.
Yeah, so Peru in that neutral just had far better positioning. In that first fight, they were the ones who were able to get on top of that point. The first time they had the natural cover to be able to hide from the off angles that Spinker was trying to take. They could wait for Brazil to be out of resources like the Immortality Field, and then the second that that goes down, they can play incredibly aggressive, knowing that they've still got that lamp on cooldown if things go a little bit for the worse on their side, and it's the exact same story. On Control Center, they know that there's a sim on the other side. They immediately distance themselves so the sim gets far less value, and it forces the other members of Brazil's team to have to play far more out towards the open, making them easy pickings for Peru's team.
And it was a little bit scary there when we were here on Route 66. Peru were kind of breezing through first and second phases. It was ultimately when we got to that third phase of Route 66 where Peru faltered a little bit. And honestly, I feel like this was more for mistakes made by Peru in this match on both Lijiang and on both Route 66, where they weren't able to just get the win that they really were so close to deserving there. But for Brazil, it seemed like they went back to, what Dustin kind of pointed out earlier on in the show. You know, if you catch Brazil off tempo for a bit, it takes a while for them to really catch their footing, right, Dustin?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they kind of that comes down to, we always talk about this has been kind of a mainstay in the World Cup. It's a lot of that experience, right? I mean, Moxie's brought it up before. I think that a lot of these teams, you know, either it's a lack of experience or target focus or a team play together kind of enables other teams to come back in a lot of these fights, which that's obviously, you know, something that you really try to avoid as a team. It feels, that's like the worst feeling you guys know in Overwatch, is when, you know, it feels like you're about to win, you're 9-0 and then it all just slips away. And that, a lot of that comes down to target focus, especially in this game. It's kind of one of the most important things, the communication factor in this game. It's the reason why a lot of these Korean teams in the game are so good, is because they just really have a lot of that target focus on point. And unfortunately for Peru, that really, you know, bit them in the butt towards the end.
Yeah, and looking at the tank line as well, Dako versus Baskerville. Honestly, Baskerville drew a lot of resources his way for his team. There were 2 nanos that ended up going fizzling on him because they had a disconnect in, I don't know if it was the comms or what, but the nano would get popped. He kind of waits for his cooldown for 2 seconds to jump back in. And I feel like that could have been a huge difference maker in a lot of these fights for Peru. On the other side, though, Dalka was doing an amazing job on this diva, so much so that Moxie, that they had to answer in kind on the other side for Peru.
Yeah, so to defend Baskerville somewhat, one of those nano boosts, when we actually saw Peru trying to defend on point B with the nano boost onto the diva to be able to tap onto the card, was literally just to sustain as long as they could, so that they could then come in with the rally and put Persona into a position to be able to use the Dragon Strike. And it fizzled out, like you said, because Brazil had the target focus. They understood, like Dustin pointed out at the time, that they had sustainability, but they didn't have kill potential. So as long as they're able to just chase all of the other members away from that Hanzo, pounce on Persona, take away the Dragon Strike, not only have they been able to secure that checkpoint, they've also snowballed into point C, because Peru just don't have sustainability in the fight afterwards. They don't have the nano, they don't have the rally. They both burnt it a good 30 seconds ago, and they've only got the Dragon Strike to rely on, something that Dalka then just gets to wait and see for the telegraphed moment. And surprise, surprise, he gets another defense matrix to connect onto the Dragon Strike. And again, Peru just don't find that reset button that could have forced Brazil backwards.
Yeah, and as much as I want to talk about how, you know, admirably Peru were able to perform here. I mean, we got to see some amazing performances, right? Diego on the Tracer was fantastic for them across the board. Brazil, they just had some answers. Now, going back to Night Market here, I feel like this was more of a, we saw the desperation changes coming out from Brazil just to hold on to this point. Going over to the Tracer, going over to the Doomfist to get back onto the points. Is that something that they can maybe pull out more frequently, or are they going to have to continue to play maybe the Maeve or Matra for those points?
Yeah, I think they could. Like, I think it's definitely a viable composition, what they tried on Lijiang. And but, like, you know, honestly, what it comes down to for me, Jamerson, is it feels like when we look at a team like Peru, like they had things figured out, right? They had individual heroes at points, maybe somewhat lacking with Baskerville's Winston. But besides that, I think that overall this team had, you know, despite the composition they played, a good mentality coming into it, knowing they're a team that's 1-2 at the moment versus a team like Brazil. I think that they really had a solid game plan overall. Unfortunately, this didn't work out for them at the end. So I think they could go with any composition realistically, because they seem to have a very flexible hero pool.
And now that was an important win for Brazil. They were sitting at 3-0 without dropping a map. Now they are 4-0 with a +8 differential, going undefeated. Now they're going to be able to take a short break, of course, for themselves. They will not be playing tomorrow. They're playing on day number 6 up against their final opponent in Colombia. But it looks like Peru at least exposed some weaknesses in Brazil's play for Colombia to really take a look back on and maybe try and take advantage of when that matchup happens. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have Chile versus Ecuador for the Overwatch World Cup right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Just before the break, we saw Brazil basically punch in their ticket for the next phase on these qualifiers here, now sitting at 4-0. But we're moving on to our next match. It's going to be Chile versus Ecuador here. Both teams, though, struggling just a little bit. Chile currently sitting on a 1-1 record. On the other side, though, Moxie, Ecuador are currently 0-2, but that's not the complete tale of the story for their scoreline.
Yeah, both of these teams are sort of comrades in arms, given that both of them went incredibly early up against Brazil. So we're yet to really see the proper strengths. Chile, however, on their second showing on that match, was the team that we were expecting coming into this. I'd heard so many good things from all of these different players about Ram and how dominant he was on the ladder, and we finally got to see the Tracer play come through. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to keep him on the Tracer, because Ecuador have in their 2 games played vastly different compositions, one of which involving heavily Pharah and Echo. And we've seen Ram flex onto the Pharah before, but I'm sure Dustin will agree, we both prefer him on the Tracer.
Yeah, it's been difficult to judge the relative strength of both of these squads. We have to know that, you know, right, we just saw Peru narrowly missing out on a win up against Brazil, in all honesty here. And Chile were able to get a victory up against Peru last week. Ecuador on the other side, though, Dustin, they had a really rough start. They had to play up against Colombia on day number 1 and then Brazil for their second match.
Yeah, this is going to be a real test for them at the moment, too. I mean, this is no easy game either. I mean, Chile's looking like, you know, that solid third team, even in this group, right? At the moment, it seems like what Mox was talking about, Ram, I think they've got such a great lineup. So realistically, this is going to be another hard matchup, right? The number 1 potential, the number 2 potential, now the number 3 potential. It's just a hard game after hard game after hard game for, you know, this team over at Ecuador. So I'm really looking for a lot of individual standout performances here for this team. You know, otherwise it's got to be rough versus this lineup of Chile.
Yeah, on the other side, like you said, Moxie, Ram was doing some amazing work in that matchup up against Peru. There were fights on Ilios where he was basically hard carrying it, but I mean, you noted that there was a difference in the way that, like, Chile wanted to play their dive, right? They just completely ignore the tank and just go for the back line.
Yeah, and that's 100% the way that you want to play going up against a team like Ecuador, who more than likely are going to be having Emiliox play on that Doomfist. Ignore the Doomfist, go after the backline when they're not able to have that avenue of fuel, because the Doomfist has to burn all of those abilities, all of those cooldowns on being able to enter into a fight, as opposed to getting out of it to be able to help his backline when they get pressured by that Tracer.
Yeah, now it's coming down to this. Both these teams, they need a win if they want to stay competitive here in Group B, where we only have the 2 slots available for them. We're going to be starting it off on Nepal. And given what we've seen so far, 2 matches played by either side, we haven't seen Nepal coming out from either of them. What can we be expecting in Nepal in terms of, like, legend composition, or excuse me, hero compositions, Dustin, when we go into Nepal?
Definitely something very fast-paced. I would not be surprised to see a bit of a Tracer out of Chile, and, you know, for the opposite side, maybe a little bit more Pharah, right? You know, like we've seen from Ecuador's side, and I think that regardless of the compositions, I think it's going to be something quick, right? Obviously, not a lot of poke compositions on a map like Nepal.
Okay, well, it looks like the match is ready. Chile currently sitting 1-1, Ecuador 0-2, looking to get their first victory. So let's go ahead and take it away, guys.
Thank you, Jamerson. Going into the game now, 25 seconds left before we get on the spawn doors. Moxie called it before. You think that this team will probably play that Pharah comp, this Ecuador side?
It's hard to say on Sanctum, right? If we do go somewhere like either Village or Shrine, where the skyboxes are a little bit more forgiving, absolutely. But here, where you're limited in terms of the space that you have, especially if there's a hit scan on the other side who just takes that back corner and gets to sit back and just try and 2-tap you, you really don't want to go for something that's a little bit too exposed, as both of these teams going to be fielding the Ash. The second DPS, however, is where we're going to step away from the mirror. Urel on that Mei is going to be able to try and wall off Chile, with that avenue being taken away from Frag to play as aggressive as he wants, as opposed to Ram, who's going to try and close up the distance and harass Nabido and Kangon on that backline.
About knowing that Ecuador wants to play aggressive, sitting at a passive angle, but gets hit by the dynamite of the opposite side. Here, just gets poked out a little bit. Ram, though, waiting around the back of that mega health pack to Nobito actually takes double headshots from Devout. Nice shots from him. Looking for that Baptiste. Ram actually loses him, dropping towards that point, but they're still up a member in this team fight. Immortality field gone. Fract is there towards that point on that Junker Queen, and Chile will make this a fight 1 win and capture that point first.
Genji over the Mei has that speed and ability to be able to just push onto these players that have already been brought low by things like that Ash Dynamite and Frack coming through with things like the Carnage. Now we're going to be seeing Ecuador now that they see that it's just the Ash and it's not even a pocketed Ash filled towards the forest. They can still try and just pressure out Chile's aggression and get this team safely through choke.
Well, they're ready over that white side, but Ram wants to come in left and dashes through that backline in of Ecuador, removes him from the game, sending him back to the spawn. We're 30 seconds left now. Chile, though, just get poked down. Frack down to half HP, but has that Rico heals here as well. 33 seconds left. Dash back towards that point. Ram, Ecuador is just trying to wait for the team to regroup, and Nobito's back on that Pharah. You said before, playing good on that right side. The Rico swap, yeah, and that's the maybe stay alive for a bit longer too. Maybe avoid that dashes. Dash through though from Frack with the ultimate into Lanzu, or into that backline. Able to get off that Carnage, but Urel able to get Lanzu. That's a nice opening pick for them. And then also the Rico swap coming into full effect. Devout is removed, even though he's dropped a Bob towards that point as well. Trying to go for the 1v1 now. Ram on the left side with that Rico, but it uses that Suzu to sustain. Ram now drops back towards that mini health back though. Chile's still holding on towards this point, although it's been of a weird fight. Able to get 1 kill. Nobito trades it back onto Papo. Lucio removed, trying to get this point back in their favor. Has that barrage. Well, now committed onto Ram. Find that kill, but Devout's able to get him in the sky. Looking out for that Mercy, but been too hard to avoid it. Coach Gun to avoid falling in the pit. Eventually, Jarell will find him too. Frack is able to trade it though, and Papo as well. So even though Ecuador are finding individual kills, Chile are trading it back. Emiliox does remove Lanzu as well, but he goes incredibly low, and eventually with the axe is removed too. Frack on this Junker Queen has been amazing for Chile to move over to 96% on the board.
Yeah, and it's going to be final fight territory. Chile's still sitting on Simon Barrier and Blade, and no one from Ecuador can even get close enough to touch the point. This is the strength of Chile's composition, and this is the weaknesses of Ecuador. Without that Pharah being able to just burst these targets down low, the Doomfist nor the Tracer can't really capitalize, nor do they get the space to be able to play, because just the sheer mobility of Papo and the Lucio, Lazu on that Kiriko, Frack on the JQ, Ram as well, just getting there on the Genji to be able to just outdash and outpace and outrotate everything that Ecuador has, means that they're never fully united, never getting to play off of the spacing nor the damage that the Pharah should be setting up. And it means that the team is just too separated, too easy to be able to conquer and turn into all of these separate 1v1 fights, where with Chile's composition, they all have the self-sustainability to be able to win out in the long con.
Yeah, it is so good from Chile now. Playing the same composition they ran before, Devout though on that Tracer instead of the Ash. Meanwhile, Ecuador's side sticking with that Pharah and Kiriko. With Karagorn on the other side. They're walking through now through the main side. 13 seconds left before the point unlocks. Ram just looking for these shurikens across the map. Frack able to look for that Kiriko as he dashes back towards the team. They know he's over here. They want to chase him down. They've really gotten all those cooldowns out of Ecuador's Kiriko. So they're still putting pressure on that backline. Point now unlocks. Barrett comes through, but Ram eventually will find that Kiriko. Mercy will fall to Ram too. And those cooldown dash resets are working to the full effect right now of Chile's side. Jarell is able to find about on the delay, but not after the point goes in their favor in the team fight too.
One thing to note as well is that Chile fully aware when we saw this map come through that Ecuador would be playing to that pharmacy, and they have Devout not on the Ash but on the Tracer, because they know that they can ignore the pharmacy. Ecuador are playing 2 split away from it to be able to capitalize. They can literally turn these fights 5 versus 3 and then deal with the pharmacy after.
They walk on through towards that point, but do get poked out. Emilius goes incredibly low, and Ram will find him as well. So nice work from Chile to remove the Doomfist early on. No more tank in this fight means that Ecuador's space is really lost. Jarella also gets found by Devout on the backside. Chile, yet again, another fight win for them.
Ecuador at least are making these fights a lot faster than they were in the last round, so they are going to be able to come in with ultimates into this next one before Chile are able to pick up over 50% of the point. The problem is you're running pharmacy into a space that you're not controlling, so it's going to be all too easy for them to just sit on this dash, dive into the barrage, and have all of the damage deflect off of the Genji and splash back onto the Pharah.
Nobito walks through main, but really not connecting a lot of these shots. Will drop the barrage in through it. They're able to get a kill, but Nobito eventually will actually remove himself from the lobby too with that barrage off the wall. But Ram again too with the beat drop. Lezu combines for Drell too. Now 70% of the board. After ult hits used for Ecuador, they're unable to claim that point.
How are they going to deal with Blade as well? They don't have the loot here. They're not going to be able to speed out and disengage it. Ural's going to go on to that Sombra, so most likely they're going to try and hack Ram before he can find the kills to be able to set up these dash resets. But again, they have to walk through the minefield that is Chile's defense is on the high ground. Not if Kengo's able to take the bite down though.
Nice work from Karen Norm. Finds the bite down there, about there with the blade into the sky. Although Frack removes the kill before he can get the dash reset, so unfortunately he's just gonna walk around with no value. Unfortunately, bit of an AKM blade for him in that fight, but you know he's been able to get value from it before. Meanwhile, aggressive ultimate from Frack. Ram is still there with the follow-up. Devout is there with the pulse bomb too, and Chile are absolutely in the driver's seat at the moment. It's map number 1 over Ecuador.
Yeah, Ecuador, unfortunately, again, they've tried to play this pharmacy composition before, and it's incredibly strong in certain regions at the moment. The problem is that they're not playing it to the full strength, and by running both the Doomfist and initially that Tracer as well, you're cannibalizing your usages of health packs, because the Doomfist is relying on the health pack, the Kiriko is relying on the health pack in TP, and the Tracer is relying on the health pack in TP, because the Mercy is 24/7 there with the Pharah. That's why we see teams, when they run the pharmacy composition to its strongest, run with the Ana, so that their tank, normally not on a Doomfist either, on something like a Diva or a Winston, is able to close up the distance, still play off the space the Pharah provides and chip those targets down low enough, but not always relying on going back to the health packs and thus taking away resources from all of the other squishies. And when you're running up against a Genji, well, Ram knows. Control the avenues and entrances to the chokes, control all the health packs, and unfortunately, Ecuador just don't have any sustainability left.
That's a very good point you bring up. I mean, it's just hard to really get anything done when you're so health pack starved. Very good point, Moxie. And now, you know, for this team of Chile, we kind of talked about where, you know, it was kind of tough to gauge Ecuador coming into this, but I think at this point we kind of fully understand who Chile is at the moment, right, Moxie? I mean, it seems like their entire team is super good, with Frack potentially playing that Junker Queen at points, Ram onto the Genji, Tracer about as well, being a very consistent Ashe or Tracer player in his own right too. I mean, this is a very good team, and it seems to me, Moxie, that Group B has an incredibly good like parity to it. It's just really close in Group B, besides, you know, maybe even with the top 1 or 2 team.
So the thing that impressed me the most in that entire fight is that Chile understood not just that they had win conditions and being able to control the movements and avenues of all of those chokes, but that even if they lost members, as long as they played the objective of that point, all of them have means of self-sustain. Right, so they can literally just keep stalling, and we saw it on Sanctum. They are down so many players, but because they just have the Junker Queen, have the Lucio, the Kiriko, every single time they're able to hold on to that point for the next person to be able to tap in and make sure that it continues to be under that control. So the pharmacy composition is never at its fullest, because the pharmacy needs control of that space to be able to set the Pharah's spam damage into holding onto those chokes and translating it into kill potential and time potential.
You know, speaking of which, on Ecuador's side, Moxie, I mean, is there anything we can even take away for their side? I mean, it seemed like Chile was just kind of dominating them, and they really found nothing, right? It just seemed like Ecuador tried to find, you know, opening pick or some sort of clean dive, but it would never work because, you know, like you said, it was just too hard to set it up. But was there really anything there for Ecuador, Moxie, or am I grasping for straws here?
So they tried to run the Ana, and then they saw that, like you said, it just took too long for them because they'd lost those first opening fights, especially on Sanctum, to be able to safely set up anything past those chokes. That the Ana would literally just get jumped upon the second that the pharmacy was away, and they had to go onto the Kiriko. But again, that just cannibalizes all of those resources that they have available. Taking us to King's Road, you can still run the Pharah or the Echo if you want. You get a little bit more cover on your defense to be able to hide behind. You have the entirety of the wall that is just hotel. Then we move into street space and you have all of those rooftops that really smart Pharahs and Echoes are able to use to be able to conserve their shift abilities while still holding onto that high ground avenue, to have that pressure that comes through from that hero who exudes so much spam damage capability that if you don't have control of the space, you can never really put it into play.
You talked about before, we've talked about it in the green room too with Nobito. I mean, it seems like, to me at least, based on the last map, at points, Jarrell was playing super good, right? Like Jarrell was an incredibly decent tracer. Do you think maybe that if they played around him a bit more instead of this Pharah, this could maybe swing back in Ecuador's favor?
I think so. Like, again, so much of a pharmacy composition feels like a big trap, honestly, at the moment, where teams see Pharah doing incredibly well and think, okay, well, if we field a Pharah of our own, we're instantly going to be able to win because the other team isn't going to know how to deal with it. But the problem then comes in the form of all of these teams do know how to deal with it because they've been experiencing it, whether it's on ladder, whether it's been in contenders. These teams have experience and they understand how to deal with a pharmacy. You ignore it entirely, move on to the rest of the team. The Mercy's immediately pulled out of position to be able to find these reses, and that's where you punish.
Yeah, great work from Chile so far. Playing back already as well with this Junker Queen composition. It's kind of a treat to watch it too. I mean, Frack has been so good on the Queen. Meanwhile, Anti committed from Kern on that backside, but it's immediately cleansed by Lazu. Great job with the Suzu from him. Chile playing back as well. Dynamite, the Winston on the front line. Frack's already found with a Jagged Blade. Kern and also Miliox falls too. Now it's easy for Ram and the rest of his team to chase down Ecuador. First fight win for them.
This is what I was talking about in that last matchup, right? Aggression, but tempered. They wait for the bubble to be out and on cooldown from Emiliox. Then we see the Jagged Blade come through because he's not on the Diva. He can't defense matrix it. Grabs onto Kengon, and without the Ana, Chile gets to move aggressively forward and punish a lack of sustainability on the tank.
Anti-grenade, Kern on the backside, but it's dodged by about too obvious from him. Now Concussion might go aggressive onto the top of Clock Tower. The Suzu's here. The peel as well from Devout to maybe avoid a lot of the damage. Ram also has found the Ana of Ecuador, so no support besides that Mercy on the front line as well, as the respawn eventually will come through. Frack is able to get Jarrell again, and they just keep getting stagger picks after stagger picks at the moment. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left now for Ecuador.
And look at these rotations that Ram is taking every single time Ecuador tries to push in. It's through Hotel. And what's in Hotel? A health pack. Yet again, Ecuador are deprived of these resources that they should have to allow themselves to go aggressive and play off the space that Urel's preventing.
Very aggressive play as well from Chile on that front line with Bob now too. Papo and Frack combined on that on the back line of Ecuador, and that's a very fast team fight for them off the Bob ultimate.
They did, however, use the Bob, so that's one less thing that Chile can use to sail on that point and keep it contested when Ecuador get to be aggressive with these ultimates that they're coming into. They sacrificed the Pulse Bomb purely to send Urel onto that Sombra to try to push Chile's attention away from this pharmacy, away from this Winston that jumps in.
They're ready to go with that barrage. Coach Gun from Devout has been successful before, and getting Emiliox off the high ground, but the barrage is now here. Suzu won't save them. Devout and Lazu both fall to a fantastic barrage play from the Mito bunt. Frack has traded back Kern on that in the main side of King's Row as well. Frack trying to maybe play it patiently, build up towards this beat with Papo on the inside angle. Immediately we use the Rampage too. Connects on to Nubito, gets him out of the sky. Emiliox goes low, has the Primal Rage, but the res is there. Hack also onto Frack, although he's a tank, so has a lot of that survivability potentially with that continued rush now. Unfortunately, misses the Jagged Blade. Will go in towards that back with the Carnage, but he's slapped. Amazing sleep, but Ram is there with the Blade 2. Dashes through the Ana eventually. Nobito finds him, but it's just far too much damage from the side of Chile too. The bout connects on the Nobito. Papo will find Pabaloon, and Ecuador sadly will be shut out here as Jarrell tries to hide a Sombra in the back line.
He's that one chance. He cannot afford to get spotted out, and Chile are going to be doing everything they can to try and figure out where he is. No, he has to translocate out. He's still alive, but he's out of position to be able to use his EMP, and he still gets hunted by Papo.
Oh no, it's terrible. Unfortunate for him going down there, but he'll get back to the spawn doors. 26 seconds left, at least entering last fight territory. Lobito trying to poke at the back. Frack has just been kind of just chilling. Feels like in Ecuador's main side. They're just ignoring him during this fight, but Frack has shown you can't really ignore him because him and Ram combine for that front line. EMP towards the point, and Miliox does find Papo. The barrage is here, but the bout shuts it down. They're up a member in this fight too because of previous engages from them, and Devout finds Papaloon, just the Winston with no primal rage. Overtime, surely it is popped, but nobody else can touch now for Ecuador, and that's a first point hold for Chile.
You mentioned that Frack pretty much just gets to vibe on the Junker Queen, and it's because there isn't really anything that can contest him. That's the problem. Every single time Ecuador try and actually push onto that point, they have to rotate and deal with all of these different obstacles in their path. They have to send the pharmacy to try to deal with the Ashe and then push onto the backline, and Miliox as a result is the one who has to go in and provide that space, that opening to be able to burn out things like the coach gun, and then that means that Frack is only really contested by Ken gun on the Ana, and even if you're able to land the anti-nades, guess what? They're running up against the Kiriko, so they get cleansed immediately, even when the sleep lands. And that means that Ram just gets to continuously hound the Ana down because there's no peel available on Ecuador's side. They're playing so aggressive to try and provide that opening from the pharmacy that the Ana is once again left behind vulnerable. And just as we saw on the previous map of Control, Chile identify that they have an avenue, they have a little window of opportunity, and they immediately grasp it with both hands.
20 seconds left to maybe think about what they want to do here. Ecuador on the defensive side, walking towards that Ramacho Reaper May composition. You know, maybe throwing something at Chile at the moment, but you know, it does seem like Chile are in a very dominant position right now. You know,
they're playing counter aggression at the moment. The May, the Reaper, even that Ramatra is all designed to slow Chile's approach down as they move through from choke. But Devout's even holding onto the Widowmaker because there isn't really anything from Ecuador outside of the primary coming through from Ural that can actually try to keep this Widowmaker down.
I mean, Ecuador are grouped as 5, so Chile are well aware of where they're at. Looking for that sniper shot, just sees the hand, the nails of Moira. Dive now comes through under the bout, but he jumps up to the high ground. Reaper doesn't even have fade or teleport up there either, so he's able just to back up. Totally safe. Chile now grouped around the backside of the hotel, able to get towards that point. Ram also finds Nubito, who is left behind. Kern also is dead as well, and Chile are really not playing with their food at the moment. They're rotating towards the rest of the point, but they do lose Lazu. Also Ram, so Miliox traded back and forth. The Widow, unfortunately, is about missing a few shots, leaving everything in terms of damage onto Frack side. Papo is there as well, so they do find a Miliox. Papaloon will go down. Tracer now just a touch, one tick, maybe make another. Finally, Devout hits a few shots, gets rid of the Lucio, removes that Moira too, and just the Tracer to touch the point. Is he even going to do so? Doesn't look like it. Then Chile will win 2-0. Very convincing game over Ecuador.
You kind of get the miniature carousel play as well coming from Chile, where they showed a debates on that Widowmaker, and it forces Ecuador to rotate away from Hotel, freeing up the space and tendency for Chile to immediately be able to move in and onto that point with very little congestion coming through from the defense, and very quickly they've been able to bypass choke, which when you're running that May and Ram should have been where Ecuador were able to burn the most time off the clock.
Yep, and you know, obviously I think, you know, Chile would just look super good. I think that's the only takeaway we could have. We'll have to maybe a bit of discussion now with Jamerson as we bring back our host of the day and of the weekend. Jamerson, I mean, just dominant performance, right?
Yeah, Chile looked fantastic there, and one thing I really wanted to note was that swap, right? Last week, Ram was just putting on a highlight reel performance on that Tracer. This time, though, he takes a little bit of a backseat, going on over to the Genji to provide a little bit more burst with the dashes, following up on a lot of the damage that Devout was putting out for his team to confirm a lot of these kills, and also play along with more of the burst that was coming out from Frack. On the other side, though, Ecuador, it seems like they're a little bit one note in how they want to play, and Moxie, you noted it when we were on Nepal, that they put a lot of resources into making that far work, but it just kind of altered for them.
Yeah, I mean, when you're putting that many resources into a pharmacy composition, it has to be finding the value. You have to win that first fight. Not just to have a better chance of being able to hold on to the point and stall for the fight afterwards, but to make sure that the pharmacy isn't at its weakest, getting back into a space where you don't control, where you have to burn that shift immediately to be able to navigate up into the sky and have that damage potential, and you don't have to hold on to it to try and navigate away from the damage that was coming through from the hit scan on the other side.
Now for Chile, they were running Frack on that Junker Queen across both maps here, and we haven't seen too much of it, particularly in the Americas region. But what made it work so well in this matchup up against Ecuador, Dustin?
I mean, definitely Frack's individual mechanics has got to be one of the biggest reasons. I mean, they pretty much just covered Ecuador on all fronts, right? You know, the back line, front line, everything kind of enabled the Junker Queen of Frack and really just made the series look easy for them. I mean, it was just kind of it was just far too easy for them as a team, and maybe that's what enabled the Junker Queen. But he was really good on the Queen. I'm curious to see if it maybe works against some of the top teams in this group. But obviously, you know, the Junker Queen itself, the mechanic of him was phenomenal.
So that's going to be a 2-1 scoreline for Chile, and they're looking down the barrel at Colombia and also Guatemala as their last two matches for this group. But this is a very important win for them, keeping them within contention to try and get that second spot now for Chile. Great looks for them. Who would you say was the standout performer for Chile? I would have to ask Moxie in this matchup.
It's really hard because, like Dustin said, all of those players really held their own in terms of meeting the win condition that they needed to, right? The DPS were hitting their shots and making sure that they didn't properly have to peel. But that backline Frack and the Junker Queen was able to just be an anchor on all of the points that you needed contesting. And to that, I have to say Frack, like, he was not only being able to hold his own sustainability, but the jagged blades coming through, punishing the fact that there wasn't really anything Ecuador could do aside from just giving up the space and trying to play off and on an off angle, play a little bit more hesitantly, a little more passively to try and just wait the cooldown out. Guaranteed so much more space for everyone on Chile's side.
Dustin, would you agree that Devout was the player excuse me, not Devout, Frack is the player to look out for here in Chile?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it is tough to really actually have a full story when it's so one-sided. But I think Frack for sure played very well. I mean, you can even give it, like you said, James, you can even give it a shout out to Devout. I mean, he played really well on the Ashe too, and Ram. It really is tough when the game is just that one-sided, and it just kind of doesn't give a chance to Ecuador.
Yeah, we have to live in reality here because it was definitely one-sided. Two big wins now up against Peru and now here up against Ecuador. That's the 2-1 for Chile, really keeping their hopes alive to move on to the next phase of the Overwatch World Cup. But that does mean we're going to have to take a short break. When we get back, we have our final match for Group B today. It's going to be Colombia versus Argentina right after the break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Jamerson joined once again by Moxie and Dustin. Quick question. Do you guys have like a casting pairing name? Like, what does the community come up for you guys?
Well, I don't know. Wait, do we have one, Moxie? I throw us on this. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do we got? We got Mox Man. We got Mox Dog. We got Dog Mox. We got why are you making me come up with everything right now, man? I don't know.
I kind of like Dog Mox there at the end. I kind of like Dog
Mox.
Mox. You were firing them off there real quick. All right, let's get back to business here. We have one final match here in Group B for the day, and it's going to be Colombia versus Argentina. And now this is a very important match for Colombia because they are currently sitting on a 2-0 record. We just saw as well Chile getting their second victory, so they need to be able to keep pace here. But in this matchup, Colombia, you guys said it yourself, definitely one of the more favored teams here in Group B. Moxie, what do you think Colombia have going for them in this matchup?
Well, I mean, straight away, we have to mention it, right? EQO, he's back! I'm so happy. I'm so happy he's back. We were a little bit concerned given how long it had been since we'd seen him in an esports competitive spotlight, but there is absolutely no rust. EQO is looking just as competitive as he was when he was competing all the way back when he was competing for the Philly Fusion, and he is looking incredibly strong. Something that Colombia have very quickly identified and are literally just piling the resources on so he can carry in the DPS department.
The only person that's taken a longer break from Overwatch than him has actually been me, the one on broadcast. So it's great to see familiar faces again. Like I said, joining once again with Dogman, but being able to see EQO here. This time around, though, competing for Colombia, I believe last time it was for Israel, if I remember correctly. But they are facing off against Argentina here. Now, Dogman, I'm going to give you the difficult task here. Argentina, what are their strengths? But first, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Colombia here, because even though EQO has been a standout performer, you know, there are other players on the squad. Who else stands out for you?
Well, yeah, EQO, I mean, Drama at points will stand out. I think Eternal was really good on the May. I think that's been a standout player for me of this team, of this Colombia roster. And I think that, you know, they really have to prove today, you know, as a unit, that they are one of the best teams in this group. They really need to, obviously, like you mentioned earlier, just secure that second seed, but also just like they need to be able to compete with Brazil. So in order to do so, you got to destroy these teams. You got to dominate these teams in a fashion that really gives not a lot of room, because a team like Argentina, they really want to get that one. They want to get that one game, you know, and potentially not be that last place in the Group B.
Yeah, for Colombia, they only have the 2 matches that they've played so far. Brazil has already completed out 4 games. They get to take the next 2 days just watching over tape here. Argentina on the other side. Moxie, what did you see out of them that could possibly throw a wrench in the works for Colombia?
I mean, they have some really weird compositions that they come out with. They have Gatsby a lot of the time playing towards the Orisa with Okuno onto something like the Moira, which is something we see very similar to what San Francisco Shock were running a couple of weeks back. Oracle as well, and the Tracer has greatly impressed. So hopefully we're going to be able to see him try and keep pace with EQO and Drama, because like Dustin pointed out, Eternal tends to be that second DPS player who comes in and plays the Mei. Drama tends to be the Colombia team's traditional Tracer player. So it's going to have to be a Tracer off with both of these players, creating more space for the rest of the team and guaranteeing safety as well for the backline. Something that both of these teams are going to be in dire need of.
We're going to be starting it off once again here, going over to Nepal. So who gets the heads up in this matchup in Nepal, Dustin, between Colombia and Argentina?
Colombia for sure. I think that Colombia, you know, we try to remain as unbiased as possible, right, as casters. But I think leading into this, similarly to the Brazil-Peru game, I guess, we kind of thought that they were just the far and away better team. It's kind of that way for Colombia over Argentina at the moment. I mean, obviously, Moxie called that earlier with EQO coming back. I mean, their overall lineup is just so damn good. So obviously, leading into Nepal, we've got to favor Colombia.
Now for Colombia, they have to keep pace with Brazil, who are currently sitting on a 4-0 record with an 8-0 +8 map differential. It's going to be up to them to not drop a single map here. Argentina, can they play spoiler? Well, Moxie, Dustin, it's all for you guys to break down, so go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, actually, Jet Set Jamerson, for a lovely introduction. And, you know, coming into Nepal, Mox, we've seen it already today. We're going to see it again. You're excited for this one, huh? The Orisa?
I like to see the Orisa. Like I like to see some teams come in with traditional identities of themselves. I don't know whether or not Colombia are going to like to see it, given that Orisa is that Ramatra matchup. Orisa finds a lot of value being able not just to be able to keep pace with that Ramatra ranged poke, but also deny a lot of the close range that Ramatra looks for when a javelin connects, immediately pushing you, not out of Nemesis form, but further away so that the pummel can't connect onto the team behind.
Colombia already grouped up towards that point incredibly quickly. Will get ready to Maywall off Argentina as they walk in. Fast bit, poke down to that Reaper of EQO. He's looking for a push on that backside with Colombia, or looking to bait in Argentina. Looks like that wall came through of Drummer, understanding that EQO plays back after that cooldown too. They try to wall off the Orisa, but it just forces him back for now. Luckily, Gaspa has the rest of his team. They poke EQ out down incredibly low towns at their main side, but use that spin, keep a lot of the damage away. Now the third Maywall that finally comes out gives him the kill on a Gaspa. Super Gomez also finds Walther, and just like that, Argentina will collapse to Colombia as they win fight number 1.
This is why EQ is playing the Reaper. They're anticipating that Orisa pick to come through, and look at the charge on Death Blossom, 74%. Not only are you able to chunk this Orisa down, but you're able to zone out the rest of Argentina's team as a result. And now if Argentina try and take that flank route, well, EQ is already standing above them.
Oracle's got to find these opening picks now for Argentina to give them a chance in this one. They do jump and check that EQO is up top, forcing him out of that high ground for now. But he still has the teleport to go. Oracle, there we go. That's an opening pick that Argentina needed. Lucio removed Colombia, no longer have that speed. And he also finds EQO. Fantastic two-shot from him. And then they drop the Dragon Strike 2 to continue this fight dominance. Argentina, great work from Oracle now. Coming back into the point Colombia does to delay, but Argentina surely will capture out this point and get these dagger kills.
Yeah. Immortality Field even invested from Argentina's side so that they can go aggressive and look for those target kills. Dragon Strike 2 splitting these members of Colombia's team, sitting on that point so that they can't stall percentage for very long, and Colombia are only going to be able to pick up 57%. They are, however, coming in with ultimates, but Argentina now at that distance have the means of positioning around them.
Yep. And this is the wickedest for Argentina. It's really finding these one-shots with Oracle's side. Nice redirection from Colombia, though, to go back to the main side and commit the coalescence from Hug. But Gasta with the lance able to find Drummer, although EQO with a Death Blossom removes the Immortality Field and 2 members of Argentina, though it's traded back by Walter. Super Gomez, understanding that, has to remove Akuno, in which he does so. Now has the ultimate still ready to go on to Gaspa towards the point. Just goes into the Nemesis form to eventually find a mix. It also removes Walter. Argentina, understanding they're in such a difficult position, just going to take the wipe and reset.
Yeah, Javelin throw, unfortunately, coming out a little bit too early there from Gasp. He needed to hold on to it to be able to connect it onto EQO and stop him going for that incredibly aggressive Death Blossom, which immediately just won the fight for Colombia. And now, because it was only off of the back of a Coalescence, to open the space for the Death Blossom, they're sitting on 3 stall ultimates. As Argentina do have a Terror Surge, there's no Life Weaver on Colombia's side, so they're not immediately going to be able to pedal platform Gaspy out of it, but they can still use things like the Fade and that shield to just make sure they can poke these members out.
I would like to see them a bit more proactive, but now they actually dive onto Oracle. There we go, that dive with EQ on Super Gomez. Great work from Super Gomez to follow up on EQO's call. Also gets rid of Walter, 92% on the board. Now Argentina have already committed the ultimates, and unfortunately, they're just getting dismantled as they walk towards the point. Colombia will take round number 1.
Yeah, Oracle onto that Tracer swap, not going to be able to tap onto the point in time, and it's going to be a 100-43 base scoreline on Shrine as we now wait to see where we're going to end up next. Is it going to be Village, where both of these DPSs are going to try and play that Mei, or is it going to be where we actually end up? Sanctum, which has far more power afforded for this Orisa pick, given that you can just use the Javelin spin to just body these players often into the death bit.
I have a question for you, Mox. I mean, a little off topic, but is a Javelin considered a lance? I was thinking about this. Is a Javelin considered a lance, like, or no? You know? You a Javelin expert?
I
or
would
lance?
assume, since they're both named 2 separate things, that there is a significant difference.
No, but I thought it would be like in the category or something, like with the lance category. Maybe there's like multiple things.
I would classify it as a spear.
It's a spear? Okay, so spears are okay, lances are spears, javelins are spears, but a lance is not a javelin. Okay, I was thinking about this for my own record, but Argentina walked through now out of that main side. 10 seconds before the point unlocks. Colombia also have EQ on that Sojourn, which he's ran before as well. No Maywall to catch off Argentina just yet because they've rotated so quickly away from that side, kind of just swapped positions with Colombia. Colombia now on their side of the map. Meanwhile, Argentina on Colombia's side. EQO looking for that one shot with the railgun build up as well. In fact, they're just giving that point early on. Argentina just give it up.
No one can tap point on Argentina's side. EQO may have an off angle, but he does it from the point itself. And Argentina, because they all rotated side lane, had no one to contest.
Yeah, they're not exactly doing themselves any favors here, though. They do try to find one shot with the backline, but it's EQO that finds it with the railgun onto Akuno. Suzu used the sustain, but unfortunately without the speed, they're just sitting ducks, and Colombia win that first fight and build up towards 25% of the board.
Yeah, you really don't want to try and out-rotate a team that has a Lucio compared to one team that doesn't, especially when you're up against a Mei and a Ramattra who can just wait for Walter's wall to go down. EQ on the off angle can still just poke pressure onto the members behind it and in front of it, and as a result, your abilities are always going to have far more value, especially now you're stuck in choke.
They go with that ultimate, like you mentioned, ready to go. Wall off again. Perfect walls from Drummer so far. The co-license is there from Hug. Immortality field removed. They just commit the ultimate too because I guess just why not? Immediate team kill. Team fight win for Colombia.
You make it pretty dominant in that fashion because you go into Annihilation. You guarantee that Argentina's team aren't able to really deal damage to Colombia, so their ultimate economy is not going to match what Colombia are sitting in now that they're going to have still access to the choke. Gas does have Terra Search. Please check Oracle.
Do, but you know the Blizzard's still out. Gasper though with the ultimate as well is able to potentially get it out. Waits for the shield. 2K off an ultimate from him. Fantastic re-engage with the Terra Surge. Argentina get 3. Now force Colombia all the way back, but it did take a massive ultimate to get the job done.
Good game sense to come through, however. Given that when you're in Terra Surge, you are technically unfortified, so the Blizzard is not going to cancel the Orisa ultimate early, and Colombia were all just waiting to pounce on the members of Argentina stuck inside the Blizzard, so all of them get grabbed into that Orisa ultimate. And finally, Argentina are off the 0% scoreline. Still have to deal, however, with the overclock from EQO.
Both walls, amplification matrix also here. EQ over to the back. Nice Suzu onto Oracle to keep him healthy, although he was, you know, in a relatively safe position. That cooldown's already used. Colombia well aware of that. Sent EQO all the way around the point to set up with that overclock. They're pinging out his position. They know where he is. They sent Oracle to try to counter it, but he still gets to walk out. They counter Blizzard, though. Argentina on to Super Gomez as they were trying to set up the overclock play. And they're on to EQO. What a pulse bomb from Oracle to shut out that railgun and the ultimate of Colombia. Argentina look to win this team fight now. Just find some stagger kills onto Hug too. Eventually gonna find Drummer as well. Maybe Colombia was a bit focused on just setting up EQO and we're unaware of the Blizzard of Walter.
Yeah, Oracle, honestly, like you said, doing such a good job of marking that off-angle position that the Sojourn was looking for. EQO now onto the Genji, just in the same way that we'd seen in the previous matchup, trying to utilize the fact that Argentina don't have speed in these rotations to be able to chunk through this backline.
Ball through. Healing Orb as well, committed to keep Super Gomez alive. A bit longer. Terra Surge again, committed by Gasta, forces the beat drop. Meanwhile, oh my god, what a javelin into Super Gomez, who was stuck in the open trying to build up towards that annihilation. That would have been a huge difference maker. Now the potential stagger kills could come through onto Argentina or onto Colombia, knowing that Colombia has to back up. Now 90% on the board. Argentina, do they want to give up space or stop this choke point? It looks like they're going to hold this choke point, but Colombia is ready to go with the annihilation. 96, 97% on the board. Super Gomez comes through with the touch. EQO is there with the dash, but he's inside against the Tracer and Gaspa, getting picked off there. Ant Matrix as well from Akuno over the backside. Super Gomez comes for it with a bull spawn from Oracle. He committed it as he died. The Blizzard onto Gaspa here as well, but do they have enough damage to kill him? It's just the Moira with the suck. Can't get enough damage here against Argentina, and they tie it 1-1.
This is what we talked about, right? Sanctum with that Orisa pick is going to have far more value. And even though when Argentina are on that defensive and they have to just keep rotating around the members of Colombia, they look incredibly weak. But when they finally have control of that space, more specifically when they put Oracle onto the Tracer to be able to mark these locations and rotations that Colombia try and take and just outpace this Orisa around, entirely different team, entirely different outlook. Hopefully moving forward, we see the Tracer pick stick.
I 100% agree. I'd like to see Oracle stick towards that Tracer. Meanwhile, for the side of Colombia, you know, maybe EQ on the Sojourn is a bit of a tough one, considering it takes so long to set up potentially.
Well, again, it really does go down to the fact that the Sojourn wants that element of surprise to be able to chunk through this Orisa, but we're actually going to be seeing neither the Sojourn nor the Tracer. Oracle's onto the hands of this Colombia when EQ are once again on the Reaper, trying to get up close and brawl into Argentina, who want to just put themselves onto this point as quickly as possible and set the Orisa up to bunker.
Wait, EQ already went down below, still has a teleport 2 down to 15 HP, will group back towards his team, but Argentina used that Immortality field as well. That cooldown removed, may wall 2. Colombia, understanding that, will walk towards the point. Javelin is slow down the push, but EQO again finds the Oracle, like you said, Moxie. It's been tough for Oracle on the Hanzo specifically, as Colombia claimed the point and claimed the first fight.
Hanzo on Village is always incredibly tough because your entire team is playing on the point, so you don't get an opportunity to look for an off angle. Now we're going to be seeing that Tracer pick come through yet again, but I just worry that losing that first fight now pushes Argentina into such a tough position, because again, the win condition of this composition is just ignore the high ground and move to the point as quickly as possible, and EQ on the Reaper has the means and the ability to be able to intercept.
Go ready to go, watching Oracle towards that point, who's trying to touch it. Tracer versus Reaper on the back of the point. EQ understanding the rest of Argentina is already rotated here. Maywall committed from Walter. That was not on the choke point though, so it doesn't get a lot of value. Meanwhile, Immortality field has to be used because of Colombia's aggression. The rest of Argentina goes so low against this Annihilation. No support ultimate to deal with it either after the Immortality field was used, and Colombia's already up to 50%.
Again, rotations. So much utility is burned from Argentina's side just to be able to touch onto that point initially. Colombia literally can just out-sustain. They wait for the lamp to come through, and then they throw in the ultimate, knowing that Argentina have no answer. And yet again, Colombia are going to punch the location.
Oh my god! Death Blossom onto Akuna before he could even react. Colombia now no ultimates, or sorry, Argentina rather no ultimates to deal with it either, because they lost that Baptiste so early. I mean, they potentially could have with a beat drop, but now 80% for Colombia on the board. They've only lost the Nyx pick.
Stagger pick as well onto Oracle, and when we're heading into a 90% fight, you need that Tracer alive to tap onto that point, because now it's going to be down to Jackie, and that then removes the Lucius position, who needs the soundbar to sustain through the entirety of this fight.
And they're just thinking about getting towards that point. They commit the beat actually to do so super early, but the Baptiste again just gets ran down. Ant Matrix for absolutely nobody. Blizzard is committed, and same with the Terra Surge, but you're going to find Drama and Super Gomez. We'll see if they can potentially clutch up with EQO still here. This might be rough. Gasp is able to find Mixbit, but I mean, EQO is just hammering your back. 99-0. Nobody else here for Argentina. Colombia will take map number 1.
I cannot stress enough how important it is when you're running an Orisa composition on Village to win that first fight. You need that point, you need the bunker, you need the protection from the high ground, so that every single time you rotate, you don't have to throw in things like Sound Barrier early or Immortality Field early and still lose the fight as a result, because Colombia identified that they were throwing in resources and just played further back, making sure that no one was having to use their abilities too early. No one had to throw in an ultimate to be able to make up for an absence of a player's life, and they just won the sustainability in the rotations. And every single time that unfortunately we saw that reset coming through from Ecuador, the Orisa was so vulnerable and Colombia took full advantage.
It did. I mean, fantastic work for Colombia moving forward. Now, you know, obviously this begs the question, I think, to let me know if you don't want to talk about this, like an overarching thing, which is Colombia or Brazil, Moxie. Is anything Colombia doing at the moment really, is anything kind of signifying that they are that number 1 seed, or do you think Brazil still is that better team over Colombia, who is trying to fight for that first place spot?
Oh, we saw it go to 3 maps on the boat. Yes, one incredibly decisive Village map, true, but it wasn't clean coming through from Colombia's side, and it needs to be clean if we want to be able to see them properly challenge Brazil for the crown of Group B.
I 100% agree with you. I think I'm always looking for an underdog potentially. Maybe that's why I thought that Colombia could be that first seed in Group B. You know, they still have a chance to prove it, maybe today as well. getting cheesed a little bit by that Orisa thing. But we talked about this. You can't really, you have to be a team that deals with all these compositions, right, Moxie? You can't just be a team that just plays mirror and just expects to play mirror. I think, especially since this is World Cup, every region has their specialty, right? It seems like it's like a bit of a culinary kind of situation where everything is kind of up in, it's like a mixed bag per team, right? Per region. And you can't just expect to play the quote unquote meta every time. And the best teams seem to just be able to deal with the enemy team no matter what composition they run, right?
Well, I would say that EQ's Reaper was definitely dealing with Gatsby on the Orisa, especially for the first fight that we saw on the first map of Shrine, and then all through my village. The Orisa was not having a great time. Whether it was up against Ramacha, whether or not it was up against Eco, just getting close and making sure to put those Hellfire shotguns to brutal use. They were able to deal with the Gorgonzola, the Mozzarella, the Cheddar, no matter what you want to call it. The Orisa pick did not find its footing. And moving forward, I'm really hoping that we're going to see more flexibility come through in terms of the tank lineup for this team, because this is something that I've noticed every single time that Ecuador have played. They have been incredibly static on this Orisa pick, on just like sticking on it for an entire map, rather than saying, okay, we're getting punished in rotations with an Orisa, we have to move on to something else.
That's a very good point, because I think, you know, a bright spot from one of the matchups earlier between, you know, Peru and Brazil was that Peru was very dynamic, right? I think that they were constantly proactive. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, you know, like you mentioned, they're a bit static. They kind of play the same stuff, you know, repeatedly. And that could definitely, you know, be to a fault.
Yeah, I mean, they did see that, okay, the Orisa needs a Lucio to be able to operate on the village, just because of how easy it is for that team to get collapsed upon, running Chaki on the Lucio, as opposed to when we'd seen them run the Orisa on the previous map, where it wasn't with that Lucio, and they did get punished for a majority of those first opening fights by just being out-rotated by Colombia. So there was a little bit of different compositions coming through there, but the Orisa, even with that Lucio speed boost, the fact that you're going into a match with the zone, you can just immediately nullify that one cooldown from the Lucio, just made it too easy for EQ, especially with the Death Blossoms, to be able to capitalize onto all of those players caught with him. Okay,
well, maybe going into this map number 2, Argentina could pick something that's decent for them, and they go with King's Row here, Moxie, for that map number 2. I mean, do you think this signifies any sort of compositional change, or is it just a to be decided type of situation? Or do you think they just lock towards that Orisa that they've been, you know, obviously, like I said earlier, a bit static on?
Well, it depends who plays in what specific role. This is actually something that you and I were discussing before, right? The fact that we haven't actually seen Argentina's actual tank players in that composition, right? Both Herd and Compassion are yet to actually play. The tank role has been passed between Gatsby and Walter. So as a result, I think it does somewhat limit the tanks that they have available. But in terms of what you can play on King's Row, especially on the defense, the Orisa does work relatively well on point A. It's just incredibly easy to be able to overrun with, again, rotations up to places like the high ground.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is they don't play with the 2 tank players instead of, you know, opt to run a DPS player on tank. Or maybe, you know, maybe you think they're just like off-rolling a bit, you know, maybe that they just think that they're, you know, tank players aren't as mechanically skilled potentially as the DPS players who have been playing a lot of tank for Argentina.
I think maybe it's the curveball strategy. Like by taking this Orisa to the table, they are really one of the only teams who are running the Orisa towards this region. They're hoping that they're able to have a little bit of that surprise factor and make it harder for some of these teams to be able to find the footing of the tempo that Orisa does a relative job of being able to offset in terms of like the Ramatra. You don't always get the one-sided poke phase that you do when a Ramatra's running up against something like a Reinhardt. But again, Orisa being incredibly vulnerable without a Lucio to be able to speed her around forces Akuno's hand on this Baptiste into throwing Immortality Field far earlier than anyone on Colombia's team.
Oh, interesting. Well, let's see if works out for them this time. They're going to be playing with the Hanzo on King's Row versus EQO. So it's EQO versus Oracle in that Hanzo duel. Meanwhile, Orisa Baptiste Carico versus Colombia's Ramatra Lucio Moira. Oracle sitting at the back of the map, just trying to find that one shot. That's what Argentina is desperately waiting for here. They wall off Super Gomez towards that left side of the point. EQO takes a body shot down to 15 HP due to Oracle with that Hanzo shot. Nice work from him. Super Gomez got poked down, but the heals are there. Drummer, oh my god, goes incredibly low. EQO as well towards the point is aggressive, but no Hanzo able to find the kill just yet. A lot of spam going back and forth, but the ice block used. Also immortality field committed for Argentina, so cooldowns are out of it. Also, Chalky gets picked up by Mixfy in a body shot of EQO. Great work from the side of Colombia now, but a blizzard has been built up so incredibly fast for Walter. Could they find a kill off of it? They get two. EQO is able to find Gaspit. He goes incredibly low. Walter will get him. Also, EQO is chased down by Super Gomez. He does hit those two headshots, but Walter's traded back Drummer. Meanwhile, Super Gomez is still here, has the shield with Chalky and Walter in that 1 versus 2, but he's able to commit off the ultimate. Goes incredibly low, but he's able to find Chalky, and Mixfy's there with the follow-up. Desperation for Colombia leads to success. They get those final blows and will also contain the point first.
Dragon Strike going to be available, however, for both of these Hanzos. So a lot of this now is going to come down to the tempo of whether or not Colombia are able to keep themselves moving, or whether or not Argentina are going to be able to use the ultimates and force Colombia back into a choke.
Dragon Strike still available for both Hanzos. EQO uses his burst. They try to walk forward with the Ant Matrix and an Immortality field, but EQO Dragon Strike at the tail end of it finds Akuno. Now they commit that Blizzard. Also, the Coalescence on the side of Colombia. Argentina just getting picked, you know, one after another. Can't even go to contest that payload. Colombia, very fast team fight for win for them.
Yeah, good read as well. They do throw in a lot of ultimates, but they guarantee that Argentina are not going to be able to win the fight. Thus, they're not going to be able to set the Orisa up in the space where you're able to just hold your ground, which is the choke. Make sure that you push onto Colombia and then can just hold around that corner to wait for all of your cooldowns to come through. Argentina's next fight is actually going to be somewhere where they're not able to give the ground, because if they do, they afford Colombia that checkpoint.
Walk forward now. Argentina able to walk up the top towards that brick. Super Gomez still down below, also spamming it out. They don't have any ultimates here besides that beat, like you said. Now Chalky does have that continued rush on the other side. They now, knowing that Colombia just tries to back up, giving a little bit of respect to Argentina here as it stands, just giving up a little bit of that space. But Argentina don't commit any ultimates. In fact, they don't even want to go further, just waiting for Colombia to push forward as the cart is stuck towards that corner, although it's still getting pushed by Super Gomez. Gaspio are saying that and drops down below. Has that Terror Surge ready to go. EQO trying to look for the one-shots, but it's Drummer to find Walter. Also with the continued rush on the Argentina side, they're trying to equalize it. Maybe get some kills here with those cooldown reset, but Mixby's so aggressive on Akuno, not letting him set above the high ground. Gets booped off into EQO's arrow. Fantastic teamwork from those two. Drummer also finds Oracle, so no support there on Argentina's side. Gaspia falls as well in Colombia. Very clean from them there.
Drummer's walls have been so good as well, being able to isolate Gaspy on this Orisa, who's playing so far back and has the domino effect of limiting Oracle's space in comparison to EQO. Every single time we swap to this aggressive Hanzo's POV, he's on and off angle, but Oracle scales the high ground and takes EQO down, buying Argentina some much needed soul.
How efficient, honestly. Shoots EQO and his body drops down into the molten lava to get a quick reset as well. You know, Argentina on a bad position. They're building up towards some ultimates, have that Terror Surge, like I said. Also, Walter's Blizzard. They've got to find some value out of it now. Colombia's been able to find kills into Argentina, even when Argentina goes first. They do go aggressive with the Blizzard. Doesn't catch anybody out. It's a bit too telegraphed. But Beat Drop and Coalescence are overlaid into the Terror Surge, but they kill Gaspit during the Terror Surge with the ultimate of Super Gomez in the damage from the Coalescence. Although that was a lot of ultimates committed from Colombia, they do win that team fight.
Dragon Strike available for Oracle as well to buy Argentina the space of being able to make it past that spawn doors. Akuno so close to that amplification matrix, and Hug on the Moira isn't going to be able to window. So Colombia might have to rubber band, especially if Oracle's able to find an opening pick.
See how Colombia play this? They've rubber band before, like I said. Dragon Strike down to the back line. Does split off Colombia, and in fact it kills EQO. Great work from him. Blizzard though tries to zone out that payload to potentially push it in. They force the immortality from Akuno and the amplification matrix. Gaspy goes incredibly low, but Oracle over the top looking for the one shot. Mixby's there, but he gets flicked on by Oracle. In Argentina, you know, Oracle does get incredibly low to Super Gomez, but stays alive because of the support there. For Argentina stop Colombia as well.
Got Kitsune Rush, and more importantly for Argentina, they have control of this main road so that Oracle on the high ground can find these first picks and slowly pick apart the time bank that Colombia have been able to race into point C with. This is where your DPS needs to come in clutch on that defensive side.
Waiting for this fight, ready to go with maybe a very fast engage from them. Argentina still have that continued rush. Like I said, the clutch factor could come through for Colombia, but it's Oracle over the top to find EQO. Great job with the defensive Hanzo play out of him. They commit the Kitsune rush here and an already team fight one when they were finding picks, but maybe they just want to make a statement against Colombia at the moment.
They do manage to buy themselves a lot more time, however. Colombia, if they just lost the EQO, would have been able to immediately pick themselves back onto this main road and try and push onto the angle that Oracle has. By using that Kitsune rush, they force Colombia all the way into spawn. It is, however, going to impact their ultimate economy overall if they're not able to immediately win this next fight.
Yeah, they could have maybe like saved Gasper here with a Terra Surge a bit with double Suzu potentially. With the reduced cooldowns there, with that Kitsune rush, Gasper gets poked down, though, waiting at the corner for them to touch that cart. There's the Coalescence. Blizzard committed as well. Walter goes incredibly low, but he's gone as well. Okuno and Chalky both fall. Walter falls to EQ Oracle, though. Does trade it back. Also on to Mixby. Some star Hanzo play from him so far, but Drummer hits that shot too. Gasper gets staggered. Only 2 left, though, for Colombia here towards this cart. They still have Super Gomez with the Annihilation towards that cart. Drummer also building the building that Blizzard here towards the cart too. Super Gomez swaps towards that Nemesis form. Looks to close out here. Blizzard committed for Drummer's side to try to zone out the payload. Can anybody else here touch here? Now Annihilation committed from Super Gomez. EQ has also found Chalky coming back towards the spawn. Gaspy has been able to find him, but it's not after the rest of Colombia shut out Argentina and capture out on King Zoro with 51 seconds left.
Yeah, imbalance in ultimate economy is how you want to just classify that last fight. As Colombia had ultimates, and their opponent did not, because everyone had used theirs previously, and that was something that Colombia very quickly registered. Okay, Eco may still be in spawn, but Dragon Strike can still reach and have an impact into the fight. So the second that he respawns, out goes the Dragon Strike, out comes Super Gomez's Annihilation, just to make sure that even with the closer respawns, no one can actually try and find that recontest and just hold on long enough for them to properly be able to use Okuno's amplification matrix to find pick and finally swing the fight in their favor.
Now on the offensive side, Argentina probably gonna play the same thing, right? A lot of that Orisa composition stuff, but it seems like to me, Moxie, that it seems like Argentina's playing a bit too slow compared to Colombia, who are kind of taking advantage.
So if you look at Gaspy's position, a lot of the time it feels like they're playing Overwatch 1 Orisa. They're playing incredibly far back, the way that you would expect an Orisa to be bunkering up behind his shield, as opposed to getting incredibly aggressive and trying to use things like your cooldown to just brute force through Super Gomez's cooldowns and then allow the DPS to be able to move entirely uncontested onto the backline and put some pressure on the supports from Colombia's side, who a lot of the time have just been able to vibe.
Really just kind of do whatever they want at the moment. Oracle really has been a saving grace, though, for Argentina's side. Able to find the EQO at points. EQO gets poked down early by Walter's Icicle. They take a bit of a long rotation over the top of Theater, are slowed down by the Vortex from Super Gomez, though. Stops them for now. Now Argentina drop out the window to the back of the statue side. They're taking a super long rotation here, Moxie.
And again, it means that Vortex is going to be off cooldown, and Colombia yet again are able to slow Argentina's progress down.
A bit overthinking it. They do drop below again, so the split. Colombia understanding that, just look to poke them as they drop. Immortality field used to go into the clock tower too. I mean, this might be one of the longest rotations we've seen in a while. They're sitting back at the clock tower. Didn't lose anybody, though. They do use that immortality field. They're surely going to have it back up in a second. Now they're above the clock tower, and all of that rotation just for EQO to find Shaka. They may wall up as well as the unit. Perfect from them to get up to the high ground fast, and we'll see you later, Argentina. Maybe the spawn doors will be kinder to you now.
Yeah, you cast the curse that doesn't. I mean, look at the damage that Super Gomez does in that one fight too. Because Argentina take that really long rotation, they put themselves into a very cramped space when they actually take that fight. The second they lose Chucky, everyone is getting cloven onto with those pummels, as Argentina now just have to take themselves through chokers. They don't have the time to be able to afford to go for that lengthy rotation again.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left now. Oracle over the top, try to poke down that back, and now re-engage from Gansby over the back is perfectly timed, but he still gets poked out low. Walter as well dies to Mixty. Immortality Field not used in time, though. They are able to find Super Gomez with the Ant Matrix. Oracle hits the shot, and hero plays are kind of coming through for the side of Argentina. Dragon Strike committed into the Ant Matrix. Unfortunately, no kill for EQO. Coalescence from Hug. They still want to win this right now. Chalky goes so low, has to back away. Did not have Suzu up there either, though. Oracle trades back. EQO goes down. Hug also falls. Oracle in Argentina's DPS play has been phenomenal. Argentina now, minute 50 seconds left. Colombia can't even touch. They're going to claim point A.
They could touch if they wanted to, but they decided to give up that point and instead regroup around Bookshop. It does mean that Oracle's going to have a little bit more poke pressure trying to find these one-shots as the team tries to regroup and allows Gatsby to play a lot more aggressive on this Orisa than we've seen previously, but they're not really pushing Colombia back further, and as a result, EQ is actually the one to find the first opening kill.
It's almost they just keep limiting themselves versus the side of Colombia, who now pushes towards that archway as a unit. They're not past it in this fight. Just going to wait around the corner.
Right into the Blizzard as well. If Gatsby tries to free up their space with the Terror Surge, Drummer can literally just peel with the May ultimate.
They walk forward, have that ready to go. Like you said, that Blizzard gonna be scary. Drummer decides to drop it as well at the choke point, but there's the Terror Surge as a 4-man, but unfortunately the damage is not built up in time, and Gatsby goes so low, he loses his life, but not after. Walter has found Mixie, and a Dragon Strike from Oracle connects on to Drummer, so it might actually work out for them. Super Gomez goes incredibly low, does not have the ultimate just yet either, as Oracle finds his support of Hug, able to kill him before the ultimate is popped too. Argentina look to continue on through the street space as they delay EQO.
Yeah, but that ultimate economy is absolutely shot. Colombia literally just with that zoning Blizzard to make sure that no one from Argentina could literally push into the space that Gatsby's Heritage created, forced them into throwing out both the Rush and the Dragon Strike, things that they don't physically need to be there to help the Orisa with. And as a result, in this next fight, Colombia at such an advantage.
Coming out through the choke, you have that annihilation ready to go. Super Gomez sitting back. The rest of his team have double support ultimates to re-engage with. Could go aggressive. They split off though, away from the Blizzard, giving that cart space to Argentina. Wall off to Super Gomez to stop their push with the beat drop. Re-engage. Coalescence now to layer on top of the beat drop from Mixie. No kills just yet for the side of Colombia, though they come into the train where the immortality field is, and eventually they find Oracle and Akuno. They're trying to get this cart back cap, but unfortunately Colombia is well aware of that. And just a few stagger kills now means they get sent back to the spawn.
Argentina get rooted into Subway. The Coalescence and the Dragon Strike just sending them once again into that same enclosed space. So Super Gomez with the Annihilation ticking and chunking down the health bars. Just need to send a couple of hummels their way to be able to pick up these kills. And once again, Argentina are forced to take a lengthy rotation to make sure that they don't lose anyone. So opening shots for an already set up EQO.
Set up to the left side. So with those May walls, like you mentioned, Argentina do have the Ant Matrix to potentially re-engage with. They're going for a long rotation again. They come through that backside. Maybe give a bit of a more extended angle towards that Ant Matrix. Immortality field used early. Ant Matrix here as well. The wall off to maybe just back away from that fight, but Super Gomez and his Moira kind of stuck in the wall, though they avoided the Ant Matrix. Oracle and Akuno combined for each on Mixv, and unfortunately the disengage is not good enough for Colombia as they've lost those two members, the Hanzo and the Lucio in this fight. Dragon Strike just to capitalize and really emphasize this second phase for them as they clean up Colombia and get ready to move on to third phase.
Not a great time bank, however, and we've already seen how Argentina were able to dispatch Colombia time and time again with opening picks coming through from a Hanzo set up on the high ground. EQO now has the same opportunity to keep Argentina at bay. Oracle needs to win the 1v1.
Medicine falls. 10 seconds left to go. Oracle, like I said, it's a big reason why Argentina are still in this one. Not able to find the kill just because the body shot on EQO. Now Storm Arrow's the choke point that EQO was surely going to peek again, but now he comes over the top, jumps across. It's a harder shot to hit. Kitsune runs on top of the Ice Claw. Terror Surge also near the edge of the pit. Not able to get a kill, but they're able to find Drummer, who commits the Blizzard. Though the heals are enough from Hug's side, EQ also commit onto Walter. No kill for Gasbound EQO either, who's able to find him too. Fantastic work from the supports of Colombia to keep them alive against Argentina's push.
Yeah, reset coming through from Argonaut to make sure that Argentina are not waiting too long for that Baptiste to be back with them, especially given how close they are to that amplification matrix. EQ, however, build up that Dragon Strike and is going to be able to have it to zone through the Bap ultimate. So Argentina going to have to throw the Blizzard in if they want more space.
Bam through over the top. EQO with the Dragon Strike still ready to go. Argentina need, like I said, to get that Blizzard off. Walter uses it behind a May wall to zone off. Actually, Lucio gets caught. Mixie, but he was wall riding. Although Super Gomez is found before the beat drop from Mixie is there. Argentina commit their own amplification matrix after they lost Walter, but that might just be enough. EQ understanding the fight's lost, goes back to the spawn doors, 55 seconds left.
Sound Barrier does not save Super Gomez. Silver Lining doesn't save Annihilation either. They will have it for this next fight as Oracle pushes in aggressively to try to find an opening pick. Almost gets the ice pick from Drama, but gets sent so low that EQ is able to chase.
Oh my god, I think that was off the wall too. EQO, fantastic work from him. The Vortex there, like I said, to slow him down. And now Colombia understanding, they're smelling blood in the water at the moment. They're rushing down Argentina, who are desperately trying to reset fast to get one fight. And that's where we are now. 20 seconds left, last fight territory.
Colombia aren't even giving them the opportunity to be able to pass that first corner either. Super Gomez waiting that with that Vortex, trying to slow this push down. Dragon Strike sent from Argentina just to buy themselves the space to maybe tap onto that card, as they have so little time.
You get caught off by the Terror Surge Gaspé. No kill, though, yet for them either. Colombia commit the Coalescence on the front line. Cart pushing through towards the end. Super Gomez understanding that, tries to rotate back through. EQ has already found a Kuno, so you're missing a lot of those Baptiste kills. You just have this Lucio towards the court. Walter, though, does find him. Fantastic trade from that side with the Vortex. The support is here. They're able to find Shocky, though. Gatsby's traded back Mixby. So Lucio for Lucio. And Oracle's found Super Gomez. Is the Blizzard from Drummer enough? They're able to get Oracle. Also, Gatsby falls. The counter Blizzard is here, but nobody else is on that payload. The Dragon Strike is just there to zone. And Colombia stop Argentina's hopes and dreams. They get the 2-0 victory now over them. Good game from the side of Colombia.
Colombia looking strong, but definitely not as dominant, especially when we look at that King's Row, as I think we were anticipating this team to be. So their matchup against Brazil on day number 6, that's going to be an interesting one to watch.
For sure. I'm a little worried moving forward now for Colombia, which I had a lot of faith in them. Obviously, 2-0 victory still, people maybe wonder, we got a victory. Why are you so hesitant? But with how Brazil have been looking, that's an interesting dynamic. Let's bring back Jamerson to kind of talk about things and kind of recollect what happened there in that matchup.
Yeah, I would agree. A little bit worrying there for Colombia on King's Row, I would say in particular, but you also have to give it up to Argentina because King's Row has been their best look. We've gone 3 times to King's Row for them, so you can understand why Argentina picks that one up. But Colombia did struggle a little bit there, but I have to say there were some standout performances. And honestly, for me throughout this matchup, Super Gomez was doing an amazing job on that Ramatra. When you're playing around a Ramatra, Moxie, how do you really enable him to succeed the way that Colombia did?
It's a lot of rubber banding. It really is. When Ramatra first got released, Blizzard used the term as tempo tank, and we've sort of come to know it now as this rubber banding, being able to play defensive, and then when Nemesis form is up, you get to play incredibly aggressive. So everyone on the team has to be on the same page, making sure that, okay, you're playing a little bit far back when you're in that ranged poke, but then the second that Nemesis form comes out, you're relying on players like Drummer on the mage to be able to find those walls and enable the pummels to be able to just chunk a target down.
Yeah, and honestly, the follow-up damage that Super Gomez, along with EQ, when we saw him particularly on that Reaper, when we were on the first stage on Nepal, I think was an amazing duo, as basically just getting into everyone's faces and shotgunning. But EQO, even though I was talking about his Reaper, he was actually standing out here on King's Row, particularly with this Hanzo, right, Dustin?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he was really good. I also like, Jamerson, how you brought up Super Gomez, because obviously you're a former tank player too. It's interesting to see the biases potentially working out there, huh, Jamerson?
Hey, top 500 main tank, top 500 support.
Yep,
okay, so
yep.
it's,
All
right. Gold DPS. So, but yeah,
the discrepancy is there for sure. But yeah, EQO was so good. I mean, really fantastic. On the opposite side of Oracle, tough Hanzo to deal with too. So, he kind of needed to play to that level on both the Reaper as well.
It felt like EQO though had a lot more space to be able to take these off angles to try and challenge Oracle when it came down to that Hanzo v Hanzo. But oh man, this was a beautiful play. They got that initial pick, Maywalled up to go aggressive. I don't know who the shot caller is here for Team Colombia, but that was an amazing call to be made. Moxie, do you have a little bit more insight on who might be doing the shot calling in this team?
So it tends to be your tank, right? When you're playing the Tracer, Sombra, and Winston, or even with a Diva, it gets a little bit murkier because so many different voices are trying to like call out all of these different targets you can potentially jump on. But at the end of the day, especially in a rematch-driven composition, you are relying on the tempo being there for that rematcher. When the rematcher wants to play aggressive, the rest of the team have to play aggressive. That's why we're seeing Mixview and the Lucio wait on those speed amps to be able to boost everyone into position so that Drama gets to connect that primary on the Mei for as much as possible, and Super Gomez can feed into it with the pummels.
And I love that point that you were talking about, really being able to play off the tempo of Super Gomez when he's on that Ramatra. And Mixby feels like he's the perfect balance for that one, because he allows him to basically speed up once he wants to get aggressive. And Mixby himself has actually been playing a super aggressive Lucio, I would say. Would you agree with that one, Dustin?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think that they were enabled in general, because of their very aggressive DPS players, and then also just like overall team coordination. I think that this is, truly a great team at the moment. We have obviously yet to see how they do versus Brazil, but obviously a quick 2-0, or not necessarily a quick 2-0, but a 2-0 over Argentina definitely is going to be favorable for them moving forward.
That is a very important point, that it was a 2-0. Right now, Brazil is standing at 4-0 with an 8-0 map record, but Colombia is keeping up pace with that 3-0 now. They stand at a +6 differential, but they have 2 more matches ahead of them. Chile, and then it's going to be Colombia, I believe, is the order. And we're seeing Chile really start to kind of fire up and get a little bit, I guess, into the pace of things here in the Overwatch World Cup. Right now, though, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, hopefully we'll have a MVP interview with one of the Team Colombia members. You're not going to want to miss that, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup America qualifiers here. We have just finished out today's matches in Group B with Colombia taking the victory over Argentina. Now we do have a special interview. We got Drummer from Team Colombia here. Congratulations on your victory. You guys are now 3-0, and I got a number of questions for you. Now, Bill wanted to know, of course, with playing EQO on your squad, how are you dealing with that pressure? Do you think it adds any pressure onto you having to play with such a superstar player who has been known in the Overwatch community for so long?
No, it's no pressure at all. It's actually it's a pleasure to have EQO playing with us because his experience is so immense. He can help lead the way for us, and also it takes a lot of pressure off your shoulders because he's EQO. Like, you know, there's just going to be times where all of a sudden he killed 4 or 5 people and it's like, oh, GG, we didn't have to do anything. EQO just did his thing.
And you know what? As much, credit as I want to give to EQO, he's been standout. The entire squad has been looking amazing. You guys look really cohesive. And one big question that we did have on the broadcast was, the shot calling. You guys look like you guys are moving as a unit. Who can we contribute that kind of success, that shot calling, that cohesion to in this squad?
Well, it's a little bit of a mix of everything, to be honest. I think that Super Gomez kind of leads the way in terms of where we want to engage, and EQO does a lot of the pre-fight planning, and our backline does a lot of the ult tracking. And so we're all putting ideas together, and we pretty much know what we're going to do. We've scrimmed these maps so many times. We know what we're facing, and we feel confident going into every game.
That's awesome. There were some amazing moments, particularly there on King's Row, where you can easily just tell who's actually contributing what call to points when you guys were on the defense and you guys had cut off on second phase of streets, cut off 1 member or 2 members, I believe, in the subway system. That was fantastic to see. Now going into it, you guys are currently 3-0, but you do have some tough matches ahead of you to finish out this week. Chile has been kind of ramping up in terms of their play, I would say overall, and of course your final match of the week is going to be up against Brazil. But first, it's going to be Chile standing in your way. Are you guys going to be able to get that 4-0 to head into that tie-breaking match between you and Brazil going in on the final day?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind. And that's not to take away from how amazing Chile's been playing. I know a lot of their players. Papo, their support player, was a ex-Contenders teammate of mine. We're great friends. So Chile has a lot of talent. Really, this entire bracket has a lot of talent. It's really a shame that only 2 groups can advance to the next phase of the World Cup because South America is a huge pool of talent in Overwatch. So
yeah, go ahead.
I'm excited. I'm excited for our next match, and good luck to Chile. But they're gonna have to play their lights out.
I love to hear it. And I completely agree with you. I want to see more out of South America. I want to see more support going their way. And in particular, that means that, this is in a very important moment for you guys, right? Being able to compete here in front of the world for the Overwatch World Cup. What does that mean to you? And is there any pressure that goes along with it, having this one platform to be able to really prove yourself?
No pressure really. I actually played at the last in the last World Cup for Team Colombia as well, and we played in the LAN tournament, and so this is not my first rodeo. We all feel very comfortable. We're very happy with the way we're playing, and we just get to show off how talented we are as players, facing other talented players. It's good. It's great for Overwatch World Cup is really a beautiful thing. Like, the community is uniting right now. It's exactly what Overwatch needed. We're all together. We're all enjoying the games and rooting and supporting each other.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially with the last 3 years, what happened, global context of everything, we could have used a little bit more of Overwatch World Cup throughout of it. But honestly, I'm glad that it's finally back, that we have this, that we had this moment with you. I'm just going to give you one last opportunity here on today's broadcast. Are there any special shout outs that you want to give before we head into the next phase?
Yes, shout out to my brother who is the coach, Cersei, former rank 1 player. He's been a great part in helping us keep a positive mental attitude going into these games. And yeah, shout out to all of South America and the rest of the world. Thank you for watching us.
And thank you so much. That was Drummer from Colombia. They had an amazing performance today, right now standing at 3-0. But that will go ahead and do it for Group B. We're going to be moving on to Group A. And as we make that swap on over, we're going to bring some new casters in. That does mean we're going to go ahead and take a short break. So once again, Drummer, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to go ahead and go on a break. When we get back, we'll have more Overwatch World Cup right after this. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. We're going to be shifting gears here as we swap on over to Group A, back up to North America now. Jamerson joined by a different pair of casters. This time around, it's going to be Phil and Billy. Billy, is that okay for the duo? I mean, is it a little bit too early for me to make a fusion name there for you guys, or was that joke a little bit too early?
No, I think the bigger problem is it sounds just like you're saying Billy if you're speaking quickly, so I just get erased from that pairing. But you know, I'll take what I can get.
I'm really excited, guys. We have some amazing matchups today, some super important ones to note, and our first one of the day is really going to be setting kind of the pace for the rest of the week here in Group A. An important matchup. It's Puerto Rico versus Canada. Both are sitting at a 1-1 record, and importantly, Phil, because you had mentioned beforehand, that one map loss that USA played could mean major implications going on later on here in the group stages.
It could. So because Mexico have a game in hand, they're at 2-1. After this, we find either Puerto Rico or Canada also at that 2-1 scoreline. But because Mexico have that game in hand, and because they took a map off of the USA, they hold on to that second position when it comes down to comparing, you know, okay, you've got the same number of matches, but the map differential matters as well here. So how strongly either of these two teams win here is very important. And then, of course, we get to look ahead to see like what happens when Mexico starts playing again tomorrow.
Billy, you have been high, you have been bullish on those Papa Joe stonks. Do you think that's going to be enough for Puerto Rico to try and eke ahead in this group and put themselves into 2-1?
Well, I think it's going to come down to if Papa Joe can lead from the front. And I've talked about on previous broadcasts the growth of this player and the maturization as a tank player, especially in the Overwatch 2 environment where you don't have that backup. Papa Joe has really stepped up the game thanks to Gizgam and Louis, especially the UTD graduate now, giving a lot of assistance to the members of his nation. So I think that Papa Joe, if he has the game that he could have, Canada are going to be very hard put to stop him if he's on his game today.
Oh man, that's a name that brings back memories. Great to hear Louis still involved in the scene as well. But in this matchup, Puerto Rico versus Canada, I mean, a lot of questions were thrown up in the air, especially with the first loss that Canada had to take. It was up against Team USA, of course. We were looking for them to put up a little bit more of a fight, but do you think, Phil, that maybe it was just first day jitters, because they did look much better when it came to their first victory up against Costa Rica?
I think the elephant in the room here is that in this group, there is a necessity that you take your state-mandated beating from Team USA for a number of reasons here. They have a huge wealth of experience, which is not to say that the players for Canada don't, but if you look at the relative role comparison, a lot of the time the players in Canada are a little bit more junior. Noxious, Seeker, Magic Mate, but whilst we have Seeker is now in the league, compared to the likes of, you know, Kaluge, Hydron, there is more experience, there is more time together for the USA team. So I'm going to fall back on state-mandated beating here for Canada. It was always going to happen, and they have to take that as a learning exercise, take the tape, develop and learn from it, and figure out what to do in the rest of the group stages, because that's done and out the way. You can start looking forward to what happens when you meet them next time.
And Billy here, looking at the Canadian lineup, I mean, there was one swap that you wanted to see in particular to really try and match what's going on the other side for Puerto Rico, and that's going to be on the tank line. Papa Joe versus False or Astronex. That was kind of something that you wanted to look forward to.
I mean, okay, look, I'm a big. I was raised in Canada until I was 10 years old, and so I'm an expat. I love the Canadian team. As soon as I saw that somebody from the console scene that made their way to PC got onto this Team Canada team, that's Astronex. Astronex plays more of the main tanks and the shield tanks. So I think that to match up against Papa Joe, they're going to have to bring that out, and it falters on control. You might see that swap come out. You might see Astronex come out actually a little bit early, just in anticipation of what Papa Joe can bring to a match. We'll see how this plays out. There's so many moving pieces here for this Canadian team. The Puerto Rican side, they're pretty static as far as their lineup. You might see Croy come in the support department, but Man, Canada, they have the personnel to be able to deal with what Puerto Rico is going to bring, but it may be the Puerto Rican heart, maybe the corazón is what is bigger here on the day, and they take the win over Canada.
For both of these teams here in the World Cup, we haven't been able to see as much of them, right? They both had their two-game week last weekend, so we don't have that much tape to really go off of. But Phil, going into this matchup, I mean, what do you think are the compositions and like the hero picks that we're going to be seeing out from either side going into this matchup?
So I think just looking at my notes here, we've actually seen quite a bit of flexibility from both of these teams. We've seen the Wrecking Ball. We've obviously seen the Ramattra. The Diva comes out a lot from False, and when you look historically at what False tends to play, if not quite Diva specialist, at the very least, very strong at that hero. And then we have to look more at what the general meta is, and we are seeing a lot of dive here. And for Team Canada, we've certainly seen that with a more diva forward focus. For Puerto Rico, when they come out with the dive, it's typically more Winston focused, as Billy alluded to. It's got a lot to do with what Papa Joe's comfort is, and that is on your historical main tanks, and it's kind of why, as a Canadian, he wants to see Astronex in here. So in terms of like what's shaping these two teams, firstly, the circumstance, because we have seen so much from both of these teams, and secondly, that off-tank versus main tank mentality between the two.
And looking at this lineup for Puerto Rico, Billy, you were mentioning how the support backline is going to be important, and with Phil talking about, of course, that dive could be very prevalent here. How do Lightwolf and Zulex for Puerto Rico deal with that?
I mean, you'll see a Kiriko with the Lucio come out. You'll see the Ana and Zed also come out, depending on what they're seeing on the field of battle, and especially Nepal with extra sight lines. This is going to be a real light up of how do they get themselves into situations. How do we see the peel? Once again, that's going to be very important of Papa Joe. And how bloodthirsty are the Canadians today? Are they going to be diving the back line? The real question here, Jameson, is that when we see Andrew P and Talisman go over to the Tracer Sombra look, absolutely lethal. We'll also see, we'll see a Ramattra come out from Papa Joe, and we'll see them, use the Nemesis form and come in with a Reaper Sombra look as well. So there are varying points here that the teams will have to adjust to right out the gate. I think that the first engagement is going to be extremely quick and bloody. We'll see what the lineups are going to be, but I mean, Zulex and Lightwolf, I mean, they have really impressed. And I mean, they got their butts handed to them by the USA. They got their quote unquote state mandated butt kicking. But I mean, it's expected. It's the battle for third. Group A is the battle for third.
Great to hear. But here we go. It looks like we're ready to get into game. So Puerto Rico sitting at 1-1 up against Team Canada. Also a 1-1, starting things off on Nepal. Philly, go ahead and take it away.
Can confirm not speaking directly for the state of Philadelphia, but for the state of disrepair that myself and Billy find ourselves in. And no surprises, Billy, Papa Joe already locking the Reinhardt here.
Yep, and I mean, this is going to be interesting from False, because I mean, Ramattra does play well into the Reinhardt. However, the pins from Papa Joe, if he's careful and he doesn't go for YOLO charges and just short-term pins and really match their positioning, I think this comes out with an early win here for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Puerto Rico certainly playing a slightly more aggressive position, and it's a TP into the backline on the hunt for Seeker. Woo! Closes the gap nicely, and that is a man advantage now in favor of Puerto Rico, and it's Ring Around Rosie here. Canada know that they are not at full strength and are continuing to falter. You're right, Billy hit the nail on the head. It looks like an early fight win here for Puerto Rico.
It was fast, it was decisive. That teleport that came from Ander, yeah, they lose their life, but they get point control, and now they're going to have False getting back on the point.
Yeah, they are not taking this sitting down. They know they'll have Seeker back relatively quickly, who's made the swap over onto the hands of Suwat. Puerto Rico have got this first unlock here. It's certainly not without its downfalls, because Puerto Rico are taking a huge amount of pressure. They've already lost Lightwolf. For now, with the amplification matrix of Puerto Rico can gain a little bit of space, force Canada to respect that position. But as one window closes, another opens, and Crimzo has full view of the point here. Papa Joe backs into the underpass here and gives over control of the point to Puerto Rico. To Canada. Now, on the high ground from the right-hand side here, Seeker throws in the Dragon, finds Anderp, wasn't able to TP out of that one, and Canada have the flip, so there's no point stalling for Puerto Rico.
I mean, what a smart Matrix coming from Crimzo on the offside. I mean, just was able to pump the heels in, you know, a better soldier, as he used to be called. And I mean, just was able to chunk down the shield of Papa Joe. Papa Joe had to retreat into the catacombs there. And what a smart Dragon Strike. I mean, Seeker, you know, had the Sonic out and was ready to go with that ultimate.
Yeah, Seeker a real talent. If you look at what they've been able to get done on a somewhat underfunded LA Valiant, I think there's a lot of space to keep an eye on this guy as a developing player. And for now, doing a great job of spotting Puerto Rico coming through the high ground TP. Doesn't actually dislodge Seeker here, and may have ended up with Talisman in a slightly unfortunate position. Immortality to be able to keep them up through that shatter out, and boy, Puerto Rico are starting to slam some ults into this fight. So far hasn't found them too much, particularly as they now have to deal with False, throwing in that unblockable damage from the Ramatra ultimate. Puerto Rico threw a lot at that one and didn't get a lot of change out of it, Billy.
I mean, the Photon Barrier really does deny a lot of the finishing kills there, and they are able to heal themselves back up. Sound Barrier invested by Magic Big Ball. That's actually a very critical ultimate. It might actually flip this in favor of Canada once again.
Well, no Lucios. We have moved past the need for Lucios here, but certainly still in need of some Blizzards. Noxious throws theirs down and is able to get Ando out, so there is still a preponderance of players here for Team Canada, and Puerto Rico are really just playing catch-up. Papa Joe gets Noxious. This is the opening as we around 90% that Puerto Rico require to get their name back on the board here. And Matrix is in a great position, but they've not been able to get too much with that. And once again, they find themselves walking into the maelstrom that is Ramatra's ultimate. And as the winds settle down, it's Canada with their flag planted firmly on the point.
I mean, it was just a little bit too much of the Symmetra. It was good in the first fight. It gets them point control. But I think that you have the one-pick potential of Seeker on the outside that takes care of, you know, the little bits and pieces of Puerto Rico when they start losing their cohesion as a five-man unit. I mean, you didn't see the teleporter get much. I mean, put Talisman into a bad position. So I think here, as we head into our next sub-map, we're going to a dive. And we've got Ander P. We saw what they did in their match against Guatemala. How good they are on this Sombra. Talisman needs to be on the Tracer to provide that extra tickle that helped confirm the kills from Papa Joe.
Well, there's the early TP out, and then, yeah, back onto the Tracer as predicted here. Canada not making any swaps here. They really think this brawl is the thing that's going to work for them here. For now, we've got Anderp in the back, feeding information back to the rest of the team. Wasn't quite able to get as much damage onto Crimzo as they might have liked here, and in retaliation gets forced out. So give them a few seconds before they're back in this one. And Talisman is making another swap here. Talisman coming back in on the Pharaoh, Lightwolf on the Mercy. Really need to be slightly further forward here on those picks to stop Canada just hunkering down in this relatively enclosed space on Shrine.
I mean, the problem for Canada right now is, other than Crimzo, you don't have a dedicated hit scan that's gonna be able to deal with it. Oh my word, Seeker! Never mind.
Yeah,
never mind. You got Seeker.
Yeah, Seeker's more than good enough at the hands though to make that a real issue here. And Talisman really wasn't able to get too much done in that fight, Billy.
I mean, Puerto Rico, they have work to do here. And Seeker's in a very sneaky position looking on the top here. They know that the pharmacy combo is above them. They're going for Lightwolf for the back to get it!
So clever. Yeah, it costs Seeker their life, but I mean, you can put that in a highlight reel any day of the week. So DPS for support here arguably somewhat favors Canada in this exchange, and they have been able to now bully Papa Joe off the point, and we're inching closer to halfway done with Puerto Rico not really showing up in this fight, Billy.
No, they're not. I mean, they're playing so segmented, and these early picks, I mean, they have no vision. And Seeker taking down the Farah is not going to help as well. They're just staggering themselves fight after fight right now.
Yeah, this needs a bit of a rethink here. And Puerto Rico are throwing things at this. Talisman has made the swap over onto the Echo, but Seeker's already on the Tracer. That's such a good counter for the Echo already anyway. Puerto Rico need to move, and they need to move now. This Nano Boost needs to be super impactful. I
mean, you don't have the Sound Barrier yet, but you do have Matrix. Never mind.
you've either got to find an answering kill here or just back out. But to start, you need another one because they still have the support advantage. There's the stick. Papa Joe down, but he's still getting a little bit back and forth here. Puerto Rico, I think if they are clever about this, can regroup and push back into a somewhat wounded Canada.
I mean, you've got to invest your nano onto Papa Joe and allow them to get onto the point and start to brawl, get that primal rage up for stall tactics, and then EMP to finish everybody off.
There it is. Only hits false, but that was a key target. No tank, no fun for Canada. However, May is still in this fight. Noxious gets the blizzard out, deals with Andurp, and Puerto Rico becomes sitting frozen ducks, and that is going to be a very, very quick Nepal here for Team Canada.
Oof. I mean, that's brutal. That is a brutal shrine map for Puerto Rico. They completely misread what the Canadian team were going to bring out. And I mean, you saw some attempts at swapping around, but you know, the fairer pick, I would have gone immediately to Echo. The sticky bombs, the burst damage with the focusing, that gets the work done. You go in on a hack target. We saw it happen when the EMP came through, just a little bit late on their swaps. Well, we'll see what happens with Puerto Rico now, because I mean, you know, they were in the running. They were competitive on Sanctum. They got completely shut out on Shrine.
Yeah, I think there's also a lot to be said. We can talk about the flaws in the Puerto Rico approach. There's a lot to be said for the way and the methodology that was employed by Team Canada here. Like, this brawl style has been so popular and so strong, and with the recent changes to May and the way that she can slow down a lot of what happens here, diving in as a Winston into a May Ramatra Hanzo is very, very punishing if you are not absolutely pixel perfect here.
I mean, the only thing that would have made that even worse is if Seeker would have been on the Reaper. That would have been the only other way that would have been worse. But I mean, Papa Joe, you know, tries to turn fights on their head, but I mean, there's just not the follow-up. Once they get that initial pick, there's nothing on the back of it, and Seeker has just been evil to the Puerto Ricans, and I mean, just getting the work done on all the heroes. I mean, you see it right there, taking down Papa Joe, gets the stick, and then the finish up from the rest of the team. So I mean, the follow-up from Canada right now is something that we did not see in the Team USA match, but here against Puerto Rico, yeah, they're starting to get it together.
And let's maybe look ahead to the next map, because the format here is, yes, it's still first to two, but it is the team that didn't win. They get to pick what map we're going to next. So Puerto Rico, we have seen them make some interesting choices before now as to what they want to play. I think thinking back to, and I've got to check my notes again here, Puerto Rico versus Guatemala, they have been previously to Circuit Royale, where actually Papa Joe pulled out a very dynamic and very aggressive Sigma. Do we think that might be in the cards, or are we going to see them move to something that is a little bit more classically Reinhardt? I'm thinking maybe a King's Row here.
I mean, it's going to be Escort, I think, for the next map.
Apologies.
So, well, I mean, I guess you could go to Hybrid, because we've seen them go to Blizzard World. I mean, honestly, I would stay away from Circuit Royale because False has one of the best Sigmas. I mean, in Contenders and Collegiate, we saw them do it with numerous teams, and also, you know, I think that you stay away from Circuit Royale, not only because of False, but also because of Seeker, what they just did with the Hanzo. Yeah, I would stay away from Circuit Royale. Blizzard World would be a good map, I think, for Puerto Rico here to take care of business and get themselves back in this series. And we'll see where we go. It's going to be Numbani.
Oh, Numbani.
Oh, back to the scene of the crime from the USA game.
Yeah, we're here for redemption. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I guess if you are Puerto Rico here, you're really thinking Winston-centric compositions. But I think this, again, maybe plays into False's wheelhouse, right? Because we have seen these Winston dive compositions just completely picked apart by the additional damage that a Diva brings, and occasionally the addition of a Zenyatta into that, which makes it, if not impossible, certainly suboptimal to play a Winston into.
Oh boy. I mean, the Winston is a favorite tank here, but I think you hit the nail on the head, Phil. I think that False being able to play Diva here, I would look to honestly see Noxious probably go over to, I hate to say it, but maybe a Torb if they don't bring the May out, because they're expecting a flyer. Okay, they're going to be expecting either a Pharah or an Echo, and auto turret usually wins the day if there's not a mercy pocket for that Echo. So we'll see how they deal with the upcoming map here. But Canada looking very strong right now. You know, we talked about it in our little group. We've talked about it with Dustin and Moxie. We need to see Canada show up big here. This is a big mid-level game here in this group, and they need to establish their dominance right now. And Puerto Rico, I mean, they've got the heart. Now they need to put the mechanics in with that heart and get it in there and get it mixing up like we know they can.
And I think looking at the broader picture of Group A, even if Puerto Rico do come through this and win Numbani and win the following map, a lot of this comes down to, once again, that map differential. Because if they win this and have this additional map loss against them, that effectively locks them into third if they continue in step with Mexico through the rest of this. So even if Puerto Rico win, it's still not clear sailing for them from here.
I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. I thought, you know, the Puerto Rico Mexico match that's going to be on match day 6, the last day on Sunday. I mean, that'll be like life support at that point for Puerto Rico. If this goes down to 2-0, you're locked into 4th place above Costa Rica and Guatemala. So you're going to have to fight for every single map point after that point. And you have to hope that Mexico stumbles at some point and gets decimated, or maybe they lose their focus and you know, maybe Costa Rica or Guatemala, you know, pull a map off of them for some reason. That's what the scenario that we're looking at right now. So, I mean, this is go time. Numbani has to be the point where Puerto Rico puts all that training, all that heart in and brings it together into one final form and gets themselves back level in the series.
I will say, Billy, this is a thing we spoke about on a podcast recently. Not just in this group, not just in this region, but across each group and each region, the script writers for World Cup have really outdone themselves, because there are some banger matches, some incredibly important for standings matchups that happen not just on the last day, but in the last broadcast slot of the last day. So if you've been enjoying Overwatch World Cup so far, believe me, you are going to want to stay until the end, because that day 6 is going to require you to stay up for over 24 hours to watch all of it, but it will be worth it.
I mean, this is it. I mean, this is peak Overwatch right now for our new version of the game. I mean, APAC is going ham. I mean, of course, we're expecting Korea to go through in their group, and Japan. The 3rd spot there is very much up for grabs. In B, we're looking at Australia and India. Even though the Aussies absolutely whipped Team India 2-0, Kuffa had a day. So as we're ready to go in, we will see how this goes for Team Puerto Rico. They need to get it done. They need to get it done now, Phil.
Yeah, certainly a lot of pressure now. So we between us are relatively good friends with a few of the Puerto Rico management team, or social media team, or all the sort of backroom staff. We know how passionate they are about this and how hard they've taken the loss they've had so far, and consequently how much work they have poured in to getting ready for this matchup in particular. And even if they were to fall here, this is not the end of the line for Puerto Rico. They are going to keep working at this, and they will be starting here on the defense, so we know what comp they've got here. And Papa Joe is bringing out the Diva. Astronix is in. I just realized. Astronix is in.
I was about to say, I got my wish. Hey. And I mean, main tank energy coming in right now. I better see an MTD in the chat if Astronix goes off with a crazy primal. But bringing Papa Jaw here, there's going to be protection for Talisman as they go up into the air. They're also going to be able to deal with Seeker on the other side. Duplicates here, looking at double echoes. I mean, Talisman will be looking to copy either the Tracer, or you go with the Monkey and try to get an early Primal Rage. So I mean, yeah, Zulex versus Crimzo. This is something that I didn't know I needed in my life, and now I have it, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and anytime you can get a 1-over on Crimzo on the same character, that's a great start here. That's not a great start for Puerto Rico. Cal is able to find Loopy with a combo, kunai and melee kills. So now for Puerto Rico, you're either trying to equalize or you're trying to back out and wait for Loopy to get in here. But in the meantime, Canada have full possession of the point, and Papa Joe is forced to back away from the focusing beam. And this has been blistering. Papa Joe gets a touch back onto the point, just as we were around 96% here, but they're out of the mech, they're out of luck, and they are out of time. Point A cat, nearly 6 minutes in the bank for Streets.
I don't believe it. I mean, that is just brutal. What were Puerto Rico thinking? And they had 4 people up. You just lost Loopy. You had opportunities to touch the point, and you just gave it over for free.
And this fight is not done, Billy. Canada are still pushing here. Puerto Rico are still taking casualties. They've started to stem the tide, though. Noxious down here means that Puerto Rico have a little bit more damage than Canada do, but for now, they need to regroup because the cart is still pushing forward here for Canada.
I mean, I think Papa Joe gets self-destruct, uses it whenever they need to use it, and on their next life, they have to swap.
Wow.
They've got, oh my God, how do you not kill Talisman there?
Seeker do be kind of nutty with it here. Comes out of that exchange with the duplicate ready to go. I expect we won't see that used until it gets forced, particularly as we've had the nano committed by Crimzo onto Astronex. Oh, and the dupe's going to pick up the Brigitte. We'll have the rally in short order. That's a pretty quick charge in one here. And Papa Joe's over the side. Seeker might not even have enough targets to generate that last little bit of ult charge on the Brig, but instead continues to move forward here. Team Canada on a blistering pace.
I mean, we're at 4:27 now. We are rounding the last corner here in Streets phase. 3 meters. Somebody's got to get some kind of a touch.
Loopy?
And Loopy had some pulse bomb.
Just got in to get the touch, and they can't do it. This is crazy. This is Team Canada adding significant time to the start of the match. Nearly 6 minutes in the bank on the way into C, and Noxious on the high ground with the pulse bomb spots their opposite number. Loopy has to retreat, give over control of the high ground here, and continue to see Puerto Rico bottlenecked back towards their own spawn.
The scary thing is that Astronex is just coming up on their first.
Oh, massive sleep. Noxious got the pulse bomb out, didn't connect. And a moment of reprieve for Puerto Rico. A Talisman picks the duplicate onto the Winston. Has found one pick. Noxious down here. Astronex into the back line. Goes toe-to-toe with Loopy. Has the primal rage if they need it. Oh, what a combo. The stickies. No right kick from Astro to on Loopy. Onto Astronex. Takes them out of the fight for Canada. Are only slowed infinitesimally here. They are still finding kills. They know that they have the numbers advantage. And the cart continues creeping forwards.
I mean, we're at just under 5 minutes now, so I mean, they're still ahead of the time that they started with, and I mean, they haven't found a break yet. I'm surprised Papa Joe did not go over to a Winston here, but you know what? The damage mitigation is good, and I think that they're starting to finally stabilize. But they've got a Seeker in their back line with a nano.
There is so much that Canada can do here. They've already got the Primal Rage. Cal's holding on to the Kitsune Rush here. And at the rate this is going, they might not even need it, Billy. There's enough done here to see Canada edging across the line with a team kill. And over 4 minutes in the bank. Talisman out on the Sombra. Couldn't even get out of that opening hallway. That was phenomenal stuff here from our friends in the north.
Wow, the Great White North. Allez, Canada. For that, for the Quebecois out there, holy cow. That was just a steamroll. And I don't know what you do here. If you're Puerto Rico, I mean, you've got to do something like, oh, I don't know, bring out a Winston. I'm
with you, Billy, because you know coming into this, broadly speaking, what Astronex's hero pool is. You know for sure coming into this what Papa Joe's preferred hero pool is. I am baffled that we didn't get the Winston on Winston here, particularly after that point A shellacking.
Hey, well, we're gonna see that now. We'll see what Lightwolf decides to bring up. They're gonna bring up the Brigade again. And I mean, this will be good for Papa Joe if they can play in tandem on the point and be able to use the flail, use the shield bash, get a little bit of that CC going on. Help confirm kills for Papa Joe. Loopy and Talisman, I mean, they were bullied and very, very rudely by Seeker and Noxious. Not to mention Cal with the kunai. Holy crap! I mean, got the work done. Healer heal thyself, healer slay. That would be Cal OW. They had a fantastic defense or offensive push there. Now it's all about what can Puerto Rico do. They've got to get the mental right.
Well, they have already made the one swap we were really hoping for here, which is Papa Joe on the Winston now. Oh, that is a phenomenal opening. No idea what happened there, but Cal removed from the game. Now Puerto Rico needs to move quickly. They've got a big advantage, but Cal can be back relatively quickly, so they've got to go, which they will. Papa Joe up onto the high ground, forces Seeker back momentarily, and they start to get a foothold on the point. For now, though, Canada more or less ignore Papa Joe and start to pressure those left behind. It's a bit of give and take here for now, and Papa Joe gets ready to stay and dive in again, but this has given them time to bring Cal back into the mix and to really mount a solid defense. Papa Joe already forced to burn the bubble here, so that defensive capacity already down, and Papa Joe themselves taking a lot of damage here, back on the low ground. Noxious playing behind both Loopy and Talisman and making it very hard for them to get a darn thing done here, Billy.
I mean, Papa Joe goes to try and relieve the pressure of the backline, but it's no use. The swarm is real coming from Canada. I mean, the monkey swarm is real. I mean, you're seeing it in real time here. Astronex goes in, Noxious and Seeker are playing a pincer movement, and Crimzo is just standing back here, just having the wonderful time of their life here in the streets of New Bonnie.
We just had a win condition come on board. Zulex got the nano here. Papa Joe, with that at their back, can really make an impact on the way through here, but they've been a little bit slow at getting this running. And I believe, yeah, Astronex on top of Lightwolf. Zulex did get the nano off, but now there are no supports, Papa Joe. And whilst the damage mitigation is nice, they don't have the primal to get themselves out of it. And one kill is not enough for one ultimate, and not even generating your own primal.
I mean, you're coming up on a 5-pack of ultimates here for Canada, so they can rotate these at will. You've burned your real win condition here in the nano available from Zulex. The Lightwolf has just been hunted. That's a good early pick. You take the duplicate off the board just for a little while.
Yeah, and Puerto Rico are coming back in with basically everything except the nano boost, and now they have to push into a nano boost of their own. Supports traded here, Zulix and Cal both out of this one. Duplicate from Talisman, and a big stick from Noxious again! Supports from Team Puerto Rico are just not allowed to survive more than about 30 seconds into a team fight. Have seen the first 2 ticks capped now for Puerto Rico in the confusion. Talisman generates a pulse bomb, finds Seeker in the middle of the duplicate and takes them out of it. Papa Joe pops onto the high ground to try and find supports to bully, but they may have overstepped their mark here. They're forced to retreat back towards their supports, and what was a good entryway into the point has ultimately not resulted in anything for Puerto Rico.
Well, 2 ticks is nothing to shake a stick at. I mean, it's good progress, and now they're going to have the rally to keep them steady, but they're going into a continuation. Seeker takes them down again!
That is just a disgusting amount of damage onto Papa Joe here. The trade back taking Cal out is nice. Really, you want at least one more here for your team Puerto Rico. They have used the rally now, so Puerto Rico in the last 50 seconds don't have any ults to work with, Billy.
This has gone from bad to worse here for Canada, and we wanted Canada to make a statement. We wanted them to show that they are worthy of being the number 2 here in America A. Well, they are doing that right now. They are putting Puerto Rico to task.
And it's been nice to see Astronex given a chance to shine here, and they are bullying Puerto Rico back. Maybe took a little bit too much damage there. Canada have picked up the duplicate here. Seeker's getting a Winston momentarily, no longer allowed to play with that one here. And Astronex separates supports from the rest of the team with the bubble, forces the nano out onto Lightwolf. So it's raid boss time here for Lightwolf. But as we round 10 seconds left in the round, it's not been enough just yet. DPS out for DPS. Papa Joe finds Crimzo. Astronex is down. And as we hit overtime, there's a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel for Puerto Rico.
This is what they needed. This is exactly what they needed. And Papa Joe, I mean, really did lead the way there. And I tell you what, that's exactly what they needed. Loopy and Talisman getting good ultimates off. Talisman almost has their duplicate up again, actually lapping Seeker from the last time that they made their duplicate. So great heart there. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see from Puerto Rico. I wanted them to show me the heart. Never give up. Don't say die. And I mean, Crimzo looking for long range YOLO nades up from the back.
That was real close to hitting as well. If anyone can hit those, it will be Crimzo. Canada currently stand on the brink of a big re-engage tool here in the Astronex does have Primal. Puerto Rico have some nice answers here, so who's going to pull what pin on what first? It's going to be Papa Joe with the Primal. Massive anti from Crimzo, deletes Loopy from all but 5 HP of the game here, and it is monkey pandemonium here as we get two Primal Rages going off here at the same time. Card is still inching its way forward, Billy. It's not really been much of a slow so far from Canada.
Nano engage here for Crimzo and Team Canada going into the rally spot right away.
Nano out, I believe. Interesting. Oh, that did hit Astronex. A little bit slow on seeing the graphic for that one. Talisman also with a Winston available here. There are 4 Winstons briefly on the field. We're about to lose 2. Alas, all my apes gone. And still, not a huge amount of slow here for Canada. They are starting to grind this out here, but this has been a long, chaotic fight, and Puerto Rico starts to come out on top, and you can't argue that Talisman hasn't been a massive part of that push.
What could have been if this would have been the swap? As soon as they recognized the monkey on their defense, Puerto Rico would be in a lot better position. However, they have made some good time here going through the streets phase of Numbani. Big anti coming in from Puerto Rico again, but they have the pulse bomb. They're coming up on a Primal Rage once more.
Yeah, certainly some big engage tools here. For Canada, they will have the Gitsuni Rush. They can use that defensively as Papa Joe jumps in, or just to take some early aggression here. Remains to be seen how they'll throw that in. Might not even need it here. You've taken Talisman out of the fight. Unless Luffy can get into the back line, land a stick and equalize this. Now knows that there's no Suzu left to work with, so this pulse bomb will be more or less uncontested. Sadly, just goes a little wide here. Now we get the Kitsune Rush out from Cow, and it's a dive into the backline here from Astronex, who finds Zulex and is finding continually bigger and bigger chunks of this ult charge. Papa Joe beats them to the punch here. Does have the Primal Rage out first, but Canada again come out, kills forward of Team Puerto Rico, who have just over a minute to clear the map.
I mean, Astronex and Cal gets the great engage there with the Kitsune Rush and builds everybody up. I mean, we were at, what, 40, 50% from Team Canada across the board. Cal puts down that Kitsune Rush. You get 3 ultimates plus the duplicate almost online. Zulex has the the nano coming into this fight. Loopy over to the Sombra. Wonder what the hack target's going to be there.
Oh, this is super disrespectful positioning from Astronex. Has both of the supports corralled away from the main engage of the team and chases Zulex into the spawn and into the grave. 35 seconds left on the clock here for Puerto Rico, and Canada are not giving them an inch of space.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dominance that we wanted to see. And I mean, Puerto Rico has shown some heart here, but I think this is where the road ends as far as today's match, because Seeker has duplicate. You're going to go over to Winston again. Astronex has their own Primal Rage ready to go. They have all the tools to keep Puerto Rico away from the point.
For Puerto Rico, they do have 2 support ultimates, more or less, online. It's going to be Papa Joe that receives the nano boost, but Astronex, again, is in the backline, making life hard for the supports. They're sectioned off again. They're out of cooldowns, and there are 2 Winstons, a real one, a fake one, with a left hook, and a right hook, and a Tesla cannon, and a juggling you back towards point B spawn. The payload is moving forward, but it feels like Canada may be playing with their food here, Billy.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the pursuit was just too damn good from Canada. I mean, they'll take that progress all day long in order to get the kills, and they take care of business here. And I wanted to see more from Team Canada, my old stomping grounds. And I mean, they have done that. I mean, shout out Laval. That's where I lived in Canada for 10 years. So it's a suburb of Montreal. But I mean, Canada, they did what they needed to do. This is them putting paid to, you know, a lot of the doubts that those of us in the casting community and in the general Overwatch community had off of their first couple of performances. And now, you know what? They're sitting on 2-1. They'll be in 3rd place going into match day number 5.
Well, let's bring Jameson in to help us break down exactly what happened there and get us geared up for what comes next. Welcome back, Jameson.
Thank you guys so much. And man, what an absolutely brutal finish there at the end. Amazing job by Canada, really almost getting the full hold there on point A on Numbani. You know, very few stumbles coming out from Canada, but you know, Puerto Rico didn't have to make them work for it just a little bit when we started off there. Of course, we saw some great play with the Symmetra when we were in Sanctum. Papa Joe, you got that main tank that you really wanted to, but then it seemed like the Steam kind of like, you know, their wind left their sails once Canada were able to get back into full swing of things. Honestly, I really want to contribute a lot of this, especially on Numbani to Cal. He was a huge difference maker when it came to Team Canada, especially on their offense for Numbani. You got to see that initial pick coming out from Cal when I believe they were able to take out the Tracer player on the other side of Loopy. And honestly, I love that pick coming out for them. We didn't get to see that same kind of reciprocation. Light Wolf stayed on the Brigitte the entire time. But for Team Canada, the fact that they had Cal, who could join in on the dive, join in with Astronex, Noxus, and Seeker to really get into the backline, contribute a lot more damage. We saw the kind of difference out made there. Now, for Canada, was this everything that you kind of wanted to see out of them, Phil?
I think, yes, it was. We spoke about what a rough showing they had against the USA. And this shows that in our conversations about, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Canada, maybe we should be thinking about Canada in that second or third place slot. I think this is a very strong argument for that. And it was great to see Astronex brought in. I believe this is the first time we've seen Astronex all through the Overwatch World Cup. And to show exactly why you pick up this player for your team. Just phenomenal play here. Really bullying the Puerto Rican supports.
And for Puerto Rico, taking this loss puts them in a very precarious situation for the next 2 days, Billy, because they are now sitting at 1-2. That means every single match they play now is do or die.
I mean, Costa Rica is next tomorrow for them, and then the big one, El Clasico, if you will, for us. It'll be Mexico versus Puerto Rico. I mean, they have to have some help now. Their destiny is not in their hands anymore. That's the takeaway from this for me. They have to win out for the rest of this qualifier group, and they have to have some help from Mexico. They have to have Mexico lose a map to get it back neutral, back to a same map differential for them. If Mexico wins out, I mean, they'll be the number 3. Actually, I think they'll be the number 2 team. Depending on how Canada, Mexico, how that match will go down. Canada definitely brought the fire today. They brought the intensity and the focus that we were lacking from their first 2 games.
Yeah, and honestly, they looked stellar, absolutely stellar. Bringing Astronex, having that Winston dive looked so good for them. Do you think that that's maybe what we'll see more of coming out of Canada now, actually running that Astronex a little bit more often?
I think it's entirely possible that we see more of that. False has a very strong, very diverse hero pool, so if you're in a matchup where you aren't certain what your opponent's going to be running, then having False in there to play the off tanks, of which there are kind of more now that the Overwatch 2 tanks are in the running, compared to Astronex, who really is, again, a main tank specialist, I think is absolutely a strategy that Canada need to pursue here.
Yeah, and honestly, seeing the different looks that we got to experience basically out of Team Canada right now, starting off on Sanctum, again, off that Symmetra play, it really did cement that, Papa Joe can do some great things, especially with some help on that main tank role. But Canada, I feel like, right now, all their bases seem to be covered. They are starting to really show their chops on basically across the roles so far. It's impressive to see. Again, it was really rough for them to have to take on the Team USA in their first match, but it looks like with Costa Rica, along with taking on Puerto Rico here, they're slowly amping up to the potential, I would say, that a lot of people are expecting out of them. So really great looks for them. That's going to put them at 2-1 going into the next 2 days of play. They still need to be immaculate. They need to get that 3rd win at the very least, make sure that they stay within contention here. And I think right now, Billy, they are definitely on that path.
Yep, I think that getting to 4 wins will guarantee you a spot. Now for Team Puerto Rico, I mean, 3-2 is the best that they can go now. So I think if once a team hits 4 wins, just go ahead and punch their ticket to BlizzCon at the end of October and beginning of November, and we'll see them on the group stages there. So we'll see how this goes through. But I mean, Canada definitely opened my eyes. I was very critical of them because former home country. I will dish it out there, and they definitely shut me up today.
You're critical because you care. We got to see earlier today, of course, it was Brazil that was able to be the first team to secure a 4-0 here in the Americas region. But now we have one more team possibly to look and join them. It's going to be Costa Rica versus USA in our final match of the day here in Group A. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll see if USA can secure that 4-0 heading into the final days of play here. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have our final match of the day right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Billy and Phil. And gentlemen, we have Team USA up to bat right now. It's going to be up against Team Costa Rica. And we have to be honest about this one right now. Team USA look absolutely dominant. They look unstoppable in this group. But you guys have noted that, we might have some shenanigans once again taking place.
Yeah, I think following Albert on Twitter, who is the general manager for Team USA, I'll read this paraphrase, cooking up some absolutely off-the-goop stuff for USA this weekend. So expect, shenanigans and then some.
Yeah, I'm gonna show my age here. I have no idea what off the goop means, but sure, let's go for Team USA. I mean, we got to see them, of course, running Super last week. We got the Super Genji as well, and we have to, of course, put an asterisk on that one map loss that they did end up taking up against Mexico, but that does have large implications, right, Billy, when it comes to Group A here in North America.
It really does. I mean, that one map has solidified Mexico into second place ahead of Canada just by one map in the map differential. So that could really lean itself. If things stay the way they are, that would mean that Mexico is the second place transfer to the group stages at the end of October at the Anaheim Convention Center. So that's what we're looking at. I honestly expect this to be a speed run of epic proportions. I mean, my boy Badru, who is the flex player for Costa Rica, is shown there in the tank department. They've got a tank player on the roster, Spooky Spanish. This might be a time to allow them to come in here and get some World Cup experience. Let Badru go back over to whatever damage role they have listed on the website. And a personal chef he's a executive chef as well. So I mean, I got to show love for my chef friend. But, oh, man, anybody facing it, this Team USA squad is just, they're in for a world of hurt.
And if there's anyone here on the Costa Rica roster, Phil, that you think could maybe put a stop to the PB that USA are going to try and set for themselves in the speed run, who do you think Costa Rica kind of rallies and plays behind to try and slow down the runaway train that is Team USA?
So, looking back to the match against Canada last week, I think the player that really stood out to me here was Yodello, particularly Yodello's Genji. Yeah, there's a reason why it is in place as their chosen player icon here. Oh, good grief. Sorry, that updated graphic has completely derailed my train of thought because this is off the goop. Yodello's Genji, I think, if he can leverage that the same way that they did against Canada, that's a potential avenue for them.
Yeah, and we are, of course, responding to the super pick coming on in. We'll see if they go ahead and do the swapping of roles once again. Again, we did get to see him on the Genji. Looked pretty good. We've seen it, of course, in the Overwatch League as well. I don't know. At what point is trolling too much?
It's never too much. It's never too much. I mean, you've got to have some entertainment value. I mean, you got to have some entertainment. And I mean, they're pretty much assured of winning this, so why not go out there and have some fun doing it?
All right, super. We'll see what looks we get. We're going to go ahead and take a look at our first map. It is going to be Nepal. So with Super coming in, this DPS, are we expecting him to go full Genji mode on this one? Maybe do you think he pulls out a different Shimada, or what are we expecting here, Phil?
My expectation is that we see the Super Genji. Like, it's a bit of a meme. He's genuinely not terrible at it. Like, once you are this level of player, sure, maybe you're not taking Overwatch League titles playing just that role, but you know what the buttons do. You know how to play the character. And whilst we saw Super's entry highlighted as Widowmaker here, it's really not a map that suits that unless you are so confident that you can waffle stomp the other team that it kind of doesn't matter what you think. And I'd like to think maybe USA are giving Costa Rica just a little bit more respect than that. Maybe, and perhaps, possibly.
Billy, on the other side, for Costa Rica, if you see this pick coming in, if you see Super being brought in as that DPS role, and you're highly expecting a Genji to come out, how do you respond in kind as Costa Rica?
I bring out a Sombra and make their life hell. I go full troll up against it. I'm bringing an Ana to anti him every time that he tries to dive into the back line. I bring a Brigitte to keep him off the Ana if they decide to go that route. So, I mean, Nepal is where the beginning of the public beating is going to begin. And for Costa Rica's sake, I hope that they get Sanctum first. Because I think that Baru can get work done on the tank if they are playing the tank today. If it's not Spooky Spanish coming in, which, well, yeah, it's gonna be that. And well, Godello and Winter, they're gonna get themselves out of spawn relatively quickly. Super showing us the Pharah. Okay.
All right, gentlemen, enjoy this game. Enjoy this game. Go ahead and take it away. Costa Rica versus USA. It's Phil. It's Billy. Let's go.
Team USA, what is this quick play nonsense? Get it off my screen. Junkrat, Farah, no. So, okay, now we do have Rupal moving over onto the Mercy here. For Costa Rica, it is a much more classic brawl style. Let's see what Super can do from up on the skybox here. For now, Costa Rica take a classic rotation with this composition and go to defend on point. This should allow them to really limit Super's effectiveness.
I mean, they need to take space though. And Potter takes out Hydrant early. That's good.
Yeah, that's a great start. It has cost them. It's DPS for DPS. Super was able to rotate and find Yodello. RuPaul has, in the confusion, found the res onto Hydron. And now Super's made it into the back line, right into the line of the supports who thought they were nice and safe. Forgot that, of course, Super is unconcerned by things like geometry.
I mean, 7% to Costa Rica. That's a win a bit. And Baru is going to swap over to the ball. We've got a complete change-up coming from Costa Rica here. We're going to get Yodello doing the Echo Mercy pairing in the sky. WebTube over to the Kiriko, so you're going to have a little bit more to do here as far as burst healing, being able to have a little bit of escapability as well.
Baru needs to be a little bit careful. Hydron will, of course, be looking to chuck those traps directly under the Wrecking Ball, at which point they become nothing so much as ult charge fodder. And this is a good opening. Yodello, with the pocket, has been able to find Ultraviolet. Rupal should have the revive, but Yodello was great with the focus there. Took Rupal out of this one, and now there's a big opening here for Costa Rica. They've only lost one DPS, and they secure the flip here. Baru rolls over Kalush, and this is even more in the tank for Costa Rica.
I mean, great turn there, great swaps, immediately recognizing that maybe what they had wasn't going to work. So now you've got a much more mobile comp, and Benji is just going to be able to kind of rock out here in the sky with Yodello. Now you don't have the same jetpack efficiency that a Pharah does, but you still have that escapability.
Costa Rica closing in on parity here with USA in control of the point and generating a lot of ult charge here. They've got a lot that could really slow down the push in from USA, but I think the same is true for the USA here. Hydron looking to try and spam somebody down as they defend the point here and try and secure the flip. There it is for Team USA. Barrage out from Super finds Baru, and that's going to be USA winning out this team fight, but great showing so far from Costa Rica.
I mean, they do get the Valkyrie out. I mean, it's a relatively quick charging ultimate, and Benji loses their life for their wares. So I'm going to reset here, but Mines on the enclosed point here is going to present a problem for USA. I think that you can use the tire if you want to roll in the goop. As Albert said, you can use the tire just to get rid of the entirety of the minefield.
Oh, look to know how that happened. Can Super do good in a job here of camping the body to stop the rest coming through? Looks like they've managed that one nicely. Benji forced to rotate up onto the high ground here. And how low and slow are we going with this Riptire up onto the roofs, over the top? Oh, hi, Yodello, and goodbye, Benji. Nice to have met you ever so briefly. USA up to 82% here, and with a couple of tools to throw at this last fight.
Well, I mean, Annihilation is going to be big here for Kalush to hold the point. But, I mean, Baru, once again, needs to get these tires on. They're so low. Man, was putting the pressure down there, Phil. But there it is.
Wow.
The kills start to come through.
I believe Yodello made the swap and instantly got the ultimate as well, but died before they could get that onto the field here. And yes, the minefield's finally in play here from Baru and a parting blow. But that is going to be 100 to 43 here on Village.
I mean, definitely more than I expected from Costa Rica. And they're getting it. I mean, they were getting it done. I just think that their ability to engage on the point and deal with Super in the sky with a Mercy pocket, a little bit too much for Costa Rica to handle there. So I think Winter is going to have to start marking the Pharah a lot more. I think that a Sombra would be beautiful here to bring in to bear. But I mean, as we head, it looks like Sanctum that we're going to. Ultimate disrespect coming here. Hydra bringing out the Bastion. RuPaul's going to bring out one of their signatures in the Zenyatta. So lots of front-loaded damage. Coolidge going to be looking to pull people off.
Quick play quackery out from USA yet again, but we will see the Junker Queen matchup Costa Rica with what you would argue is a much more sensible composition. Let's see how it deals with the raw damage that USA are pumping out here, because short of adding a Mercy to the mix, it does not get much more deadly than this. Hydron on the Bastion. Looks like they may have caught a rogue Junker Queen. Super gets the finishing blow here, and with the tank out of the mix here, it's kind of a hiding for nothing on this fight for Costa Rica. USA with the first early kill.
I mean, Baru right now, if you're smart, you go over to the Sigma and you start just using the kinetic grasp to get the overshielding going on. And yeah, Othello right there gets himself also for a second, but it's all done and dusted.
Hydron really not interested in playing their lives on that one. Happy to just get whatever damage in they can and assume that the rest of the team can do without him momentarily, which they have done nicely. Baru down to Kaluge and 20% and rising for Team USA.
Yodello's going to be the initiator here. Has to be able to get the deflect on it and get some value out of it, and look for those dash resets once they start confirming some frags. But Ultraviolet with the Ana, I'm afraid that the Susan's going to come out too early.
Good thinking here from Winter, playing the opposite side of the choke, putting in some pressure, but it's just not been enough pressure. Unlike certain submarines, USA seem more than capable of withstanding the dive in the depths.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of a stagger there onto Wed 2 that started getting a little bit low, started landing the kunai with a little bit too frightening rapidity. Now, I mean, they're going to use a commanding shot just to get out of spawn, and it's just not enough, Phil.
Oh, yeah, and Costa Rica forced to make some swaps. Hydron comes out of that exchange with the ultimate ready to go, and Hydron finds Yodello. Look, I feel a little bit like that Jose Mourinho gif of if I talk, I'm in trouble, but this is a little bit of a shellacking so far from USA. Costa Rica, I like the fact that they're making swaps here, but they've got to move real quick if they want out of spawn. Nice positioning, got a beautiful wall out from you that'll actually protect Costa Rica from a lot of the incoming damage. Kaluge has the rampage, might not even need it here. It's 84% and climbing for Team USA. Costa Rica looking for something with Winter's ultimate here.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon Strike's going to have to be huge. And I mean, Kaluge could just rampage on the back of them. Well, I thought it was coming out, but there it comes out.
There's no chance of a touch here. This is the end of Nepal here for Costa Rica versus USA. And Billy, a little bit true to what we expected, I think it's fair to say.
I mean, the Troll Olympics have started, and that's a gold medal performance from Team USA.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, you know, the reference to Jose Mourinho here is, like, as a caster, you don't want to be talking about, you know, all the mistakes that a team that's losing has made, but it does just seem like this is two very different tiers of play. A team that is full to the brim with Overwatch or ex-Overwatch League talent is always going to be a phenomenally difficult opponent, and they've already beaten Canada. For Costa Rica coming into this, you've got to know this is your hardest match of the group.
I mean, hopefully they'll be able to take something positive away from this. You know, learning how to play at the speed that USA can play at. Also, when to troll and when not to troll. So, I mean, it's going to be comprehensive. I mean, this next one, this next map, whatever it is, I mean, I'm looking at spawn holds. I'm looking at forward holds, depending on where we go. And then just once again, the kaleidoscope of characters that could come out here could be quite an interesting predicament that Costa Rica are going to find themselves in.
Yeah, but again, I think some genuine moments of brightness here for Costa Rica, particularly this opening round on Village. They managed to win a couple of fights, and they did get some percentage on the point, so it's not completely without merit. And the way that they're playing, the combination of characters that are playing, the compositions they've got lined up, they are things that make sense. They are things that have clearly been studied and practiced here. So I want to say, you know, tip of the cap here to Costa Rica for finding things that work for them and that can work particularly well for their style of player.
I mean, there was that replay that you were looking for, Phil, where Super takes out the flying Hodelo on the Echo. It was just a direct from like 50 meters out, just nice tracking from Super. So I mean, hasn't lost any of the aim. You usually say that tank players have no aim, no brain, or all brain, no aim.
You know what I will say for Super? It's nice to see that it is not just a Genji one trick, as the so-called three thinkers have called him. No, there's a lot of flex here in this DPS player for Team USA. I love it.
I love it. And Kaluj really just had to hold down the fort, let everybody else go ham. Got their own work done with Gracie, pulling people into solve and kill 2 with 1 knife coming out. So I mean, the work's been done. They just need to take care of business once again. They're having fun, and I think that this is good entertainment value for everybody.
Except maybe the players on Costa Rica, but again, like, when are you going to get better, like, learning experience than playing against a team of this caliber, right? If you are looking for positives here, like, the stuff you can learn from what your opponents are doing here is truly phenomenal. And plus, once you've got this match out of the way, things do get a lot easier going forward. You know that nobody is going to be quite so tough to fight as Team USA.
Well, we're going to Numbani, Phil. The scene of the map loss against Team Mexico. So please don't bring out the Super Genji here. Obviously, it did not work the last time you did it, Super. You know what? I highly applaud the Junkrat. The Pharah can work good on points A and B. You got a good amount of cover that you can use. You go out there and get your bread. Get your bread, Super. Go and have fun.
I think, unfortunately, Billy, it's basically impossible to tell a player of Super's caliber what to do. So we might indeed see the Genji here. We actually don't have word just yet as to exactly who we're seeing in the roster here. It's possible that we have some substitutions made. Maybe Super's finally feeling the itch to go back and play some tank. You never know.
I mean, does that mean Kaluj goes to DPS or healer?
Wouldn't be the first time we've seen it so far this tournament, would it now?
No, it would not. I mean, even Hydra can come out and play the tank as well.
So, somebody get Flats on the line. Flats, could you please tell me who you have paid to do what in this round? Because that is really going to make my casting a lot easier. Thank you.
All right. I mean, Numbani. We're getting all the end maps here.
New Nepal, yes.
New Nepal. It's a warmer version of Nepal. We'll see how we get in. We are into the map now. And,
Okay.
So, holy cow.
We've actually got a full house here of USA nonsense. We've got supports on tank. We've got tanks on support. We've got supports on DPS. They just spin the wheel and it lands deep in the goop.
Oh, Goopalicious. Let's see how it goes. Benji and WedTube are going to have their work cut out for them. Hopefully Baru can take care of them. Because RuPaul and Super, we're getting some changes here, so it's not as trolly as originally thought. So I mean, this is a Doomfist dive, and we'll see how Kaluj deals with healing from afar.
I mean, we can talk about the merits of the Doomfist, of which I think there are surprisingly few. I don't think USA particularly care about the merits or demerits of their composition. They're here for a good time, not for a long time. Counter dive comes in. Baru into the back line, spots Super, can't quite secure the kill, and just gets focused down by Ultraviolet and Super. Super with the double, hunting for the triple now. No, we'll just stand here and lock down the point, and this has been a very, very quick cap here for Team USA.
I mean, it's 3:20 as we're approaching right now. RuPaul getting the work done on the Tracer. Very proud of all this going down right now. This is just a fiasco. It is actually going in USA's favor. Oh man, Ultraviolet must be putting in some serious time on quick play on the
yes,
seriously.
Famed Doomfist parkour specialist,
yes.
Ultraviolet. Yes.
I love it. Almost has Meteor Strike already. So, yeah. I mean, the work's being done there. But Yondello making some swaps. They're going to bring out the Sombra here.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Can do a lot to shut down both Ultraviolet and Super here on the Genji, but it will take a lot of coordinated focus to do that. That is a great start. Then he's able to find RuPaul here. Does get traded out, so DPS for DPS as Winter falls to Hydron. Ultraviolet closes in now with the ultimate ready to go. At the very least, it's a nice get out of jail free card. punches Yodelo over the edge. Luckily, Yodelo did have that set up and ready to go. Ultraviolet is on the hunt, of course, can get out incredibly fast. Should they find, though, overstate their welcome. For now, though, no kills coming through for Costa Rica to solidify this one. Ultraviolet momentarily slept back in now. Again, holding on to the ultimate. Hacked, but unconcerned. 165 HP as they dive onto the high ground. Back in to continue the fight on the card a la carte. And in comes the ultimate. Oh, look at that. It's an Ana. Ana that survived. That was a beautiful dodge there by Benji, but it may have only been a slight stay in execution. These supports from Costa Rica doing a wonderful job of keeping each other alive here in the face of focused and ferocious attention from Team USA.
I mean, what an anti-nade coming in from Coluge really sets up the win of that the fight.
Who knew he had it in him?
Who knew? I mean, Junker Queen does require quite a bit of aim. Hydron, got hacked and got deleted by Yodelo.
So far from Costa Rica, they've not been able to take advantage of that, and the cart is still moving forward apace. Costa Rica ideally need another one here and to solidify. Yodelo goes in for the hack. Super's too quick, gets the turn, interrupts the hack, and on we go. Unfortunately, Coluge a long way from the nano boost here, so if Super wants to throw in the blade, it's going to have to be a vanilla blade, as it were. But for now, USA opt to give over a little bit of space, particularly as there is a hypercharged monkey barreling straight towards their backline. The Primal Rage comes in, and Hydron is getting bullied into no man's land. However, Baru has to turn and give Super a bit of focus and forces them to get out of that exchange.
I mean, Super saves Hydron's life there. No doubt. No shot for Baru to confirm the kill there. Just got the work done. Now you're looking at EMP and Pulse Bomb coming up very shortly for Costa Rica. We're at the 4:30 mark here. Payload still kind of moseying along there, but Winter deletes Hydron.
Yeah, that's another great start here. This is kind of what we saw Canada doing in the last round, jumping in, taking advantage of the supports, but there's not a lot of post-dive follow-up here from Costa Rica so far. They've not been able to get more than one kill per exchange, but they have done a much better job of slowing the payload down here than either through A or through B. But in comes the Super Blade. Receives the anti, has to play Ring Around the Rosies, lands the slash, goes toe-to-toe with Baru, who is able to jump around the side, and they will find the pick onto Super here. But Costa Rica are significantly down in player count and continue to bleed out here. So this cart keeps on rolling through.
I mean, EMP will slow them down for just enough time. Ultraviolet has to get out of jail free card. Super over to the soldier.
Got to get back to point pretty quickly here. Massive pick from Yodelo. Coluge out of the fight here. If Costa Rica again can secure a second, then they'll be in a great position to continue this hold. The rally will make that much harder to do. And if not, ooh, nice sleep from Benji. Ultraviolet taking a nap, used the ultimate here, and Costa Rica again has slowed this down. Continue to find picks and burn time off the clock, but RuPaul just jams that pulse bomb down Baru's throat, and it's less than 3 meters away from completion here for Team USA as they knock down the remaining Skittles of Costa Rica.
Okay, so I know that we talked a lot about Super, Ultraviolet, and Coluge there. RuPaul quietly getting the work done. That little Kobe fadeaway on the pulse bomb deletes Baru and really does finish up the fight. The RuPaul actually showed some real skill on the machine pistols, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? We come to think of these players as, oh yes, it's RuPaul. They are a support player, therefore, of course, that's all they can play. But all of the mechanical skill translates, and from experience, if you only play support, you go crazy. Of course, RuPaul spends some time playing some other classes of character. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that a guy that was, by all accounts, dominating Florida Mayhem trials on substantial ping is also not too bad at Tracer.
It's just impressive. It's just impressive. I forget how good these players are sometimes, and you know, we get into our heads that they play this role and that's all they can do. And I mean, they're just like us. They're gamers just like us, and they just happen to be able to play all of them.
For real,
except way better.
Yes, substantially. I'm fairly confident any member of Team USA could 1v1 me and my ranked friends. 1v5 me and my ranked friends, I should say. So, Costa Rica on the offense, and another interesting defense here from Team USA.
Well, I mean, they've got 4 minutes. to get this full hold. That they want that. They just want to get done and get out of here and get their fourth win of the group stage and lock their spot into Anaheim. Looking at RuPaul, spy checking on the sides. Yeah, looking for a target.
A couple of exploratory leaps there from Baru to gain information. Information which either was not gathered or was not passed on there to Yodelo as they find themselves unceremoniously removed from the fight. RuPaul taking a bit of pressure here, but plays inside the bubble and makes life a little bit hard for Baru. And Benji gets caught out in no man's land here, but lands a massive nade, takes Ultraviolet and RuPaul out, and USA suddenly find themselves at a significant player deficit.
That's probably going to be point A being given over. I guess you can maybe try to get on the point and make a little stall, but Super trying to get it done with the Viper. Throws the dynamite in. Now Benji has the Nano ready to go. They actually put it out.
Benji destroyed. The Nano just comes off in time, so Baru can play gatekeeper here, and Costa Rica are very close to actually securing this flip here. But now they've got to deal with the big Nick Butler. They found 2 already from Costa Rica, and there's the third as RuPaul goes down here. Super ducking and diving, trying to get away from the incoming damage. It's just not going to happen, and Costa Rica with a 5-minute time bank on into streets. Shades of the fight against Team Mexico here, Billy.
Hey, Kaluge, the Kaluge Mercy. This is a core memory for me. I never thought I would see the Kaluge.
How traumatic
Mercy.
For you.
Yes, it's gonna have nightmares for later on. But good news for USA is they have some initiation tools. But that's a great hack from Yodelo.
Yeah, that's massive, and Yodelo actually closing in on having an EMP here. Not able to camp the body sufficiently to stop Kaluge bringing RuPaul back here. And of course, USA about to come in on a bevy of ultimates. Winter has the force bomb in over the top, goes for the stick, it just goes wide, and Super takes Yodelo out before the EMP can be brought to bear. USA now putting up a stronger defense as they start to press Q and find some value in the resulting ultimate. With Tube and Benji down, no support, no chance, no forward momentum for Costa Rica.
Well, just under 4 minutes here to get it halfway through the streets of Numbani. 2 ultimates ready to go for USA. This EMP should win them a fight. I think that if they can really target in on Hydron, make sure the escapability is gone, they focus on that. I say that, the fight's already over.
Yeah, that's 3 down. Baru jumps in here, gets punched out of the protective bubble, and right into RuPaul's line of fire. Apologies.
Okay, that's just mean from Ultraviolet to punch him out of his bubble. Monkey zap. Monkey bubble, monkey sleep, monkey nap.
Yeah, unfortunately, as true as it ever was, Yodelo still has this massive initiation tool. This needs to be the mother of all EMPs here. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Super with the pocket catches them before they can really get anything done with it. So for Costa Rica, really, it's got to be a back out here and a regroup. You need that EMP.
Yeah, Ultraviolet just gets himself out, and they've built up a nano. They're also going to have a rally very shortly beyond it. So Bob is the only thing online for USA. This should be the kill point for them.
Oh, but Ultraviolet is in the back and starting to cause problems. There's the EMP. Does secure the pack on kill onto Ultraviolet here. But look where the card is. Look where the fight win, air quotes, has happened. Right the way back at spawn for Costa Rica. And they continue to throw resources at this. Nano boost onto Baru. But Team USA back out of the way of that so that Baru can't generate any additional ult charge here. And of course, Bob is making it very hard for Costa Rica to really push up here. But that is an opener. Winter with the pulse bomb deals with Super. I believe Kalush still has the res online, and Hydron is providing cover on the low ground with that coalescence. So Super's back in the fight now. Just trade out for RuPaul, and it's getting a little messy. It's getting a little scrappy, but it's also getting a little bit close to the cap here for Team Costa Rica. They are right on that final approach, and Team USA are looking a little bit bruised right now.
Bruised, battered, and beaten. That should be the point right here as Kalush tries to make a last-second stand with the Valkyrie. Actually getting it done, but Winter finally focuses him down.
Payload still not actually through that final gap yet as Rupal pops the ultimate. Benji down here, WedTube still up, so a little bit of survivability, but not for Rupal as Baru barrels into him. Yeah, Baru in the back line here, momentarily turning their focus over to Hydron. UV down to WedTube, and Costa Rica on into point C.
I mean, 2:52, so they're underneath the time of the USA right now. RuPaul over to the Widowmaker. And, well, I mean, you've got some initiation here for Costa Rica. Almost 4 ultimates online for them. Nothing close other than the coalescence from Hydron. So, Phil, I mean, RuPaul's going to have to get it done. What a kill from Winter.
Yeah, that's a huge opening here. Hydron will be back relatively quickly, but this does mean that Costa Rica get a little bit of uncontested progress. It looks like RuPaul might be going back for a swap here as well. Okay, over onto the Cassidy should make both Windsor and Yodelo's life that little bit harder here, but Costa Rica need this setup to come in. EMP is good. Super and Kalush both dying. Hydron also hit by that hack, and Baru goes to just block the spawn doors. Spots their opposite number with UV having made the swap over onto a Winston of their own here. This is great stuff here from Costa Rica. USA, once again, may have slightly undercut their muffins when they thought this one up.
I mean, yeah, the goop is real, but the goop got put away relatively quickly. About a minute's difference between the two. What, a minute 8 between the two teams. And, I mean, this is going to be interesting for Team USA. They got rolled a little bit on point A. I mean, we'll see. And especially since Costa Rica are just coming off their attack and now get to attack again. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see how this is actually going to play out. Baru getting the work done. Chef, yes, Chef. Yes, love the Winston play. I think Benji and WedTube, these two Costa Rican supports really keeping each other alive. Some massive sleeps coming out from Benji, almost Crimzo level sometimes. And I was really impressed. I was really impressed that, you know what, they're showing heart. Steel sometimes sharpens steel. And yes, I know that the USA are trolling, but you know what, for Costa Rica, I mean, this has got to give them just a little bit of hope. I don't think there's any chance of them winning this match, but still, I mean, it gives them something to build on. It gives them some kind of confidence.
Yeah, it does. Like in a matchup where you yourselves have to know coming into this that you are the underdog, anything that you can add to your highlight reel, which is you killing an Overwatch League level player, has got to be worth something to you here. So on into round 2, just under 2 minutes available for Team Costa Rica on their push up. Rupal on the Sombra, so feeding this info back to Team USA on their defensive high ground over here. Oh, look at that, Rupal. You happen to have found a tracer before that hack can come through. You definitely need to be a little bit careful because reinforcements are there for Team USA. They're forced to burn the recall already, and then almost all their blinks getting out of trouble here.
Well, I mean, Benji? Hi.
Yeah, traded.
All right. I mean, RuPaul will get back relatively quickly. And I mean, Collusion Company are trying to get it done on here. Ultraviolet being super aggressive, and we're almost at the 1 minute mark, Phil.
Yeah, 1 minute 16 left on the clock. Not any progress gained by Costa Rica so far. This is effectively half their time bank gone. And UV just carving a tear through Team Costa Rica here. Like, you probably shouldn't be pushing this far up if you're playing Doomfist, but when you're UV, apparently you can.
I mean, you've got Collusion and Hydron at your back, so, I mean, why not? I mean, you've got the orb. You got the orb. They keep you up, and, well, we'll see. Yodelo over to the Sombra now? Yeah, over to the Sombra now. We'll see what RuPaul can get done. I mean, we're sub 40 seconds now going into this next fight. Benji closest right now with the Nano. I mean, if they can get a Nano engage, they might be able to get a tick.
Yeah, I mean, say what you like. Benji and Baru have been doing a great job here of Baru taking damage, Benji healing it to get early nano boosts, and certainly outstripping Kalush at the minute. So as we approach 20 seconds on the clock, this is almost certainly the only ult except for Hydron's coalescence that's going to be in the offing here. And Costa Rica need this to be big. They need this to generate kills. But they've already lost Winter hit their 1 DPS down, and Benji was down 5% away from generating the ult. Ultraviolet with 2, and that is it. A complete lockout here on point A, care of USA.
Super did get the pulse bomb at the very end. Was going 1v1 versus Winter. So, I mean, it is what it is. 3 minutes, 2 seconds to get a singular tick, and they'll get their 4-0 victory. Still impressed, like you said. Baru and Benji actually getting the work done on this dive. I really am impressed with how Benji is playing today. Good ups on them. Good ups on Chef Baru too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a union man. I appreciate the career solidarity here between you and Baru. But 3 minutes is a long time to have to defend one tick of point A against Team USA, regardless of what they bring out here. And I can fully see this coming out the gates. It's more quick play nonsense, but it seems to be working for them. So who am I to criticize?
I mean, this is beyond quick play. This is Mystery Heroes nonsense. And I mean, Hydrant's gonna boost Super up, or maybe they teleport to a certain spot, put a pad out, and see if Super can just lay in with the Bastion turret form.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I think it's not going to play out well for Costa Rica or potentially for us, the audience here. But yeah, Team USA, even with this, I think should be able to get a relatively quick cap. No changes out the gate. So let's see exactly what this strategy is.
Baru is on the Diva, so I mean, there's damage mitigation. You got Winter and Yodello, tricky to pin down. But I think once
TP to the high ground.
Yeah, right. Once USA takes it. Oh no.
Oh, okay. I thought they were just going to bunker up in the corner there, but no, they've actually taken up the defensive position here. They've made it an absolute killing box here on Numbani A. It's a nice anti from Benji, but there's just too much, and it's happening just too fast from Team USA.
Oh boy. I mean, I think they had enough fun with their friends from Costa Rica and just decided to take care of business. Yeah, a little bit of shenanigans going there in the end, but comprehensive. Once again, nothing that we didn't expect here from Team USA. So now they're the second team that gets their fourth win here in the Americas region. And well, we'll see them in Anaheim in the fall.
Yeah, surprising nobody, but to help us maybe deal with our lack of surprise, let's bring back the wonderful Jet Set Jameson to bring us through what exactly happened in that match.
What?
Correct response.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, USA won. They now have their fourth victory. No questions whatsoever. I don't think there was any doubts. But yeah, they have the 4-0 now. We'll see if they can get the clean sweep here in the group stage and get the 5-0. But we got to see into the goop. That's the saying, right? Whatever. I don't care.
We're all old on this broadcast. Let's not pretend for a second we can
Very old.
We were neck deep in the goop, I believe, here on Numbani. And you know, they're at least having fun. It is, I guess, thematic. It's almost the 4th of July. They're just having their victory fireworks a little bit early here on. But honestly, shout out to Costa Rica for still, putting up with this, right? At this point, because there were still slivers of brilliance throughout all of this. Gotta give it up to them. But right now, of course, we have to be honest here. USA just stand out composition overall, or players overall, everyone coming in from Al, contenders and such. So it's no surprise whatsoever. Now it's about getting that 5-0. They'll be going up against Guatemala tomorrow, I believe, to try and secure that one. And again, the way that they performed, there was a world where they could have lost another Numbani. And if they had dropped another map, that again has huge implications, right, Phil, when it comes to this group.
Yeah, so we talking about our first match in Group A of today. Mexico, Canada, Costa Rica, all kind of in a fairly similar position at the start of the day. Following on from today's games, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, and Guatemala kind of, if not quite out of the running, very close to being out of the running here. But tomorrow's games in particular for this group, we're looking at Puerto Rico versus Costa Rica and Canada versus Mexico are very, very impactful for how this group goes.
I still want to take this moment, though, because Overwatch World Cup has always been about being able to display talent from across the world, right? That typically wouldn't get the same kind of camera time that you would, and really elevate them on this platform. Billy, coming in from Costa Rica, across the last 4 games that they've played so far, who have you been impressed most by?
Honestly, Benji. Benji in the main support, or in the flex support, I'm sorry. Really getting it done. I mean, we've seen a little bit of an evolution, though, kind of a leveling up, if you would, of this support player. And I tell you what, they're looking at playing collegiate in the fall for Briarcliff University. They have tryouts coming up very shortly for that university team. So hopefully they get in. We get a chance to see them continue to grow. And, you know, for the next cycle coming up for the World Cup in 2024, maybe they have a better showing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Being able to give all these players more and more opportunities to get, you know, some more camera time at the very least, especially when there's so many more formative years ahead of them. So great to see that. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have one final interview before we close out the show. You're not gonna want to miss it. It's one from one of the players from the USA Overwatch World Cup team. So we're gonna take a short break. When we get back, we'll have that interview for you guys right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. This is the Americas Conference, and we are done with day number 4. Before we close out the show, though, we do have a winner's interview. This is going to be RuPaul from Team USA. Congratulations on your victory. Congratulations for going 4-0 so far. Now, we do have a few questions, RuPaul. So first, how are you guys deciding on who's playing what role? Are you guys like rolling dice? Is it short straw has to play the Mercy? What's going on in that decision making there?
Well, for the Mercy, we have been taking turns playing Mercy, me and UV, but for the role swapping, it's kind of just like whoever feels like it. Like today, UV was like, yo, I want to play Doom. The second map, he's on tank, and then Super obviously wants to play DPS, so we keep him on that. Hydron really wanted to play Moira, so he went support. It's pretty free flowing. Nothing really planned.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that is the absolute vibes. And speaking of vibes, I mean, what's it been like being able to play on the Overwatch World Cup Team USA? I mean, of course, being able to play on the big stage on OWL is one thing, but also playing on the Overwatch World Cup, representing your country, how does that feel?
Yeah, it is very awesome being able to play on this team. You know, it's pretty unique having like an entire country backing you. I can definitely feel the support, and it's really amazing. I'm very fortunate to be able to play on this team, and I'm really enjoying it so far.
Yeah, and you know, it's been a big formative years for a lot of these players so far. So many of you guys are so young when it comes down to it as well. Speaking of your time in the Overwatch League and such, like, what kind of skills, what kinds of things are you transferring from the Overwatch League coming into the Overwatch World Cup now?
I think just overall, like experience. You know, playing in like against like a lot of different comps. You know, in the Overwatch League, there's like a lot of teams, and they all have different philosophies on what to play and how to play it. And so, like coming into the World Cup, it's pretty similar. There's a lot of different teams that want to play different comps, and so like when you go into every match and you see their comp, you just have to like automatically think like, okay, what do we need to do to beat that? And I think the experience from playing in the Overwatch League has helped a lot.
All right, and after your match tomorrow, you guys are done until BlizzCon. I mean, with this 4-0, you basically secured your spot. You're moving on, and that means you get to basically vacation. So what do you guys have planned for 4th of July? What's coming up for Team USA?
4th of July, honestly, I'm not sure we're doing too much. Most of us are pretty busy, but I already know, you know, at BlizzCon, we're going to have a party.
Can't wait. I absolutely can't wait. You know what? It's your hour. Let's go ahead and take it away. Any final shout outs before we let you go?
I'd like to shout out my, my guy Super, my whole team, UV, Kalu, Chadra, and the whole team. You know, the vibes are amazing, and I really enjoy playing on the team.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, RuPaul. And congratulations on your victory. We'll see you guys once again tomorrow. So good luck in your final match of the day. But for right now, let's go ahead and bring back in our casters to close out the show. We got Phil, we got Billy once more. We had another action-packed day with lots of stakes on the line. Let's go ahead and break down some of these matches because, again, we had Brazil going on an absolute tear. That's another team that's secured their 4-0. But so far, like, what has been one of your favorite matches today?
I mean, to tag on to your point about Brazil, I actually really enjoyed watching Peru play up against Brazil, because it's not like they were like in any real danger of taking the match away from Brazil. Like, we know Brazil to be too strong to do that, but having followed Peru over the course of the 4 days of games we've had, it's been really cool to see them get better and better, and to honestly make Brazil sweat more than we really expected them to do so. I think that was a really cool moment for Peru.
Yeah, I honestly think that in that matchup, Brazil versus Peru, it was more of Peru making a mistake that Brazil were able to capitalize upon to be able to secure that win, especially when we were on control. And I wholeheartedly believe that Peru should have won that match. But Overwatch comes down to sometimes just that one mistake where it all gets away from you. But Billy, on the other side, what was one of your favorite matches today?
I mean, it's been a day of 2 Overwatch, right? But I think that we're starting to see some emerging stars, and I think that for Chile, Ram in the hit scan role is starting to really excite and I cannot wait to see this gamer play again. Rom has really been impressing me. Had an off day in their first match against Peru or against Brazil, but ever since then has been tearing it up. I cannot wait to see how they close out the rest of their group stage.
Yeah, I absolutely loved being able to see Rom kind of flex off from that tracer where he was getting highlight reel after highlight reel. Last week on Ilios in particular, that's what I remember. Pulse bomb after pulse bomb, getting two-man ultis there. But then going over to the Genji today to play, I don't know, kind of like a supportive DPS, just finishing off a lot of kills with those Genji dashes. It was great to see. But right now, setting the stakes, we know that here in Group A in particular, to finish out the day, it's coming down to the wire now. We do have a lot of spots, right? 3 out of the 6 teams will be moving on. Phil, if you can kind of help the viewers at home really understand what that 3rd spot means, what kind of teams can secure that spot for themselves, maybe get it in the last hour.
So in terms of like the kinds of teams that can do this, it's the team that has, unsurprisingly, the biggest level of consistency, right? You can't be a team that has peaks and troughs, because if they arrive at the wrong time, that's your entire group stage over here. In terms of like who we're actually looking at here, we still have a 1 and 2 scoreline for both Costa Rica and Puerto Rico. Mexico and Canada still on 2 and 1, with Mexico with that map in hand, care of the gift from Team USA last week's games. So a lot of it is dependent on the strength of the matchup of the final 3 days of play, right? It's down to 2 days of play, getting ahead of myself here. Like Costa Rica and Puerto Rico can make a push for this, but they've really got to come at this with everything they've got.
Okay, and from the other group, Billy, let's go ahead and talk about it. We know that Brazil with the 4-0, no shot that are missing out on BlizzCon. It means there's only 1 slot remaining with 2 days left of play. Of those remaining 5 teams, who do you think is going to be able to secure that 2nd spot? Is it going to be Colombia? Will they be able to continue on with that momentum?
It just depends on if Colombia falls down, because Chile is right on their tracks, and if they stumble, that could be the moment where you see Chile actually jump over EQO and Team Colombia. So I think that's going to be a very important dynamic for Group B. Is how does Chile, do they continue smoldering hot moving through this ROM and Dabout, the DPS wonder duo, really take it to the rest of the group and take it to Colombia in their match? I believe they play on match day 6. It's either tomorrow or match day 6. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but that one's going to be one that I've got earmarked for greatness.
Yeah, I believe it is going to be Chile versus Colombia tomorrow, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
And then Colombia versus Brazil on the final day. So it's kind of like a ramping up for Chile, who are looking better and better. So it's not a sure thing at all whatsoever for Colombia to secure that 2nd spot. So that does mean that you're not going to want to miss any of the action. We have extremely important matches that'll be taking place tomorrow. We'll be back at the same time. It'll be 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time when we start our stream, and we will of course have our wonderful casters Phil, Billy back once again for that. Moxie and Dogman, Dustin will be joining us for that. That does mean though we have concluded day number 4, so we're gonna go ahead and get a nice break, especially you, Phil, because it's like 3 in the morning or something over there for you. I know that. So yeah.
I live in Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you were still okay. Never mind.
We should catch up.
You get your rest. We'll catch up, and we'll see you guys for more Overwatch World Cup tomorrow, 2 Pacific Standard. Have a good night.
Just let Brazil play themselves.
Brazil does here. Taking poke down incredibly low, gets lost into the back line. No kills from it directly, but everybody's chipped down so incredibly low. The healing resources are not going to keep Peru alive, and that's a fast team fight for Brazil with just a death loss.
Fast team fight and building steadily up to Poke's coalescence as well.
So literally 1 HP. The Nanoboots committed on to their Amato to the front line, but Dago's already down. The Rowley and Nano were just on the Baskerville, who doesn't even have an ultimate ready to go. Or the Nemesis form now commits into it as well, but he's eventually going to be tracked down with the Discord orb in Brazil. Bend don't break. I mean, they close out into Peru now. Get that 2-0 victory. What a win from them over Peru, who at times put up a fight. No value, unfortunately. Bit of an AKM play for him in that fight, but you know, he's been able to get value from it before. Meanwhile, aggressive ultimate from Frank. Ram is still there with the follow-up. Devout is there with the Pulse Bomb 2, and Chile, or absolutely in the driver's seat at the moment. It's map number 1 over Ecuador.
Yeah, Ecuador, unfortunately, again, they've tried to play this pharmacy composition before.
Also, Rams, so Miliax traded back and forth. The Widow, unfortunately, is about missing a few shots, leaving everything in terms of damage onto Frack side. Papo is there as well, so they do find a Miliax. Tavaloon will go down. Tracer now just a touch, 1 tick, maybe make another. Finally, Devout hits a few shots, gets rid of the Lucio, removes that Moira 2, and just the Tracer to touch the point. May well committed from Walter. But was not at the choke point though, so it doesn't get a lot of value. Meanwhile, Immortality Field has to be used because of Colombia's aggression. The rest of Argentina goes so low against this Annihilation. No support ultimate to deal with it either after the Immortality Field was used, and Colombia's already up to 50%.
Again, rotations. So
Building that Blizzard here towards the cart too. Super Gomez swaps towards that Nemesis form. Looks to close out here. Blizzard committed towards Dropper's side to try to zone out the payload. Can anybody else here touch here? Now Annihilation committed from Super Gomez. EQO's also found Shock coming back towards the spawn. Gatsby has been able to find him, but it's not after the rest of Colombia shut out Argentina and capture out on King's Row with 51 seconds left.
yeah, inbound.
Into the underpass here and gives over control of the point to Puerto Rico. And sorry, to Canada. Now on the high ground from the right hand side here, Seeker throws in the Dragon, finds Ander, wasn't able to TP out of that one, and Canada have the flip, so there's no point stalling for Puerto Rico.
I mean, what a smart Matrix coming from Crimson on the offside. I mean, just was able to
A
pump.
real one, a fake one, with a left hook and a right hook and a Tesla cannon and a juggling you back towards point B spawn. The payload is moving forward, but it feels like Canada may be playing with their food here, Billy.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the pursuit was just too damn good from Canada. I mean, they'll take that progress all day long in order to get the kills. And they take care of business here, and I wanted to see...
Costa Rica, I like the fact that they're making swaps here, but they've got to move real quick if they want out of spawn. Nice positioning, got a beautiful wall out from me that'll actually protect Costa Rica from a lot of the incoming damage. Kalush has the rampage, might not even need it here. It's 84% and climbing for Team USA. Costa Rica, they've not been able to get more than 1 kill per exchange, but they have done a much better job of slowing the payload down here than either through A or through B. But in comes the Super Blade, receives the anti, has to play ring around the roses, lands the slash, goes toe to toe with Baru, who is able to jump around the side, and they will find the pick onto Super here. But Costa Rica are significantly down in player count and continue to bleed out.
Just